Chapter 34 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. A barouche and four arrives at Greshamsbury. During the last 12 months, Sir Louis Scatcherd had been very efficacious in bringing trouble, turmoil, and vexation upon Greshamsbury. Now that it was too late to take steps to save himself, Dr. Thorne found that the will left by Sir Roger was so made as to entail upon him duties that he would find it almost impossible to perform. Sir Louis, though his father had wished to make him still a child in the eye of the law, was no child. He knew his own rights, and was determined to exact them, and before Sir Roger had been dead 3 months, the doctor found himself in continual litigation with a low Barchester attorney, who was acting on behalf of his, the doctor's, own ward. And if the doctor suffered, so did the squire, and so did those who had hitherto had the management of the squire's affairs. Dr. Thorne soon perceived that he was to be driven into litigation, not only with Mr. Finnie, the Barchester attorney, but with the squire himself. While Finnie harassed him, he was compelled to harass Mr. Gresham. He was no lawyer himself, and though he had been able to manage very well between the squire and Sir Roger, and had perhaps given himself some credit for his lawyer-like ability in so doing, he was utterly unable to manage between Sir Louis and Mr. Gresham. He had therefore to employ a lawyer on his own account, and it seemed probable that the whole amount of Sir Roger's legacy to himself would by degrees be expended in this manner. And then the squire's lawyers had to take up the matter, and they did so greatly to the detriment of poor Mr. Yates Umbleby, who was found to have made a mess of the affairs entrusted to him. Mr. Umbleby's accounts were incorrect. His mind was anything but clear, and he confessed, when put to it by the very sharp gentleman that came down from London, that he was bothered. And so, after a while, he was suspended from his duties, and Mr. Gazby, the sharp gentleman from London, reigned over the diminished rent roll of the Greshamsbury estate. Thus everything was going wrong at Greshamsbury, with the one exception of Mr. Oriel and his love suit. Miss Gushing attributed the deposition of Mr. Umbleby to the narrowness of the victory which Beatrice had won in carrying off Mr. Oriel. For Miss Gushing was a relation of the Umblebys, and had been for many years one of their family. If she had only chosen to exert herself as Miss Gresham had done, she could have had Mr. Oriel easily, oh, too easily, but she had despised such work. So she said. But though she had despised it, the Greshams had not been less irritated, and therefore Mr. Umbleby had been driven out of his house. We can hardly believe this, as victory generally makes men generous. Miss Gushing, however, stated it as a fact so often that it is probable she was induced to believe it herself. Thus everything was going wrong at Greshamsbury, and the squire himself was especially a sufferer. Umbleby had at any rate been his own man, and he could do what he liked with him. He could see him when he liked, and where he liked, and how he liked; could scold him if in an ill humour, and laugh at him when in a good humour. All this Mr. Umbleby knew and bore. But Mr. Gazeby was a very different sort of gentleman. He was the junior partner in the firm of Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby of Mount Street, a house that never defiled itself with any other business than the agency business, and that in the very highest line. They drew out leases, and managed property both for the Duke of Omnium and Lord de Courcy, and ever since her marriage it had been one of the objects dearest to Lady Arabella's heart, that the Greshamsbury acres should be superintended by the polite skill and polished legal ability of that all but elegant firm in Mount Street. The squire had long stood firm, and had delighted in having everything done under his own eye by poor Mr. Yates Umbleby. But now, alas, he could stand it no longer. He had put off the evil day as long as he could. He had deferred the odious work of investigation till things had seemed resolved on investigating themselves, and then, when it was absolutely necessary that Mr. Umbleby should go, there was nothing for him left but to fall into the ready hands of Messrs. Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby. It must not be supposed that Messrs. Gumption, Gazeby, and Gazeby were in the least like the ordinary run of attorneys. They wrote no letters for 6 and 8 each. They collected no debts, filed no bills, made no charge per folio for whereases and as aforesaids. They did no dirty work, and probably were as ignorant of the interior of a court of law as any young lady living in their Mayfair vicinity. No, their business was to manage the property of great people, draw up leases, make legal assignments, get the family marriage settlements made, and look after wills. Occasionally, also, they had to raise money, but it was generally understood that this was done by proxy. The firm had been going on for 150 years, and the designation had often been altered, but it had always consisted of Gumptions and Gazebys differently arranged, and no less hallowed names had ever been permitted to appear. It had been Gazeby, Gazeby and Gumption, then Gazeby and Gumption, then Gazeby, Gumption and Gumption, then Gumption, Gumption and Gazeby, and now it was Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby. Mr. Gazeby, the junior member of this firm, was a very elegant young man. While looking at him riding in Rotten Row, you would hardly have taken him for an attorney, and had he heard that you had so taken him, he would have been very much surprised indeed. He was rather bald, not being, as people say, quite so young as he was once. His exact age was 38. But he had a really remarkable pair of jet black whiskers, which fully made up for any deficiency as to his head. He had also dark eyes, and a beaked nose, and what may be called a distinguished mouth, and was always dressed in fashionable attire. The fact was, that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, junior partner in the firm Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby, by no means considered himself to be made of that very disagreeable material which mortals call small beer. When this great firm was applied to get Mr. Gresham through his difficulties, and when the state of his affairs was made known to them, they at first expressed rather a disinclination for the work, but at last, moved doubtless by their respect for the de Courcy interest, they assented, and Mr. Gazeby, junior, went down to Greshamsbury. The poor squire passed many a sad day after that before he again felt himself to be master even of his own domain. Nevertheless, when Mr. Mortimer Gazeby visited Greshamsbury, which he did on more than 1 or 2 occasions, he was always received en grand seigneur. To Lady Arabella he was by no means an unwelcome guest, for she found herself able, for the first time in her life, to speak confidentially on her husband's pecuniary affairs with the man who had the management of her husband's property. Mr. Gazeby also was a pet with Lady de Courcy, and being known to be a fashionable man in London, and quite a different sort of person from poor Mr. Umbleby, he was always received with smiles. He had 100 little ways of making himself agreeable, and Augusta declared to her cousin, the Lady Amelia, after having been acquainted with him for a few months, that he would be a perfect gentleman, only that his family had never been anything but attorneys. The Lady Amelia smiled in her own peculiarly aristocratic way, shrugged her shoulders slightly, and said that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby was a very good sort of person, very. Poor Augusta felt herself snubbed, thinking perhaps of the tailor's son, but as there was never any appeal against the Lady Amelia, she said nothing more at that moment in favour of Mr. Mortimer Gazeby. All these evils, Mr. Mortimer Gazeby being the worst of them, had Sir Louis Scatcherd brought down on the poor squire's head. There may be those who will say that the squire had brought them on himself by running into debt, and so doubtless he had. But it was not the less true that the baronet's interference was unnecessary, vexatious, and one might almost say malicious. His interest would have been quite safe in the doctor's hands, and he had, in fact, no legal right to meddle, but neither the doctor nor the squire could prevent him. Mr. Finnie knew very well what he was about, if Sir Louis did not, and so the three went on, each with his own lawyer, and each of them distrustful, unhappy, and ill at ease. This was hard upon the doctor, for he was not in debt, and had borrowed no money. There was not much reason to suppose that the visit of Sir Lewis to Greshamsbury would much improve matters. It must be presumed that he was not coming with any amicable views, but with the object rather of looking after his own, a phrase which was now constantly in his mouth. He might probably find it necessary, while looking after his own at Greshamsbury, to say some very disagreeable things to the squire, and the doctor therefore hardly expected that the visit would go off pleasantly. When we last saw Sir Lewis, now nearly 12 months since, he was intent on making a proposal of marriage to Miss Thorne. This intention he carried out about 2 days after Frank Gresham had done the same thing. He had delayed doing so till he had succeeded in purchasing his friend Jenkins's Arab pony, imagining that such a present could not but go far in weaning Mary's heart from her other lover. Poor Mary was put to the trouble of refusing both the baronet and the pony, and a very bad time she had of it while doing so. Sir Lewis was a man easily angered, and not very easily pacified, and Mary had to endure a good deal of annoyance. From any other person, indeed, she would have called it impertinence. Sir Lewis, however, had to bear his rejection as best he could, and after a perseverance of 3 days, returned to London in disgust, and Mary had not seen him since. Mr. Greyson's first letter was followed by a second, and the second was followed by the baronet in person. He also required to be received en grand seigneur, perhaps more imperatively than Mr. Mortimer Gazeby himself. He came with 4 posters from the Barchester station, and had himself rattled up to the doctor's door in a way that took the breath away from all Greshamsbury. Why, the squire himself, for many a long year, had been contented to come home with a pair of horses, and 4 were never seen in the place, except when the de Courcys came to Greshamsbury, or Lady Arabella with all her daughters returned from her hard-fought metropolitan campaigns. Sir Lewis, however, came with 4, and very arrogant he looked, leaning back in the barouche belonging to the George and Dragon, and wrapped up in fur, although it was now midsummer. And up in the dickey behind him was a servant, more arrogant, if possible, than his master, the baronet's own man, who was the object of Dr. Thorne's special detestation and disgust. He was a little fellow, chosen originally on account of his light weight on horseback, but if that may be considered a merit, it was the only one he had. His outdoor show dress was a little tight frock coat, round which a polished strap was always buckled tightly, a stiff white choker, leather breeches, top boots, and a hat, with a cockade, stuck on one side of his head. His name was Jonah, which his master and his master's friends shortened into Joe. None, however, but those who were very intimate with his master were allowed to do so with impunity. This Joe was Dr. Thorne's special aversion. In his anxiety to take every possible step to keep Sir Lewis from poisoning himself, he had at first attempted to enlist the baronet's own man in the cause. Joe had promised fairly, but had betrayed the doctor at once, and had become the worst instrument of his master's dissipation. When, therefore, his hat and the cockade were seen, as the carriage dashed up to the door, the doctor's contentment was by no means increased. Sir Lewis was now 23 years old, and was a great deal too knowing to allow himself to be kept under the doctor's thumb. It had indeed become his plan to rebel against his guardian in almost everything. He had at first been decently submissive, with the view of obtaining increased supplies of ready money; but he had been sharp enough to perceive that, let his conduct be what it would, the doctor would keep him out of debt, but that the doing so took so large a sum that he could not hope for any further advances. In this respect Sir Lewis was perhaps more keen-witted than Dr. Thorne. Mary, when she saw the carriage, at once ran up to her own bedroom. The doctor, who had been with her in the drawing-room, went down to meet his ward, but as soon as he saw the cockade, he darted almost involuntarily into his shop and shut the door. This protection, however, lasted only for a moment. He felt that decency required him to meet his guest, and so he went forth and faced the enemy. "I say," said Joe, speaking to Janet, who stood curtsying at the gate, with Bridget, the other maid, behind her. "I say, are there any chaps about the place to take these things, eh? Come, look sharp here." It so happened that the doctor's groom was not on the spot, and "other chaps" the doctor had none. "Take these things, Bridget," he said, coming forward and offering his hand to the baronet. Sir Louis, when he saw his host, roused himself slowly from the back of his carriage. "How do, doctor?" said he. "What terrible bad roads you have here, and upon my word it's as cold as winter." And so saying, he slowly proceeded to descend. Sir Louis was a year older than when we last saw him, and, in his generation, a year wiser. He had then been somewhat humble before the doctor, but now he was determined to let his guardian see that he knew how to act the baronet, that he had acquired the manners of a great man, and that he was not to be put upon. He had learned some lessons from Jenkins, in London, and other friends of the same sort, and he was about to profit by them. The doctor showed him to his room, and then proceeded to ask after his health. "Oh, I'm right enough," said Sir Louis. "You mustn't believe all that fellow Grayson tells you. He wants me to take salts, and senna, opodeldoc, and all that sort of stuff. Looks after his bill, you know, eh? Like all the rest of you. But I won't have it, not at any price, and then he writes to you." "I'm glad to see you able to travel," said Dr. Thorne, who could not force himself to tell his guest that he was glad to see him at Greshamsbury. "Oh, travel, yes, I can travel well enough. But I wish you had some better sort of trap down in these country parts. I'm shaken to bits. And, doctor, would you tell your people to send that fellow of mine up here with hot water?" So dismissed, the doctor went his way, and met Joe swaggering in one of the passages, while Janet and her colleague dragged along between them a heavy article of baggage. "Janet," said he, "go downstairs and get Sir Louis some hot water, and Joe, do you take hold of your master's portmanteau." Joe sulkily did as he was bid. "Seems to me," said he, turning to the girl and speaking before the doctor was out of hearing, "seems to me, my dear, you'd be rather short-handed here. Lots of work and nothing to get. That's about the ticket, ain't it?" Bridget was too demurely modest to make any answer upon so short an acquaintance, so putting her end of the burden down at the strange gentleman's door, she retreated into the kitchen. Sir Louis, in answer to the doctor's inquiries, had declared himself to be all right, but his appearance was anything but all right. 12 months since, a life of dissipation, or rather perhaps a life of drinking, had not had upon him so strong an effect but that some of the salt of youth was still left. Some of the freshness of young years might still be seen in his face. But this was now all gone. His eyes were sunken and watery, his cheeks were hollow and wan, his mouth was drawn and his lips dry, his back was even bent, and his legs were unsteady under him, so that he had been forced to step down from his carriage as an old man would do. Alas, alas! he had no further chance now of ever being all right again. Mary had secluded herself in her bedroom as soon as the carriage had driven up to the door, and there she remained till dinner time. But she could not shut herself up altogether. It would be necessary that she should appear at dinner, and therefore, a few minutes before the hour, she crept out into the drawing room. As she opened the door she looked in timidly, expecting Sir Louis to be there, but when she saw that her uncle was the only occupant of the room, her brow cleared, and she entered with a quick step. "He'll come down to dinner, won't he, uncle?" "Oh, I suppose so." "What's he doing now?" "Dressing, I suppose. He's been at it this hour." "But, uncle." "Well?" "Will he come up after dinner, do you think?" Mary spoke of him as though he was some wild beast whom her uncle insisted on having in his house. "Goodness knows what he will do. Come up? Yes, he will not stay in the dining room all night." "But, dear uncle, do be serious." "Serious?" "Yes, serious. Don't you think that I might go to bed instead of waiting?" The doctor was saved the trouble of answering by the entrance of the baronet. He was dressed in what he considered the most fashionable style of the day. He had on a new dress coat lined with satin, new dress trousers, a silk waistcoat covered with chains, a white cravat, polished pumps and silk stockings, and he carried a scented handkerchief in his hand. He had rings on his fingers, and carbuncle studs in his shirt, and he smelt as sweet as patchouli could make him. But he could hardly do more than shuffle into the room, and seemed almost to drag one of his legs behind him. Mary, in spite of her aversion, was shocked and distressed when she saw him. He, however, seemed to think himself perfect, and was no whit abashed by the unfavourable reception which 12 months since had been paid to his suit. Mary came up and shook hands with him, and he received her with a compliment which no doubt he thought must be acceptable. "Upon my word, Miss Thorne, every place seems to agree with you, one better than the other. You were looking charming at Boxall Hill, but upon my word, charming isn't half strong enough now." Mary sat down quietly, and the doctor assumed a face of unutterable disgust. This was the creature for whom all his sympathies had been demanded, all his best energies put in requisition, and on whose behalf he was to quarrel with his oldest friends, lose his peace and quietness of life, and exercise all the functions of a loving friend. This was his self-invited guest, whom he was bound to foster, and whom he could not turn from his door. Then dinner came, and Mary had to put her hand upon his arm. She certainly did not lean upon him, and once or twice felt inclined to give him some support. They reached the dining room, however, the doctor following them, and then sat down, Janet waiting in the room, as was usual. "I say, doctor," said the baronet, "hadn't my man better come in and help? He's got nothing to do, you know. We should be more cosy, shouldn't we?" "Janet will manage pretty well," said the doctor. "Oh, you'd better have Joe. There's nothing like a good servant at table. I say, Janet, just send that fellow in, will you?" "We shall do very well without him," said the doctor, becoming rather red about the cheek bones, and with a slight gleam of determination about the eye. Janet, who saw how matters stood, made no attempt to obey the baronet's order. "Oh, nonsense, doctor. You think he's an uppish sort of fellow, I know, and you don't like to trouble him; but when I'm near him he's all right. Just send him in, will you?" "Sir Louis," said the doctor, "I'm accustomed to none but my own old woman here in my house, and, if you will allow me, I'll keep my old ways. I shall be sorry if you are not comfortable." The baronet said nothing more, and the dinner passed off slowly and wearily enough. When Mary had eaten her fruit and escaped, the doctor got into one armchair, and the baronet into another, and the latter began the only work of existence of which he knew anything. "That's good port," said he; "very fair port." The doctor loved his port wine, and thawed a little in his manner. He loved it not as a toper, but as a collector loves his pet pictures. He liked to talk about it, and to think about it, to praise it and hear it praised, to look at it turned towards the light, and to count over the years it had lain in his cellar. "Yes," he said, "it's pretty fair wine. It was, at least, when I got it 20 years ago, and I don't suppose time has hurt it." And he held the glass up to the window, and looked at the evening light through the ruby tint of the liquid. "Ah, dear, there's not much of it left, more's the pity." "A good thing won't last for ever. I'll tell you what now, I wish I'd brought down a dozen or two of claret. I've some prime stuff in London. Got it from Muzzle and Drug at 96 shillings. It was a great favour, though. I'll tell you what now, I'll send up for a couple of dozen to morrow. I mustn't drink you out of house high and dry, must I, doctor?" The doctor froze immediately. "I don't think I need trouble you," said he. "I never drink claret, at least not here, and there's enough of the old bin left to last some little time longer yet." Sir Louis drank 2 or 3 glasses of wine very quickly after each other, and they immediately began to tell upon his weak stomach. But before he was tipsy he became more impudent and more disagreeable. "Doctor," said he, "when are we to see any of this Greshamsbury money? That's what I want to know." "Your money is quite safe, Sir Louis, and the interest is paid to the day." "Interest, yes; but how do I know how long it will be paid? I should like to see the principal. £100,000, or something like it, is a precious large stake to have in one man's hands, and he preciously hard up himself. I'll tell you what, doctor, I shall look the squire up myself." "Look him up?" "Yes, look him up, ferret him out, tell him a bit of my mind. I'll thank you to pass the bottle. Me, doctor. I mean to know how things are going on." "Your money is quite safe," repeated the doctor, "and to my mind could not be better invested." "That's all very well, well, I dare say, for you and Squire Gresham." "What do you mean, Sir Louis?" "Mean! Why, I mean that I'll sell the squire up. That's what I mean. Ho! Beg pardon. I'm blessed if I haven't broken the water jug. That comes of having water on the table. Oh, me! It's all over me." And then, getting up to avoid the flood he himself had caused, he nearly fell into the doctor's arms. "You're tired with your journey, Sir Louis. Perhaps you'd better go to bed." "Well, I am a bit seedy or so. Those cursed roads of yours shake a fellow so." The doctor rang the bell, and on this occasion did request that Joe might be sent for. Joe came in, and though he was much steadier than his master, looked as though he also had found some bin of which he had approved. "Sir Louis wishes to go to bed," said the doctor. "You had better give him your arm." "Oh, yes, in course I will," said Joe, standing immovable about half way between the door and the table. "I'll just take one more glass of the old port, doctor?" said Sir Louis, putting out his hand and clutching the decanter. It is very hard for any man to deny his guest in his own house, and the doctor at the moment did not know how to do it. So Sir Louis got his wine, after pouring half of it over the table. "Come in, sir, and give Sir Louis your arm," said the doctor angrily. "So I will, in course, if my master tells me. But if you please, Dr Thorne," and Joe put his hand up to his hair in a manner that had a great deal more of impudence than reverence in it, "I just want to ax one question. Where be I to sleep?" Now, this was a question which the doctor was not prepared to answer on the spur of the moment, however well Janet or Mary might have been able to do so. "Sleep!" said he. "I don't know where you are to sleep, and don't care. Ask Janet." "That's all very well, master." "Hold your tongue, sirrah," said Sir Louis. "What the devil do you want of sleep? Come here." And then, with his servant's help, he made his way up to his bedroom, and was no more heard of that night. "Did he get tipsy?" asked Mary, almost in a whisper, when her uncle joined her in the drawing room. "Don't talk of it," said he. "Poor wretch, poor wretch! Let's have some tea now, Molly, and pray don't talk any more about him to night." Then Mary did make the tea, and did not talk any more about Sir Louis that night. What on earth were they to do with him? He had come there self invited, but his connection with the doctor was such that it was impossible that he should be told to go away, either he himself or that servant of his. There was no reason to disbelieve him when he declared that he had come down to ferret out the squire. Such was, doubtless, his intention. He would ferret out the squire. Perhaps he might ferret out Lady Arabella also. Frank would be home in a few days, and he, too, might be ferreted out. But the matter took a very singular turn, and one quite unexpected on the doctor's part. On the morning following the little dinner of which we have spoken, one of the Greshamsbury grooms drove up to the doctor's door with two notes. One was addressed to the doctor in the squire's well known large handwriting, and the other was for Sir Louis. Each contained an invitation to dinner for the following day, and that to the doctor was in this wise: "Dear Doctor, do come and dine here to morrow, and bring Sir Louis Scatcherd with you. If you're the man I take you to be, you won't refuse me. Lady Arabella sends a note for Sir Louis. There will be nobody here but Oriel, and Mr Gazeby, who is staying in the house. Yours ever, F. N. Gresham. Greshamsbury, July, 185 . P.S. I make a positive request that you'll come, and I think you will hardly refuse me." The doctor read it twice before he could believe it, and then ordered Janet to take the other note up to Sir Louis. As these invitations were rather in opposition to the then existing Greshamsbury tactics, the cause of Lady Arabella's special civility must be explained. Mr Mortimer Gazeby was now at the house, and therefore it must be presumed that things were not allowed to go on after their old fashion. Mr Gazeby was an acute as well as a fashionable man, one who knew what he was about, and who, moreover, had determined to give his very best efforts on behalf of the Greshamsbury property. His energy in this respect will explain itself hereafter. It was not probable that the arrival in the village of such a person as Sir Louis Scatcherd should escape attention. He had heard of it before dinner, and before the evening was over had discussed it with Lady Arabella. Her ladyship was not at first inclined to make much of Sir Louis, and expressed herself as but little inclined to agree with Mr. Gazeby when that gentleman suggested that he should be treated with civility at Greshamsbury. But she was at last talked over. She found it pleasant enough to have more to do with the secret management of the estate than Mr. Gresham himself; and when Mr. Gazeby proved to her, by sundry nods and winks, and subtle allusions to her own infinite good sense, that it was necessary to catch this obscene bird which had come to prey upon the estate by throwing a little salt upon his tail, she also nodded and winked, and directed Augusta to prepare the salt according to order. "But won't it be odd, Mr. Gazeby, asking him out of Dr. Thorne's house?" "Oh, we must have the doctor too, Lady Arabella. By all means ask the doctor also." Lady Arabella's brow grew dark. "Mr. Gazeby," she said, "you can hardly believe how that man has behaved to me." "He is altogether beneath your anger," said Mr. Gazeby, with a bow. "I don't know. In one way he may be, but not in another. I really do not think I can sit down to table with Dr. Thorne." But nevertheless Mr. Gazeby gained his point. It was now about a week since Sir Omicron Pie had been at Greshamsbury, and the squire had, almost daily, spoken to his wife as to that learned man's advice. Lady Arabella always answered in the same tone: "You can hardly know, Mr. Gresham, how that man has insulted me." But nevertheless the physician's advice had not been disbelieved. It tallied too well with her own inward convictions. She was anxious enough to have Dr. Thorne back at her bedside, if she could only get him there without damage to her pride. Her husband, she thought, might probably send the doctor there without absolute permission from herself, in which case she would have been able to scold, and show that she was offended, and at the same time profit by what had been done. But Mr. Gresham never thought of taking so violent a step as this, and therefore Dr. Philgrave still came, and her ladyship's finesse was wasted in vain. But Mr. Gazebe's proposition opened a door by which her point might be gained. "Well," said she, at last, with infinite self-denial, "if you think it is for Mr. Gresham's advantage, and if he chooses to ask Dr. Thorne, I will not refuse to receive him." Mr. Gazebe's next task was to discuss the matter with the squire. Nor was this easy, for Mr. Gazeby was no favourite with Mr. Gresham. But the task was at last performed successfully. Mr. Gresham was so glad at heart to find himself able once more to ask his old friend to his own house, and though it would have pleased him better that this sign of relenting on his wife's part should have reached him by other means, he did not refuse to take advantage of it, and so he wrote the above letter to Dr. Thorne. The doctor, as we have said, read it twice, and he at once resolved stoutly that he would not go. "Oh, do go," said Mary. She well knew how wretched this feud had made her uncle. "Pray, pray go." "Indeed I will not," said he. "There are some things a man should bear, and some he should not." "You must go," said Mary, who had taken the note from her uncle's hand and read it. "You cannot refuse him when he asks you like that." "It will greatly grieve me, but I must refuse him." "I am also angry, uncle, very angry with Lady Arabella. But for him, for the squire, I would go to him on my knees if he asked me in that way." "Yes, and had he asked you, I also would have gone." "Oh, now I shall be so wretched. It is his invitation, not hers. Mr. Gresham could not ask me. As for her, do not think of her; but do go when he asks you like that. You will make me so miserable if you do not. And then Sir Louis cannot go without you," and Mary pointed upstairs, "and you may be sure that he will go." "Yes, and make a beast of himself." This colloquy was cut short by a message praying the doctor to go up to Sir Louis's room. The young man was sitting in his dressing gown, drinking a cup of coffee at his toilet table, while Joe was preparing his razor and hot water. The doctor's nose immediately told him that there was more in the coffee cup than had come out of his own kitchen, and he would not let the offence pass unnoticed. "Are you taking brandy this morning, Sir Louis?" "Just a little chasse café," said he, not exactly understanding the word he used. "It's all the go now, and a capital thing for the stomach." "It's not a capital thing for your stomach, about the least capital thing you can take; that is, if you wish to live." "Never mind about that now, doctor; but look here. This is what we call the civil thing, eh?" And he showed the Greshamsbury note. "Not but what they have an object, of course. I understand all that. Lots of girls there, eh?" The doctor took the note and read it. "It is civil," said he, "very civil." "Well, I shall go, of course. I don't bear malice because he can't pay me the money he owes me. I'll eat his dinner and look at the girls. Have you an invite too, doctor?" "Yes, I have." "And you'll go?" "I think not; but that need not deter you. But, Sir Louis—" "Well, eh? What is it?" "Step downstairs a moment," said the doctor, turning to the servant, "and wait till you are called for. I wish to speak to your master." Joe, for a moment, looked up at the baronet's face, as though he wanted but the slightest encouragement to disobey the doctor's orders; but not seeing it, he slowly retired, and placed himself, of course, at the keyhole. And then the doctor began a long and very useless lecture. The first object of it was to induce his ward not to get drunk at Greshamsbury; but having got so far, he went on, and did succeed in frightening his unhappy guest. Sir Louis did not possess the iron nerves of his father, nerves which even brandy had not been able to subdue. The doctor spoke strongly, very strongly; spoke of quick, almost immediate death in case of further excesses; spoke to him of the certainty there would be that he could not live to dispose of his own property if he could not refrain; and thus did he frighten Sir Louis. The father he had never been able to frighten; but there are men who, though they fear death hugely, fear present suffering more; who, indeed, will not bear a moment of pain if there be any mode of escape. Sir Louis was such; he had no strength of nerve, no courage, no ability to make a resolution and keep it. He promised the doctor that he would refrain, and as he did so, he swallowed down his cup of coffee and brandy, in which the two articles bore about equal proportions. The doctor did at last make up his mind to go. Whichever way he determined, he found that he was not contented with himself. He did not like to trust Sir Louis by himself, and he did not like to show that he was angry. Still less did he like the idea of breaking bread in Lady Arabella's house till some amends had been made to Mary. But his heart would not allow him to refuse the petition contained in the squire's postscript, and the matter ended in his accepting the invitation. This visit of his ward's was in every way pernicious to the doctor. He could not go about his business, fearing to leave such a man alone with Mary. On the afternoon of the second day she escaped to the parsonage for an hour or so, and then walked away among the lanes, calling on some of her old friends among the farmers' wives. But even then the doctor was afraid to leave Sir Louis. What could such a man do, left alone in a village like Greshamsbury? So he stayed at home, and the two together went over their accounts. The baronet was particular about his accounts, and said a good deal as to having Finnie over to Greshamsbury. To this, however, Dr Thorne positively refused his consent. The evening passed off better than the preceding one, at least the early part of it. Sir Louis did not get tipsy; he came up to tea, and Mary, who did not feel so keenly on the subject as her uncle, almost wished that he had not done so. At 10 o'clock he went to bed. But after that new troubles came on. The doctor had gone downstairs into his study to make up some of the time which he had lost, and had just seated himself at his desk, when Janet, without announcing herself, burst into the room, and Bridget, dissolved in hysterical tears, with her apron to her eyes, appeared behind the senior domestic. "Please, sir," said Janet, driven by excitement much beyond her usual pace of speaking, and becoming unintentionally a little less respectful than usual, Please, sir, that 'ere young man must go out of this 'ere house, or else no respectable young woman can't stop here, no indeed, sir, and we'd be sorry to trouble you, Dr Thorne, so we be." "What young man? Sir Louis?" asked the doctor. "Oh no, he abides mostly in bed, and don't do nothing amiss, leastways not to us. 'Tain't him, sir, but his man." "Man!" sobbed Bridget from behind. "He ain't no man, nor nothing like a man. If Thomas had been here, he wouldn't have dared, so he wouldn't." Thomas was the groom, and if all Greshamsbury reports were true, it was probable that on some happy future day Thomas and Bridget would become one flesh and one bone. "Please, sir," continued Janet, "there'll be very bad work here if that 'ere young man doesn't quit this here house this very night, and I'm sorry to trouble you, doctor, and so I am. But Tom, he be given to fight almost for nothing. He's hout now, but if that young man be's here when Tom comes home, Tom will be punching his head, I know he will." "He wouldn't stand by and see a poor girl put upon, no more he wouldn't," said Bridget through her tears. After many futile inquiries, the doctor ascertained that Mr. Jonah had expressed some admiration for Bridget's youthful charms, and had, in the absence of Janet, thrown himself at the lady's feet in a manner which had not been altogether pleasing to her. She had defended herself stoutly and loudly, and in the middle of the row Janet had come down. "And where is he now?" said the doctor. "Why, sir," said Janet, "the poor girl was so put about that she did give him one touch across the face with the rolling pin, and he be all bloody now in the back kitchen." At hearing this achievement of hers thus spoken of, Bridget sobbed more hysterically than ever; but the doctor, looking at her arm as she held her apron to her face, thought in his heart that Joe must have had so much the worst of it that there could be no possible need for the interference of Thomas the groom. And such turned out to be the case. The bridge of Joe's nose was broken, and the doctor had to set it for him in a little bedroom at the village public house, Bridget having positively refused to go to bed in the same house with so dreadful a character. "Quiet now, or I'll be serving thee the same way. Thee see I've found the trick of it." The doctor could not but hear so much as he made his way into his own house by the back door, after finishing his surgical operation. Bridget was recounting to her champion the fracas that had occurred, and he, as was so natural, was expressing his admiration at her valour. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Sir Louis goes out to dinner. The next day Joe did not make his appearance, and Sir Louis, with many execrations, was driven to the terrible necessity of dressing himself. Then came an unexpected difficulty. How were they to get up to the house? Walking out to dinner, though it was merely through the village and up the avenue, seemed to Sir Louis to be a thing impossible. Indeed, he was not well able to walk at all, and positively declared that he should never be able to make his way over the gravel in pumps. His mother would not have thought half as much of walking from Boxall Hill to Greshamsbury and back again. At last the one village fly was sent for, and the matter was arranged. When they reached the house it was easy to see that there was some unwonted bustle. In the drawing room there was no one but Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, who introduced himself to them both. Sir Louis, who knew that he was only an attorney, did not take much notice of him, but the doctor entered into conversation. "Have you heard that Mr. Gresham has come home?" said Mr. Gazeby. "Mr. Gresham? I did not know that he had been away." "Mr. Gresham, junior, I mean." No, indeed, the doctor had not heard. Frank had returned unexpectedly just before dinner, and he was now undergoing his father's smiles, his mother's embraces, and his sister's questions. "Quite unexpectedly," said Mr. Gazeby. "I don't know what has brought him back before his time. I suppose he found London too hot." "Deuced hot," said the baronet. "I found it so, at least. I don't know what keeps men in London when it's so hot, except those fellows who have business to do. They're paid for it." Mr Mortimer Gazeby looked at him. He was managing an estate which owed Sir Louis an enormous sum of money, and therefore he could not afford to despise the baronet; but he thought to himself what a very abject fellow the man would be if he were not a baronet and had not a large fortune. And then the squire came in. His broad honest face was covered with a smile when he saw the doctor. "Thorne," he said, almost in a whisper, "you're the best fellow breathing. I have hardly deserved this." The doctor, as he took his old friend's hand, could not but be glad that he had followed Mary's counsel. "So Frank has come home?" "Oh, yes; quite unexpectedly. He was to have stayed a week longer in London. You would hardly know him if you met him. Sir Louis, I beg your pardon." And the squire went up to his other guest, who had remained somewhat sullenly standing in one corner of the room. He was the man of highest rank present, or to be present, and he expected to be treated as such. "I am happy to have the pleasure of making your acquaintance, Mr Gresham," said the baronet, intending to be very courteous. "Though we have not met before, I very often see your name in my accounts. Ha, ha, ha!" And Sir Louis laughed as though he had said something very good. The meeting between Lady Arabella and the doctor was rather distressing to the former, but she managed to get over it. She shook hands with him graciously, and said that it was a fine day. The doctor said that it was fine, only perhaps a little rainy; and then they went into different parts of the room. When Frank came in, the doctor hardly did know him. His hair was darker than it had been, and so was his complexion, but his chief disguise was in a long silken beard, which hung down over his cravat. The doctor had hitherto not been much in favour of long beards, but he could not deny that Frank looked very well with the appendage. "Oh, doctor, I am so delighted to find you here," said he, coming up to him. "So very, very glad." And taking the doctor's arm, he led him away into a window, where they were alone. "And how is Mary?" said he, almost in a whisper. "Oh, I wish she were here. But, doctor, it shall all come in time. But tell me, doctor, there is no news about her, is there?" "News? What news?" "Oh, well, no news is good news. You will give her my love, won't you?" The doctor said that he would. What else could he say? It appeared quite clear to him that some of Mary's fears were groundless. Frank was again very much altered. It has been said that though he was a boy at 21, he was a man at 22; but now at 23 he appeared to be almost a man of the world. His manners were easy, his voice under his control, and words were at his command. He was no longer either shy or noisy, but perhaps was open to the charge of seeming, at least, to be too conscious of his own merits. He was, indeed, very handsome; tall, manly, and powerfully built. His form was such as women's eyes have ever loved to look upon. "Ah, if he would but marry money!" said Lady Arabella to herself, taken up by a mother's natural admiration for her son. His sisters clung round him before dinner, all talking to him at once. How proud a family of girls are of one big, tall, burly brother! "You don't mean to tell me, Frank, that you are going to eat soup with that beard?" said the squire, when they were seated round the table. He had not ceased to rally his son as to this patriarchal adornment; but nevertheless any one could have seen, with half an eye, that he was as proud of it as were the others. "Don't I, sir? All I require is a relay of napkins for every course." And he went to work, covering it with every spoonful, as men with beards always do. "Well, if you like it," said the squire, shrugging his shoulders. "But I do like it," said Frank. "Oh, papa, you wouldn't have him cut it off," said one of the twins. "It is so handsome." "I should like to work it into a chair back instead of floss silk," said the other twin. "Thank ye, Sophy; I'll remember you for that." "Doesn't it look nice, and grand, and patriarchal?" said Beatrice, turning to her neighbour. "Patriarchal, certainly," said Mr Oriel. "I should grow one myself if I had not the fear of the archbishop before my eyes." What was next said to him was a whisper audible only to himself. "Doctor, did you know Wildman of the 9th? He was left as surgeon at Scutari for 2 years. Why, my beard to his is only a little down." "A little way down, you mean," said Mr. Gazebee. "Yes," said Frank, resolutely set against laughing at Mr. Gazebee's pun. "Why, his beard descends to his ankles, and he is obliged to tie it in a bag at night because his feet get entangled in it when he is asleep." "Oh, Frank!" said one of the girls. This was all very well for the squire, and Lady Arabella, and the girls. They were all delighted to praise Frank, and to talk about him. Neither did it come amiss to Mr. Oriel and the doctor, who had both a personal interest in the young hero. But Sir Louis did not like it at all. He was the only baronet in the room, and yet nobody took any notice of him. He was seated in the post of honour, next to Lady Arabella; but even Lady Arabella seemed to think more of her own son than him. Seeing how he was ill used, he meditated revenge; but not the less did it behove him to make some effort to attract attention. "Was your ladyship long in London this season?" said he. Lady Arabella had not been in London at all this year, and it was a sore subject with her. "No," said she, graciously; "circumstances have kept us at home." Sir Louis only understood one description of circumstances. Circumstances, in his idea, meant the want of money, and he immediately took Lady Arabella's speech as a confession of poverty. "Ah, indeed, I am very sorry for that. That must be very distressing to a person like your ladyship. But things are mending, perhaps?" Lady Arabella did not in the least understand him. "Mending!" she said, in her peculiar tone of aristocratic indifference, and then turned to Mr. Gazebee, who was on the other side of her. Sir Louis was not going to stand this. He was the first man in the room, and he knew his own importance. It was not to be borne that Lady Arabella should turn to talk to a dirty attorney, and leave him, a baronet, to eat his dinner without notice. If nothing else would move her, he would let her know who was the real owner of the Greshamsbury title deeds. "I think I saw your ladyship out to day taking a ride." Lady Arabella had driven through the village in her pony chair. "I never ride," said she, turning her head for one moment from Mr. Gazebee. "In the one horse carriage, I mean, my lady. I was delighted with the way you whipped him up round the corner." "Whipped him up round the corner?" Lady Arabella could make no answer to this, so she went on talking to Mr. Gazebee. Sir Louis, repulsed but not vanquished, resolved not to be vanquished by any Lady Arabella, turned his attention to his plate for a minute or two, and then recommenced. "The honour of a glass of wine with you, Lady Arabella," said he. "I never take wine at dinner," said Lady Arabella. The man was becoming intolerable to her, and she was beginning to fear that it would be necessary for her to fly the room to get rid of him. The baronet was again silent for a moment, but he was determined not to be put down. "This is a nice looking country about here," said he. "Yes, very nice," said Mr. Gazebee, endeavouring to relieve the lady of the mansion. "I hardly know which I like best; this or my own place at Boxall Hill. You have the advantage here in trees and those sort of things. But as to the house, why, my box there is very comfortable, very. You'd hardly know the place now, Lady Arabella, if you haven't seen it since my governor bought it. How much do you think he spent about the house and grounds, pineries included, you know, and those sort of things?" Lady Arabella shook her head. "Now guess, my lady," said he. But it was not to be supposed that Lady Arabella should guess on such a subject. "I never guess," said she, with a look of ineffable disgust. "What do you say, Mr. Gazebee?" "Perhaps £100,000. "What, for a house? You can't know much about money, nor yet about building, I think, Mr. Gazebee." "Not much," said Mr. Gazebee, "as to such magnificent places as Boxall Hill." "Well, my lady, if you won't guess, I'll tell you. It cost £22,419 4s. 8d. I've all the accounts exact. Now that's a tidy lot of money for a house for a man to live in." Sir Louis spoke this in a loud tone, which at least commanded the attention of the table. Lady Arabella, vanquished, bowed her head, and said that it was a large sum. Mr. Gazebee went on sedulously eating his dinner. The squire was struck momentarily dumb in the middle of a long chat with the doctor. Even Mr. Oriel ceased to whisper, and the girls opened their eyes with astonishment. Before the end of his speech Sir Louis's voice had become very loud. "Yes, indeed," said Frank; "a very tidy lot of money. I'd have generously dropped the 4 8 if I'd been the architect." "It wasn't all one bill, but that's the tot. I can show the bills;" and Sir Louis, well pleased with his triumph, swallowed a glass of wine. Almost immediately after the cloth was removed, Lady Arabella escaped, and the gentlemen clustered together. Sir Louis found himself next to Mr. Oriel, and began to make himself agreeable. "A very nice girl, Miss Beatrice; very nice." Now Mr. Oriel was a modest man, and when thus addressed as to his future wife, found it difficult to make any reply. "You parsons always have your own luck," said Sir Louis. "You get all the beauty, and generally all the money too. Not much of the latter in this case, though, eh?" Mr. Oriel was dumbfounded. He had never said a word to any creature as to Beatrice's dowry, and when Mr. Gresham had told him, with sorrow, that his daughter's portion must be small, he had at once passed away from the subject as one that was hardly fit for conversation, even between him and his future father-in-law. And now he was abruptly questioned on the subject by a man he had never before seen in his life. Of course he could make no answer. "The squire has muddled his matters most uncommonly," continued Sir Louis, filling his glass for the second time before he passed the bottle. "What do you suppose now he owes me alone? Just at one lump, you know." Mr. Oriel had nothing for it but to run. He could make no answer, nor would he sit there to hear tidings as to Mr. Gresham's embarrassments. So he fairly retreated, without having said one word to his neighbour, finding such discretion to be the only kind of valour left to him. "What, Oriel, off already?" said the squire. "Anything the matter?" "Oh, no, nothing particular. I'm not just quite. I think I'll go out for a few minutes." "See what it is to be in love," said the squire, half whispering to Dr. Thorne. "You're not in the same way, I hope." Sir Louis then shifted his seat again, and found himself next to Frank. Mr. Gazebee was opposite to him, and the doctor opposite to Frank. "Parson seems peakish, I think," said the baronet. "Peakish?" said the squire, inquisitively. "Rather down on his luck. He's decently well off himself, isn't he?" There was another pause, and nobody seemed inclined to answer the question. "I mean he's got something more than his bare living." "Oh, yes," said Frank, laughing. "He's got what will buy him bread and cheese when the Rads shut up the church; unless, indeed, they shut up the funds too." "Ah, there's nothing like land," said Sir Louis; "nothing like the dirty acres. Is there, squire?" "Land is a very good investment, certainly," said Mr. Gresham. "The best going," said the other, who was now, as people say when they mean to be good natured, slightly under the influence of liquor. "The best going, eh, Gazebee?" Mr. Gazebee gathered himself up and turned away his head, looking out of the window. "You lawyers never like to give an opinion without money, ha, ha, ha! Do they, Mr. Gresham? You and I have had to pay for plenty of them, and will have to pay for plenty more before they let us alone." Here Mr. Gazebee got up and followed Mr. Oriel out of the room. He was not, of course, on such intimate terms in the house as was Mr. Oriel, but he hoped to be forgiven by the ladies in consequence of the severity of the miseries to which he was subjected. He and Mr. Oriel were soon to be seen through the dining room window, walking about the grounds with the 2 eldest Miss Greshams. And Patience Oriel, who had also been of the party, was also to be seen with the twins. Frank looked at his father with an almost malicious smile, and began to think that he too might be better employed out among the walks. Did he think then of a former summer evening, when he had half broken Mary's heart by walking there too lovingly with Patience Oriel? Sir Louis, if he continued his brilliant career of success, would soon be left the cock of the walk. The squire, to be sure, could not bolt, nor could the doctor very well, but they might be equally vanquished, remaining there in their chairs. Dr. Thorne during all this time was sitting with tingling ears. Indeed, it may be said that his whole body tingled. He was, in a manner, responsible for this horrid scene, but what could he do to stop it? He could not take Sir Louis up bodily and carry him away. One idea did occur to him. The fly had been ordered for 10 o'clock. He could rush out and send for it instantly. "You're not going to leave me," said the squire in a voice of horror, as he saw the doctor rising from his chair. "Oh, no, no, no," said the doctor; and then he whispered the purpose of his mission. "I will be back in 2 minutes." The doctor would have given £20 to have closed the scene at once, but he was not the man to desert his friend in such a strait as that. "He's a well-meaning fellow, the doctor," said Sir Louis, when his guardian was out of the room. "Very; but he's not up to trap, not at all." "Up to trap! Well, I should say he was; that is, if I know what trap means," said Frank. "Ah, but that's just the ticket. Do you know? Now I say Dr Thorne's not a man of the world." "He's about the best man I know, or ever heard of," said the squire; "and if any man ever had a good friend, you have got one in him, and so have I." And the squire silently drank the doctor's health. "All very true, I dare say; but yet he's not up to trap. Now look here, squire." "If you don't mind, sir," said Frank, "I've got something very particular. Perhaps, however " "Stay till Thorne returns, Frank." Frank did stay till Thorne returned, and then escaped. "Excuse me, doctor," said he, "but I've something very particular to say. I'll explain to morrow." And then the three were left alone. Sir Louis was now becoming almost drunk, and was knocking his words together. The squire had already attempted to stop the bottle, but the baronet had contrived to get a hold of a modicum of Madeira, and there was no preventing him from helping himself; at least, none at the moment. "As we were saying about lawyers," continued Sir Louis. "Let's see, what were we saying? Why, squire, it's just here. Those fellows will fleece us both if we don't mind what we're after." "Never mind about lawyers now," said Dr Thorne angrily. "Ah, but I do mind, most particularly. That's all very well for you, doctor. You've nothing to lose. You've no great stake in the matter. Why, now, what sum of money of mine do you think those doctors are handling?" "Doctors?" said the squire in a tone of dismay. "Lawyers, I mean, of course. Why now, Gresham, we're all totted now, you see. You're down in my books, I take it, for pretty near £100,000. "Hold your tongue, sir," said the doctor, getting up. "Hold my tongue!" said Sir Louis. "Sir Louis Scatcherd," said the squire, slowly rising from his chair, "we will not, if you please, talk about business at the present moment. Perhaps we had better go to the ladies." This latter proposition had certainly not come from the squire's heart. Going to the ladies was the very last thing for which Sir Louis was now fit. But the squire had said it as being the only recognised formal way he could think of for breaking up the symposium. "Oh, very well," hiccuped the baronet. "I'm always ready for the ladies," and he stretched out his hand to the decanter to get a last glass of Madeira. "No," said the doctor, rising stoutly, and speaking with a determined voice. "No, you will have no more wine," and he took the decanter from him. "What's all this about?" said Sir Louis, with a drunken laugh. "Of course he cannot go into the drawing room, Mr Gresham. If you will leave him here with me, I will stay with him till the fly comes. Pray tell Lady Arabella from me how sorry I am that this has occurred." The squire would not leave his friend, and they sat together till the fly came. It was not long, for the doctor had dispatched his messenger with much haste. "I am so heartily ashamed of myself," said the doctor, almost with tears. The squire took him by the hand affectionately. "I've seen a tipsy man before to night," said he. "Yes," said the doctor, "and so have I; but " He did not express the rest of his thoughts. CHAPTER XXXVI. Chapter 36 of Dr Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr Thorne, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Will he come again? Long before the doctor returned home after the little dinner party above described, Mary had learned that Frank was already at Greshamsbury. She had heard nothing of him or from him, not a word, nothing in the shape of a message for 12 months, and at her age 12 months is a long period. Would he not come to see her in spite of his mother? Would he send her any tidings of his return, or notice her in any way? If he did not, what would she do? And if he did, what then would she do? It was so hard to resolve, so hard to be deserted, and so hard to dare to wish that she might not be deserted. She continued to say to herself that it would be better that they should be strangers, and she could hardly keep herself from tears in the fear that they might be so. What chance could there be that he should care for her, after an absence spent in travelling over the world? No, she would forget that affair of his hand, and then immediately after having so determined, she would confess to herself that it was a thing not to be forgotten, and impossible of oblivion. On her uncle's return she would hear some word about him, and so she sat alone, with a book before her, of which she could not read a line. She expected them about 11, and was therefore rather surprised when the fly stopped at the door before 9. She immediately heard her uncle's voice, loud and angry, calling for Thomas. Both Thomas and Bridget were unfortunately out, being, at this moment, forgetful of all sublunary cares, and seated in happiness under a beech tree in the park. Janet flew to the little gate, and there found Sir Louis insisting that he would be taken at once to his own mansion at Boxall Hill, and positively swearing that he would no longer submit to the insult of the doctor's surveillance. In the absence of Thomas, the doctor was forced to apply for assistance to the driver of the fly. Between them the baronet was dragged out of the vehicle, the windows suffered much, and the doctor's hat also. In this way he was taken upstairs, and was at last put to bed, Janet assisting; nor did the doctor leave the room till his guest was asleep. Then he went into the drawing room to Mary. It may easily be conceived that he was hardly in a humour to talk much about Frank Gresham. "What am I to do with him?" said he, almost in tears. "What am I to do with him?" "Can you not send him to Boxall Hill?" asked Mary. "Yes, to kill himself there. But it is no matter; he will kill himself somewhere. Oh, what that family have done for me!" And then, suddenly remembering a portion of their doings, he took Mary in his arms, and kissed her and blessed her, and declared that, in spite of all this, he was a happy man. There was no word about Frank that night. The next morning the doctor found Sir Louis very weak, and begging for stimulants. He was worse than weak. He was in such a state of wretched misery and mental prostration, so low in his heart, in such collapse of energy and spirit, that Dr. Thorne thought it prudent to remove his razors from his reach. "For God's sake, do let me have a little chasse café. I'm always used to it. Ask Joe if I'm not. You don't want to kill me, do you?" And the baronet cried piteously like a child, and when the doctor left him for the breakfast table, abjectly implored Janet to get him some curaçao, which he knew was in one of his portmanteaus. Janet, however, was true to her master. The doctor did give him some wine, and then, having left strict orders as to his treatment, Bridget and Thomas being now both in the house, went forth to some of his too much neglected patients. Then Mary was again alone, and her mind flew away to her lover. How should she be able to compose herself when she should first see him? See him she must. People cannot live in the same village without meeting. If she passed him at the church door, as she often passed Lady Arabella, what should she do? Lady Arabella always smiled a peculiar, little, bitter smile, and this, with half a nod of recognition, carried off the meeting. Should she try the bitter smile, the half nod, with Frank? Alas, she knew he was not in her to be so much mistress of her heart's blood. As she thus thought, she stood at the drawing room window looking out into her garden, and as she leaned against the sill, her head was surrounded by the sweet creepers. "At any rate he won't come here," she said, and so with a deep sigh she turned from the window into the room. There he was, Frank Gresham himself, standing there in her immediate presence, beautiful as Apollo. Her next thought was how she might escape from out of his arms. How it happened that she had fallen into them, she never knew. "Mary, my own love, my own one, sweetest, dearest, best! Mary, dear Mary, have you not a word to say to me?" No, she had not a word, though her life had depended on it. The exertion necessary for not crying was quite enough for her. This, then, was the bitter smile and the half nod that was to pass between them. This was the manner in which estrangement was to grow into indifference. This was the mode of meeting by which she was to prove that she was mistress of her conduct, if not her heart. There he held her close bound to his breast, and she could only protect her face, and that all ineffectually, with her hands. "He loves another," Beatrice had said. "At any rate he will not love me," her own heart had said also. Here now was the answer. "You know you cannot marry him," Beatrice had said also. Ah, if that really were so, was not this embrace deplorable for them both? And yet how could she not be happy? She endeavoured to repel him, but with what a weak endeavour! Her pride had been wounded to the core, not by Lady Arabella's scorn, but by the conviction which had grown on her that though she had given her own heart absolutely away, had parted with it wholly and for ever, she had received nothing in return. The world, her world, would know that she had loved, and loved in vain. But here now was the loved one at her feet. The first moment that his enforced banishment was over had brought him there. How could she not be happy? They all said that she could not marry him. Well, perhaps it might be so. Nay, when she thought of it, must not that edict too probably be true? But if so, it would not be his fault. He was true to her, and that satisfied her pride. He had taken from her, by surprise, a confession of her love. She had often regretted her weakness in allowing him to do so, but she could not regret it now. She could endure to suffer. Nay, it would not be suffering while he suffered with her. "Not one word, Mary? Then after all my dreams, after all my patience, you do not love me at last?" "Oh, Frank, notwithstanding what has been said in thy praise, what a fool thou art! Was any word necessary for thee? Had not her heart beat against thine? Had she not borne thy caresses? Had there been one touch of anger when she warded off thy threatened kisses? Bridget, in the kitchen, when Jonah became amorous, smashed his nose with a rolling pin. But when Thomas sinned, perhaps as deeply, she only talked of doing so. Miss Thorne, in the drawing room, had she needed self-protection, could doubtless have found the means, though the process would probably have been less violent. At last Mary succeeded in her efforts at enfranchisement, and she and Frank stood at some little distance from each other. She could not but marvel at him. That long soft beard, which just now had been so close to her face, was all new. His whole look was altered. His mien and gait and very voice were not the same. Was this indeed the very Frank who had chattered of his boyish love 2 years since in the gardens at Greshamsbury? "Not one word of welcome, Mary?" "Indeed, Mr Gresham, you are welcome home." "Mr Gresham! Tell me, Mary, tell me at once. Has anything happened? I could not ask up there." "Frank," she said, and then stopped, not being able at the moment to get any further. "Speak to me honestly, Mary, honestly and bravely. I offered you my hand once before. There it is again. Will you take it?" She looked wistfully up in his eyes. She would fain have taken it. But though a girl may be honest in such a case, it is so hard for her to be brave. He still held out his hand. "Mary," said he, "if you can value it, it shall be yours through good fortune or ill fortune. There may be difficulties, but if you can love me, we will get over them. I am a free man, free to do as I please with myself, except in so far as I am bound to you. There is my hand. Will you have it?" And then he too looked into her eyes, and waited composedly, as though determined to have an answer. She slowly raised her hand, and as she did so her eyes fell to the ground. It then drooped again, and was again raised, and at last her light tapering fingers rested on his broad open palm. They were soon clutched and the whole hand brought absolutely within his grasp. "There, now you are my own," he said, "and none of them shall part us. My own Mary, my own wife." "Oh, Frank, is not this imprudent? Is it not wrong?" "Imprudent! I am sick of prudence. I hate prudence. And as for wrong, no. I say it is not wrong; certainly not wrong if we love each other. And you do love me, Mary, eh? You do, don't you?" He would not excuse her, or allow her to escape from saying it in so many words. And when the words did come at last, they came freely. "Yes, Frank, I do love you. If that were all, you would have no cause for fear." "And I will have no cause for fear." "Ah, but your father, Frank, and my uncle. I can never bring myself to do anything that shall bring either of them to sorrow." Frank, of course, ran through all his arguments. He would go into a profession, or take a farm and live in it. He would wait, that is, for a few months. "A few months, Frank," said Mary. "Well, perhaps 6." "Oh, Frank!" But Frank would not be stopped. He would do anything that his father might ask him; anything but the one thing. He would not give up the wife he had chosen. It would not be reasonable, or proper, or righteous that he should be asked to do so. And here he mounted a somewhat high horse. Mary had no arguments which she could bring from her heart to offer in opposition to all this. She could only leave her hand in his, and feel that she was happier than she had been at any time since the day of that donkey ride at Boxall Hill. "But, Mary," continued he, becoming very grave and serious, "we must be true to each other and firm in this. Nothing that any of them can say shall drive me from my purpose. Will you say as much?" Her hand was still in his, and so she stood, thinking for a moment, before she answered him. But she could not do less for him than he was willing to do for her. "Yes," said she, said in a very low voice, and with a manner perfectly quiet, "I will be firm. Nothing that they can say shall shake me. But, Frank, it cannot be soon." Nothing further occurred in this interview which needs recording. Frank had been 3 times told by Mary that he had better go before he did go; and at last she was obliged to take the matter into her own hands and lead him to the door. "You are in a great hurry to get rid of me," said he. "You have been here 2 hours, and you must go now. What will they all think?" "Who cares what they think? Let them think the truth, that after a year's absence I have much to say to you." However, at last he did go, and Mary was left alone. Frank, although he had been so slow to move, had 1,000 other things to do, and went about them at once. He was very much in love, no doubt, but that did not interfere with his interest in other pursuits. In the first place, he had to see Harry Baker, and Harry Baker's stud. Harry had been specially charged to look after the black horse during Frank's absence, and the holiday doings of that valuable animal had to be inquired into. Then the kennel of the hounds had to be visited, and, as a matter of second-rate importance, the master. This could not be done on the same day, but a plan for doing so must be concocted with Harry. And then there were 2 young pointer pups. Frank, when he left his betrothed, went about these things quite as vehemently as though he were not in love at all; quite as vehemently as though he had said nothing as to going into some profession which must necessarily separate him from horses and dogs. But Mary sat there at her window, thinking of her love, and thinking of nothing else. It was all in all to her now. She had pledged herself not to be shaken from her troth by anything, by any person, and it would behoove her to be true to this pledge. True to it, though all the Greshams but one should oppose her with all their power; true to it, even though her own uncle should oppose her. And how could she have done any other thing than so pledge herself, invoked to it as she had been? How could she do less for him than he was so anxious to do for her? They would talk to her of maiden delicacy, and tell her that she had put a stain on that snow-white coat of proof, in confessing her love for one whose friends were unwilling to receive her. Let them so talk. Honour, honesty, and truth, outspoken truth, self-denying truth, and fealty from man to man, are worth more than maiden delicacy, more, at any rate, than the talk of it. It was not for herself that this pledge had been made. She knew her position and the difficulties of it. She knew also the value of it. He had much to offer, much to give. She had nothing but herself. He had name and old repute, family, honour, and what eventually would at least be wealth to her. She was nameless, fameless, portionless. He had come there with all his ardour, with the impulse of his character, and asked for her love. It was already his own. He had then demanded her troth, and she had acknowledged that he had a right to demand it. She would be his if ever it should be in his power to take her. But there let the bargain end. She would always remember that though it was in her power to keep her pledge, it might too probably not be in his power to keep his. That doctrine, laid down so imperatively by the great authorities of Greshamsbury, that edict which demanded that Frank should marry money, had come home also to her with a certain force. It would be sad that the fame of Greshamsbury should perish, and that the glory should depart from the old house. It might be that Frank also should perceive that he must marry money. It would be a pity that he had not seen it sooner, but she, at any rate, would not complain. And so she stood, leaning on the open window, with her book unnoticed lying beside her. The sun had been in the mid-sky when Frank had left her, but its rays were beginning to stream into the room from the west before she moved from her position. Her first thought in the morning had been this: would he come to see her? Her last now was more soothing to her, less full of absolute fear. Would it be right that he should come again? The first sound she heard were the footsteps of her uncle as he came up to the drawing room, 3 steps at a time. His step was always heavy, but when he was disturbed in spirit it was slow; when merely fatigued in body by ordinary work it was quick. "What a broiling day!" he said, and threw himself into a chair. "For mercy's sake, give me something to drink." Now the doctor was a great man for summer drinks. In his house, lemonade, currant juice, orange mixtures, and raspberry vinegar were used by the quart. He frequently disapproved of these things for his patients, as being apt to disarrange the digestion, but he consumed enough himself to throw a large family into such difficulties. "Ha!" he ejaculated after a draught. "I'm better now. Well, what's the news?" "You've been out, uncle. You ought to have the news. How's Mrs. Green?" "Really as bad as ennui and solitude can make her." "And Mrs. Oaklerath?" "She's getting better, because she has 10 children to look after, and twins to suckle." "What has he been doing?" And the doctor pointed towards the room occupied by Sir Louis. Mary's conscience struck her that she had not even asked. She had hardly remembered during the whole day that the baronet was in the house. "I do not think he has been doing much," she said. "Janet has been with him all day." "Has he been drinking?" "Upon my word, I don't know, uncle. I think not, for Janet has been with him. But, uncle " "Well, dear, but just give me a little more of that tipple." Mary prepared the tumbler, and as she handed it to him, she said, "Frank Gresham has been here to day." The doctor swallowed his draught, and put down the glass before he made any reply, and even then he said but little. "Oh, Frank Gresham?" "Yes, uncle." "You thought him looking pretty well?" "Yes, uncle; he was very well, I believe." Dr. Thorne had nothing more to say, so he got up and went to his patient in the next room. "If he disapproves of it, why does he not say so?" said Mary to herself. "Why does he not advise me?" But it was not so easy to give advice while Sir Louis Scatcherd was lying there in that state. Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. Sir Louis leaves Greshamsbury. Janet had been sedulous in her attentions to Sir Louis, and had not troubled her mistress; but she had not had an easy time of it. Her orders had been, that either she or Thomas should remain in the room the whole day, and those orders had been obeyed. Immediately after breakfast, the baronet had inquired after his own servant. His confounded nose must be right by this time, I suppose." "It was very bad, Sir Louis," said the old woman, who imagined that it might be difficult to induce Jonah to come into the house again. "A man in such a place as his has no business to be laid up," said the master, with a whine. "I'll see and get a man who won't break his nose." Thomas was sent to the inn 3 or 4 times, but in vain. The man was sitting up well enough in the tap room, but the middle of his face was covered with streaks of plaster, and he could not bring himself to expose his wounds before his conqueror. Sir Louis began by ordering the woman to bring him chasse café. She offered him coffee, as much as he would, but no chasse. A glass of port wine, she said, at 12 o'clock, and another at 3, had been ordered for him. "I don't care a for the orders," said Sir Louis. "Send me my own man." The man was again sent for, but would not come. "There's a bottle of that stuff that I take in that portmanteau in the left-hand corner. Just hand it to me." But Janet was not to be done. She would give him no stuff, except what the doctor had ordered, till the doctor came back. The doctor would then, no doubt, give him anything that was proper. Sir Louis swore a good deal, and stormed as much as he could. He drank, however, his 2 glasses of wine, and he got no more. Once or twice he essayed to get out of bed and dress, but at every effort he found that he could not do it without Joe, and there he was, still under the clothes, when the doctor returned. "I'll tell you what it is," said he, as soon as his guardian entered the room, "I'm not going to be made a prisoner of here." "A prisoner? No, surely not." "It seems very much like it at present. Your servant here, that old woman, takes it upon her to say she'll do nothing without your orders." "Well, she's right there." "Right! I don't know what you call right, but I won't stand it. You are not going to make a child of me, Dr. Thorne, so you need not think of it." And then there was a long quarrel between them, and but an indifferent reconciliation. The baronet said that he would go to Boxall Hill, and was vehement in his intention to do so, because the doctor opposed it. He had not, however, as yet ferreted out the squire, or given a bit of his mind to Mr Gazeby, and it behoved him to do this before he took himself off to his own country mansion. He ended, therefore, by deciding to go on the next day but one. "Let it be so, if you are well enough," said the doctor. "Well enough!" said the other, with a sneer. "There's nothing to make me ill that I know of. It certainly won't be drinking too much here." On the next day Sir Louis was in a different mood, and in one more distressing for the doctor to bear. His compelled abstinence from intemperate drinking had no doubt been good for him, but his mind had so much sunk under the pain of the privation that his state was piteous to behold. He had cried for his servant, as a child cries for its nurse, till at last the doctor, moved to pity, had himself gone out and brought the man in from the public house. But when he did come, Joe was of but little service to his master, as he was altogether prevented from bringing him either wine or spirits; and when he searched for the liqueur case, he found that even that had been carried away. "I believe you want me to die," he said, as the doctor, sitting by his bedside, was trying for the 100th time to make him understand that he had but one chance of living. The doctor was not in the least irritated. It would have been as wise to be irritated by the want of reason in a dog. "I am doing what I can to save your life," he said calmly. "But, as you said just now, I have no power over you. As long as you are able to move and remain in my house, you certainly shall not have the means of destroying yourself. You will be very wise to stay here for a week or 10 days. A week or 10 days of healthy living might, perhaps, bring you round." Sir Louis again declared that the doctor wished him to die, and spoke of sending for his attorney, Finnie, to come to Greshamsbury to look after him. "Send for him if you choose," said the doctor. "His coming will cost you £3 or £4, but can do no other harm." "And I will send for Philgrave," threatened the baronet. "I'm not going to die here like a dog." It was certainly hard upon Dr. Thorne that he should be obliged to entertain such a guest in the house; to entertain him, and foster him, and care for him, almost as though he were a son. But he had no alternative. He had accepted the charge from Sir Roger, and he must go through with it. His conscience, moreover, allowed him no rest in this matter. It harassed him day and night, driving him on sometimes to great wretchedness. He could not love this incubus that was on his shoulders. He could not do other than be very far from loving him. Of what use or value was he to any one? What could the world make of him that would be good, or he of the world? Was not an early death his certain fate? The earlier it might be, would it not be the better? Were he to linger on yet for 2 years longer, and such a space of life was possible for him, how great would be the mischief that he might do, nay, certainly would do. Farewell, then, to all hopes for Greshamsbury, as far as Mary was concerned. Farewell, then, to that dear scheme which lay deep in the doctor's heart, that hope that he might, in his niece's name, give back to the son the lost property of the father. And might not 1 year, 6 months, be as fatal? Frank, they all said, must marry money; and even he, the doctor himself, much as he despised the idea for money's sake, even he could not but confess that Frank, as the heir to an old but grievously embarrassed property, had no right to marry, at his early age, a girl without a shilling. Mary, his niece, his own child, would probably be the heiress of this immense wealth; but he could not tell this to Frank; no, nor to Frank's father, while Sir Louis was yet alive. What if by so doing he should achieve this marriage for his niece, and that then Sir Louis should live to dispose of his own? How then would he face the anger of Lady Arabella? "I will never hanker after a dead man's shoes, neither for myself nor for another," he had said to himself 100 times, and as often did he accuse himself of doing so. One path, however, was plainly open before him. He would keep his peace as to the will, and he would use such efforts as he might use for a son of his own loins to preserve the life that was so valueless. His wishes, his hopes, his thoughts he could not control, but his conduct was at his own disposal. "I say, doctor, you don't really think that I'm going to die?" Sir Louis said, when Dr Thorne again visited him. "I don't think it at all. I am sure you will kill yourself if you continue to live as you have lately done." "But suppose I go all right for a while and live just as you tell me, you know?" "All of us are in God's hands, Sir Louis. By doing so you will, at any rate, give yourself the best chance." "Best chance! Why, doctor, there are fellows have done 10 times worse than I, and they are not going to kick. Come now, I know you are trying to frighten me; ain't you now?" "I am trying to do the best I can for you." "It's very hard on a fellow like me. I have nobody to say a kind word to me; no, not one." And Sir Louis, in his wretchedness, began to weep. "Come, doctor, if you'll put me once more on my legs, I'll let you draw on the estate for £500. By G I will." The doctor went away to his dinner, and the baronet also had his in bed. He could not eat much, but he was allowed 2 glasses of wine, and also a little brandy in his coffee. This somewhat invigorated him, and when Dr Thorne again went to him in the evening, he did not find him so utterly prostrated in spirit. He had, indeed, made up his mind to a great resolve, and thus unfolded his final scheme for his own reformation. "Doctor," he began again, "I believe you are an honest fellow; I do indeed." Dr Thorne could not but thank him for his good opinion. "You ain't annoyed at what I said this morning, are you?" The doctor had forgotten the particular annoyance to which Sir Louis alluded, and informed him that his mind might be at rest on any such matter. "I do believe you'd be glad to see me well, wouldn't you now?" The doctor assured him that such was in very truth the case. "Well, now I'll tell you what. I've been thinking about it a great deal to day; indeed I have; and I want to do what's right. Mightn't I have a little drop more of that stuff, just in a cup of coffee?" The doctor poured him out a cup of coffee, and put about a teaspoonful of brandy in it. Sir Louis took it with a disconsolate face, not having been accustomed to such measures in the use of his favourite beverage. "I do wish to do what's right; I do indeed, only you see I'm so lonely. As to those fellows up in London, I don't think that one of them cares a straw about me." Dr. Thorne was of the same way of thinking, and he said so. He could not but feel some sympathy with the unfortunate man as he thus spoke of his own lot. It was true that he had been thrown on the world without any one to take care of him. "My dear friend, I will do the best I can in every way, I will indeed. I do believe that your companions in town have been too ready to lead you astray. Drop them, and you may yet do well." "May I though, doctor? Well, I will drop them. This Jenkins, he's the best of them, but even he is always wanting to make money of me. Not but what I'm up to the best of them in that way." "You had better leave London, Sir Louis, and change your old mode of life. Go to Boxall Hill for a while, for 2 or 3 years or so, live with your mother, and take to farming." "What, farming?" "Yes, that's what all country gentlemen do. Take the land there into your own hand, and occupy your mind upon it." "Well, doctor, I will, upon one condition." Dr. Thorne sat still and listened. He had no idea what the condition might be, but he was not prepared to promise acquiescence till he heard it. "You know what I told you once before," said the baronet. "I don't remember at this moment." "About my getting married, you know." The doctor's brow grew black, and promised no help to the poor wretch. Bad in every way, wretched, selfish, sensual, unfeeling, purse proud, ignorant as Sir Louis Scatcherd was, still there was left to him the power of feeling something like sincere love. It may be presumed that he did love Mary Thorne, and that he was at the time earnest in declaring that if she could be given to him, he would endeavour to live according to her uncle's counsel. It was only a trifle he asked, but, alas, that trifle could not be vouchsafed. "I should much approve of your getting married, but I do not know how I can help you." "Of course I mean to Miss Mary. I do love her; I really do, Dr. Thorne." "It is quite impossible, Sir Louis; quite. You do my niece much honour; but I am able to answer for her, positively, that such a proposition is quite out of the question." "Look here now, Dr. Thorne; anything in the way of settlements—" "I will not hear a word on the subject. You are very welcome to the use of my house as long as it may suit you to remain here, but I must insist that my niece shall not be troubled on this matter." "Do you mean to say she's in love with that young Gresham?" This was too much for the doctor's patience. "Sir Louis," said he, "I can forgive you much for your father's sake. I can also forgive you something on the score of your own ill health. But you ought to know, you ought by this time to have learnt, that there are some things which a man cannot forgive. I will not talk to you about my niece, and remember this also, I will not have her troubled by you." And so saying, the doctor left him. On the next day the baronet was sufficiently recovered to be able to resume his braggadocio airs. He swore at Janet, insisted on being served by his own man, demanded in a loud voice, but in vain, that his liqueur case should be restored to him, and desired that post horses might be ready for him on the morrow. On that day he got up and ate his dinner in his bedroom. On the next morning he countermanded the horses, informing the doctor that he did so because he had a little bit of business to transact with Squire Gresham before he left the place. With some difficulty the doctor made him understand that the squire would not see him on business, and it was at last decided that Mr Gazeby should be invited to call on him at the doctor's house, and this Mr Gazeby agreed to do, in order to prevent the annoyance of having the baronet up at Greshamsbury. On this day, the evening before Mr Gazebe's visit, Sir Louis condescended to come down to dinner. He dined, however, tête à tête with the doctor. Mary was not there, nor was anything said as to her absence. Sir Louis Scatcherd never set eyes upon her again. He bore himself very arrogantly on that evening, having resumed the airs and would-be dignity which he thought belonged to him as a man of rank and property. In his periods of low spirits he was abject and humble enough, abject and fearful of the lamentable destiny which at these moments he believed to be in store for him. But it was one of the peculiar symptoms of his state, that as he partially recovered his bodily health, the tone of his mind recovered itself also, and his fears for the time were relieved. There was very little said between him and the doctor that evening. The doctor sat guarding the wine, and thinking when he should have his house to himself again. Sir Louis sat moody, every now and then uttering some impertinence as to the Greshams and the Greshamsbury property, and at an early hour allowed Joe to put him to bed. The horses were ordered on the next day for 3, and at 2 Mr. Gazebee came to the house. He had never been there before, nor had he ever met Dr. Thorne except at the squire's dinner. On this occasion he asked only for the baronet. I'm very glad you're come, Mr. Gazebee, very glad," said Sir Louis, acting the part of the rich great man with all the power he had. "I want to ask you a few questions, so as to make it all clear sailing between us." "As you have asked to see me, I have come, Sir Louis," said the other, putting on much dignity as he spoke. "But would it not be better that any business there may be should be done among the lawyers?" "The lawyers are all very well, I dare say; but when a man has so large a stake and interest as I have in this Greshamsbury property, why, you see, Mr. Gazebee, he feels a little inclined to look after it himself. Now, do you know, Mr. Gazebee, how much it is that Mr. Gresham owes me?" Mr. Gazebee, of course, did know very well, but he was not going to discuss the subject with Sir Louis if he could help it. "Whatever claim your father's estate may have on that of Mr. Gresham is, as far as I understand, vested in Dr. Thorne's hands as trustee. I am inclined to believe that you have not yourself at present any claim on Greshamsbury. The interest, as it becomes due, is paid to Dr. Thorne; and if I may be allowed to make a suggestion, I would say that it will not be expedient to make any change in that arrangement till the property shall come into your own hands." "I differ from you entirely, Mr. Gazebee, in toto, as we used to say at Eton. What you mean to say is, I can't go to law with Mr. Gresham. I'm not so sure of that, but perhaps not. But I can compel Dr. Thorne to look after my interests. I can force him to foreclose. And to tell you the truth, Gazebee, unless some arrangement is proposed to me which I shall think advantageous, I shall do so at once. There is near £100,000 owing to me; yes, to me. Thorne is only a name in the matter. The money is my money, and by I mean to look after it." "Have you any doubt, Sir Louis, as to the money being secure?" "Yes, I have. It isn't so easy to have £100,000 secured. The squire is a poor man, and I don't choose to allow a poor man to owe me such a sum as that. Besides, I mean to invest it in land. I tell you fairly, therefore, I shall foreclose." Mr. Gazebee, using all the perspicuity which his professional education had left to him, tried to make Sir Louis understand that he had no power to do anything of the kind. "No power! Mr. Gresham shall see whether I have no power. When a man has £100,000 owing to him, he ought to have some power; and, as I take it, he has. But we will see. Perhaps you know Finnie, do you?" Mr. Gazebee, with a good deal of scorn on his face, said that he had not had that pleasure. Mr. Finnie was not in his line. "Well, you will know him then, and you'll find that he's sharp enough; that is, unless I have some offer made to me that I may choose to accept." Mr. Gazebee declared that he was not instructed to make any offer, and so he took his leave. On that afternoon Sir Louis went off to Boxall Hill, transferring the miserable task of superintending his self-destruction from the shoulders of the doctor to those of his mother. Of Lady Scatcherd, the baronet took no account in his proposed sojourn in the country, nor did he take much of the doctor in leaving Greshamsbury. He again wrapped himself in his furs, and with tottering steps climbed up into the barouche which was to carry him away. "Is my man up behind?" he said to Janet, while the doctor was standing at the little front garden gate, making his adieus. "No, sir, he's not up yet," said Janet, respectfully. "Then send him out, will you? I can't lose my time waiting here all day." "I shall come over to Boxall Hill and see you," said the doctor, whose heart softened towards the man, in spite of his brutality, as the hour of his departure came. "I shall be happy to see you if you like to come, of course; that is, in the way of visiting and that sort of thing. As for doctoring, if I want any, I shall send for Philgrave." Such were his last words as the carriage with a rush went off from the door. The doctor, as he re-entered the house, could not avoid smiling, for he thought of Dr. Philgrave's last patient at Boxall Hill. "It's a question to me," said he to himself, "whether Dr. Philgrave will ever be induced to make another visit to that house, even with the object of rescuing a baronet out of my hands." "He's gone, isn't he, uncle?" said Mary, coming out of her room. "Yes, my dear, he's gone, poor fellow." "He may be a poor fellow, uncle, but he's a very disagreeable inmate in a house. I have not had any dinner these 2 days." "And I haven't had what might be called a cup of tea since he's been in the house. But I'll make up for that to night." CHAPTer XXXVIII. Chapter 38 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 38. De Courcy Precepts and De Courcy Practice. There is a mode of novel writing which used to be much in vogue, but which has now gone out of fashion. It is, nevertheless, one which is very expressive when in good hands, and which enables the author to tell his story, or some portion of his story, with more natural trust than any other. I mean that of familiar letters. I trust I shall be excused if I attempt it as regards this one chapter, though it may be that I shall break down and fall into the commonplace narrative, even before the one chapter be completed. The correspondents are the Lady Amelia de Courcy and Miss Gresham. I, of course, give precedence to the higher rank, but the first epistle originated with the latter named young lady. Let me hope that they will explain themselves. Miss Gresham to Lady Amelia de Courcy, Greshamsbury House, June, 185 . My dearest Amelia, I wish to consult you on a subject which, as you will perceive, is of a most momentous nature. You know how much reliance I place in your judgment and knowledge of what is proper, and therefore I write to you before speaking to any other living person on the subject, not even to mamma, for although her judgment is good too, she has so many cares and troubles, that it is natural that it should be a little warped when the interests of her children are concerned. Now that it is all over, I feel that it may possibly have been so in the case of Mr. Moffat. You are aware that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is now staying here, and that he has been here for nearly 2 months. He is engaged in managing poor papa's affairs, and mamma, who likes him very much, says that he is a most excellent man of business. Of course you know that he is the junior partner in the very old firm of Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby, who, I understand, do not undertake any business at all except what comes to them from peers or commoners of the very highest class. I soon perceived, dearest Amelia, that Mr. Gazeby paid me more than ordinary attention, and I immediately became very guarded in my manner. I certainly liked Mr. Gazeby from the first. His manners are quite excellent. His conduct to mamma is charming, and as regards myself, I must say that there has been nothing in his behaviour of which even you could complain. He has never attempted the slightest familiarity, and I will do him the justice to say that though he has been very attentive, he has also been very respectful. I must confess that for the last 3 weeks I have thought that he meant something. I might perhaps have done more to repel him, or I might have consulted you earlier as to the propriety of keeping altogether out of his way. But you know, Amelia, how often these things lead to nothing, and though I thought all along that Mr. Gazeby was in earnest, I hardly liked to say anything about it, even to you, till I was quite certain. If you had advised me, you know, to accept his offer, and if after that he had never made it, I should have felt so foolish. But now he has made it. He came to me yesterday just before dinner, in the little drawing room, and told me, in the most delicate manner, in words that even you could not have but approved, that his highest ambition was to be thought worthy of my regard, and that he felt for me the warmest love, and the most profound admiration, and the deepest respect. You may say, Amelia, that he is only an attorney, and I believe that he is an attorney, but I am sure you would have esteemed him had you heard the very delicate way in which he expressed his sentiments. Something had given me a presentiment of what he was going to do when I saw him come into the room, so that I was on my guard. I tried very hard to show no emotion, but I suppose I was a little flurried, as I once detected myself calling him Mr. Mortimer. His name, you know, is Mortimer Gazeby. I ought not to have done so, certainly, but it was not so bad as if I had called him Mortimer without the Mr., was it? I don't think there could possibly be a prettier Christian name than Mortimer. Well, Amelia, I allowed him to express himself without interruption. He once attempted to take my hand, but even this was done without any assumption of familiarity, and when he saw that I would not permit it, he drew back and fixed his eyes on the ground as though he were ashamed even of that. Of course I had to give him an answer, and though I had expected that something of this sort would take place, I had not made up my mind on the subject. I would not, certainly, under any circumstances, accept him without consulting you. If I really disliked him, of course there would be no doubt, but I can't say, dearest Amelia, that I do absolutely dislike him, and I really think that we would make each other very happy if the marriage were suitable as regarded both our positions. I collected myself as well as I could, and I really do think that you would have said that I did not behave badly, though the position was rather trying. I told him that of course I was flattered by his sentiments, though much surprised at hearing them, that since I knew him I had esteemed him and valued him as an acquaintance, but that looking on him as a man of business, I had never expected anything more. I then endeavoured to explain to him that I was not perhaps privileged, as some other girls might be, to indulge my own feelings altogether. Perhaps that was saying too much, and might make him think that I was in love with him, but from the way I said it I don't think he would, for I was very much guarded in my manner, and very collected. And then I told him that in any proposal of marriage that might be made to me, it would be my duty to consult my family as much, if not more, than myself. He said, of course, and asked whether he might speak to papa. I tried to make him understand that in talking of my family I did not exactly mean papa, or even mamma. Of course I was thinking of what was due to the name of Gresham. I know very well what papa would say. He would give his consent in half a minute, he is so broken-hearted by these debts. And to tell you the truth, Amelia, I think mamma would too. He did not seem quite to comprehend what I meant, but he did say that he knew it was a high ambition to marry into the family of the Greshams. I am sure you would confess that he has the most proper feelings, and as for expressing them, no man could do it better. He owned that it was ambition to ally himself with a family above his own rank in life, and that he looked to doing so as a means of advancing himself. Now this was at any rate honest. That was one of his motives, he said, though of course not his first, and then he declared how truly attached he was to me. In answer to this I remarked that he had known me only a very short time. This perhaps was giving him too much encouragement, but at that moment I hardly knew what to say, for I did not wish to hurt his feelings. He then spoke of his income. He has 1,500 a year from the business, and that will be greatly increased when his father leaves it, and his father is much older than Mr. Gumption, though he is only the second partner. Mortimer Gazeby will be the senior partner himself before very long, and perhaps that does alter his position a little. He has a very nice place down somewhere in Surrey. I have heard mamma say it is quite a gentleman's place. It is let now, but he will live there when he is married. And he has property of his own besides which he can settle. So you see he is quite as well off as Mr. Oriel, better indeed, and if a man is in a profession, I believe it is considered that it does not much matter what. Of course a clergyman can be a bishop, but then I think I have heard that one attorney did once become Lord Chancellor. I should have my carriage, you know. I remember his saying that specially, though I cannot recollect how he brought it in. I told him at last that I was so much taken by surprise that I could not give him an answer then. He was going up to London, he said, on the next day, and might he be permitted to address me on the same subject when he returned? I could not refuse him, you know, and so now I have taken the opportunity of his absence to write to you for your advice. You understand the world so very well, and know exactly what one ought to do in such a strange position. I hope I have made it intelligible, at least, as to what I have written about. I have said nothing as to my own feelings, because I wish you to think on the matter without consulting them. If it would be derogatory to accept Mr. Gazeby, I certainly would not do so, because I happen to like him. If we were to act in that way, what would the world come to, Amelia? Perhaps my ideas may be overstrained. If so, you will tell me. When Mr. Oriel proposed for Beatrice, nobody seemed to make any objection. It all seemed to go as a matter of course. She says that his family is excellent, but as far as I can learn, his grandfather was a general in India, and came home very rich. Mr. Gazebe's grandfather was a member of the firm, and so, I believe, was his great-grandfather. Don't you think this ought to count for something? Besides, they have no business except with the most aristocratic persons, such as Uncle de Courcy, and the Marquis of Kensington Gore, and that sort. I mention the Marquis because Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is there now, and I know that one of the Gumptions was once in Parliament, and I don't think that any of the Oriels ever were. The name of attorney is certainly very bad, is it not, Amelia? But they certainly do not seem to be all the same, and I do think that this ought to make a difference. To hear Mr. Mortimer Gazeby talk of some attorney at Barchester, you would think that there is quite as much difference between them as between a bishop and a curate, and so I think there is. I don't wish at all to speak of my own feelings, but if he were not an attorney, he is, I think, the sort of man I should like. He is very nice in every way, and if you were not told, I don't think you'd know he was an attorney. But, dear Amelia, I will be guided by you altogether. He is certainly much nicer than Mr. Moffat, and has a great deal more to say for himself. Of course, Mr. Moffat, having been in Parliament, and having been taken up by Uncle de Courcy, was in a different sphere. But I really felt almost relieved when he behaved in that way. With Mortimer Gazeby, I think it would be different. I shall wait so impatiently for your answer, so do pray write at once. I hear some people say that these sort of things are not so much thought of now as they were once, and that all manner of marriages are considered to be comme il faut. I do not want, you know, to make myself foolish by being too particular. Perhaps all these changes are bad, and I rather think they are, but if the world changes, one must change too. One can't go against the world. So do write and tell me what you think. Do not suppose that I dislike the man, for I really cannot say that I do. But I would not for anything make an alliance for which any one bearing the name of de Courcy would have to blush. Always, dearest Amelia, your most affectionate cousin, Augusta Gresham. P.S. I fear Frank is going to be very foolish with Mary Thorne. You know it is absolutely important that Frank should marry money. It strikes me as quite possible that Mortimer Gazeby may be in Parliament some of these days. He is just the man for it. Poor Augusta prayed very hard for her husband, but she prayed to a bosom that on this subject was as hard as a flint, and she prayed in vain. Augusta Gresham was 22, Lady Amelia de Courcy was 34. Was it likely that Lady Amelia would permit Augusta to marry, the issue having thus been left in her hands? Why should Augusta derogate from her position by marrying beneath herself, seeing that Lady Amelia had spent so many more years in the world without having found it necessary to do so? Augusta's letter was written on 2 sheets of notepaper crossed all over, and Lady Amelia's answer was almost equally formidable. Lady Amelia de Courcy to Miss Augusta Gresham, Courcy Castle, June, 185 . My dear Augusta, I received your letter yesterday morning, but I have put off answering it till this evening, as I have wished to give it very mature consideration. The question is one which concerns not only your character but happiness for life, and nothing less than very mature consideration would justify me in giving a decided opinion on the subject. In the first place, I may tell you that I have not a word to say against Mr. Mortimer Gazeby. When Augusta had read as far as this, her heart sank within her. The rest was all leather and prunella. She saw at once that the fiat had gone against her, and that her wish to become Mrs. Mortimer Gazeby was not to be indulged. I have known him for a long time, and I believe him to be a very respectable person, and I have no doubt a good man of business. The firm of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby stands probably quite among the first attorneys in London, and I know that papa has a very high opinion of them. All of these would be excellent arguments to use in favour of Mr. Gazeby as a suitor, had his proposals been made to any one in his own rank of life. But you, in considering the matter, should, I think, look on it in a very different light. The very fact that you pronounce him to be so much superior to other attorneys shows in how very low esteem you hold the profession in general. It shows also, dear Augusta, how well aware you are that they are a class of people among whom you should not seek a partner for life. My opinion is, that you should make Mr. Gazeby understand, very courteously of course, that you cannot accept his hand. You observe that he himself confesses that in marrying you he would seek a wife in a rank above his own. Is it not therefore clear that in marrying him you would descend to a rank below your own? I shall be very sorry if this grieves you, but still it will be better that you should bear the grief of overcoming a temporary fancy than take a step which may so probably make you unhappy, and which some of your friends would certainly regard as disgraceful. It is not permitted to us, my dear Augusta, to think of ourselves in such matters. As you truly say, if we were to act that way, what would the world come to? It has been God's pleasure that we should be born with high blood in our veins. This is a great boon which we both value, but the boon has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. It is established by law that the royal family shall not intermarry with subjects. In our case there is no law, but the necessity is not the less felt. We should not intermarry with those who are probably of a lower rank. Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is, after all, only an attorney, and although you speak of his great-grandfather, he is a man of no blood whatsoever. You must acknowledge that such an admixture should be looked on by a de Courcy, or even by a Gresham, as a pollution. Here Augusta got very red, and she felt almost inclined to be angry with her cousin. Beatrice's marriage with Mr. Oriel is different, though remember I am by no means defending that. It may be good or bad, and I have had no opportunity of inquiring respecting Mr. Oriel's family. Beatrice, moreover, has never appeared to me to feel what was due to herself in such matters. But, as I said, her marriage with Mr. Oriel is very different. Clergymen, particularly the rectors and vicars of country parishes, do become privileged above other professional men. I could explain why, but it would be too long in a letter. Your feelings on the subject altogether do you great credit. I have no doubt that Mr. Gresham, if asked, would accede to the match, but that is just the reason why he should not be asked. It would not be right that I should say anything against your father to you, but it is impossible for any of us not to see that all through life he has thrown away every advantage and sacrificed his family. Why is he now in debt, as you say? Why is he not holding the family seat in Parliament? Even though you are his daughter, you cannot but feel that you would not do right to consult him on such a subject. As to dear aunt, I feel sure that were she in good health, and left to exercise her own judgment, she would not wish to see you married to the agent for the family estate. For, dear Augusta, that is the real truth. Mr. Gazeby often comes here in the way of business, and though papa always receives him as a gentleman, that is, he dines at table and all that, he is not on the same footing in the house as the ordinary guests and friends of the family. How would you like to be received at Courcy Castle in the same way? You will say, perhaps, that you would still be papa's niece. So you would. But you know how strict in such matters papa is, and you must remember that the wife always follows the rank of the husband. Papa is accustomed to the strict etiquette of a court, and I am sure that no consideration would induce him to receive the estate agent in the light of a nephew. Indeed, were you to marry Mr. Gazebee, the house to which he belongs would, I imagine, have to give up the management of this property. Even were Mr. Gazebee in Parliament, and I do not see how it is probable that he should get there, it would not make any difference. You must remember, dearest, that I never was an advocate for the Moffat match. I acquiesced in it, because mamma did so. If I could have had my own way, I would adhere to all our old prescriptive principles. Neither money nor position can atone to me for low birth. But the world, alas, is retrograding, and according to the new fangled doctrines of the day, a lady of blood is not disgraced by allying herself to a man of wealth, and what may be called quasi-aristocratic position. I wish it were otherwise, but so it is; and therefore the match with Mr. Moffat was not disgraceful, though it could not be regarded as altogether satisfactory. But with Mr. Gazebee the matter would be altogether different. He is a man earning his bread, honestly, I dare say, but in a humble position. You say he is very respectable. I do not doubt it. And so is Mr. Scraggs, the butcher at Courcy. You see, Augusta, to what such arguments reduce you. I dare say he may be nicer than Mr. Moffat in one way. That is, he may have more small talk at his command, and be more clever in all those little pursuits and amusements which are valued by ordinary young ladies. But my opinion is that neither you nor I would be justified in sacrificing ourselves for such amusements. We have high duties before us. It may be that the performance of those duties will prohibit us from taking a part in the ordinary arena of the feminine world. It is natural that girls should wish to marry, and therefore those who are weak take the first that come. Those who have more judgment make some sort of a selection. But the strongest minded are, perhaps, those who are able to forego themselves and their own fancies, and to refrain from any alliance that does not tend to the maintenance of high principles. Of course I speak of those who have blood in their veins. You and I need not dilate as to the conduct of others. I hope that what I have said will convince you. Indeed, I know that it only requires that you and I should have a little cousinly talk on this matter to be quite in accord. You must now remain at Greshamsbury till Mr. Gazebee shall return. Immediately that he does so, seek an interview with him. Do not wait until he asks for it, and then tell him that when he addressed you, the matter had taken you so much by surprise that you were not at the moment able to answer him with that decision which the subject demanded. Tell him that you are flattered. In saying this, however, you must keep a collected countenance, and be very cold in your manner, but that family reasons would forbid you to avail yourself of his offer, even did no other cause prevent it. And then, dear Augusta, come to us here. I know you will be a little downhearted after going through this struggle, but I will endeavour to inspirit you. When we are both together you will feel more sensibly the value of that high position which you will preserve by rejecting Mr. Gazebee, and will regret less acutely whatever you may lose. Your very affectionate cousin, Amelia de Courcy. P.S. I am greatly grieved about Frank, but I have long feared that he would do some very silly thing. I have heard lately that Miss Mary Thorne is not even the legitimate niece of your Dr. Thorne, but is the daughter of some poor creature who was seduced by the doctor in Barchester. I do not know how true this may be, but I think your brother should be put on his guard. It might do good. Poor Augusta! She was in truth to be pitied, for her efforts were made with the intention of doing right according to her lights. For Mr. Moffat she had never cared a straw, and when, therefore, she lost the piece of gilding for which she had been instructed by her mother to sell herself, it was impossible to pity her. But Mr. Gazebee she would have loved with that sort of love which it was in her power to bestow. With him she would have been happy, respectable, and contented. She had written her letter with great care. When the offer was made to her, she could not bring herself to throw Lady Amelia to the winds, and marry the man, as it were, out of her own head. Lady Amelia had been the tyrant of her life, and so she strove hard to obtain her tyrant's permission. She used all her little cunning in showing that after all Mr. Gazebee was not so very plebeian. All her little cunning was utterly worthless. Lady Amelia's mind was too strong to be caught with such chaff. Augusta could not serve God and Mammon. She must either be true to the God of her cousin's idolatry, and remain single, or serve the Mammon of her own inclinations, and marry Mr. Gazebee. When refolding her cousin's letter after the first perusal, she did for a moment think of rebellion. Could she not be happy at that nice place in Surrey, having, as she would have, a carriage, even though all the de Courcys should drop her? It had been put to her that she would not like to be received at Courcy Castle with the scant civility which would be considered due to a Mrs. Mortimer Gazebee. But what if she could put up without being received at Courcy Castle at all? Such ideas did float through her mind dimly. But her courage failed her. It is so hard to throw off a tyrant, so much easier to yield when we have been in the habit of yielding. The third letter therefore was written, and it is the end of the correspondence. Miss Augusta Gresham to Lady Amelia de Courcy, Greshamsbury House, July, 185 . My dearest Amelia, I did not answer your letter before, because I thought it better to delay doing so till Mr. Gazebee had been here. He came the day before yesterday, and yesterday I did, as nearly as possible, what you advised. Perhaps, on the whole, it will be better. As you say, rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. I don't quite understand what you mean about clergymen, but we can talk that over when we meet. Indeed, it seems to me that if one is to be particular about family, and I am sure I think we ought, one ought to be so without exception. If Mr. Oriel be a parvenu, Beatrice's children won't be well born merely because their father was a clergyman, even though he is a rector. Since my former letter I have heard that Mr. Gazebee's great-great-great-grandfather established the firm, and there are many people who were nobodies then who are thought to have good blood in their veins now. But I do not say this because I differ from you. I agree with you so fully that I had once made up my mind to reject the man, and consequently I have done so. When I told him I could not accept him from family considerations, he asked me whether I had spoken to papa. I told him no, and that it would be no good, as I had made up my own mind. I don't think he quite understood me, but it did not perhaps much matter. You told me to be very cold, and I think that perhaps he thought me less gracious than before. Indeed, I fear that when he first spoke, I may seem to have given him too much encouragement. However, it is all over now, quite over. As Augusta wrote this, she barely managed to save the paper beneath her hand from being moistened with the tear which escaped from her eye. I do not mind confessing now, she continued, at any rate to you, that I did like Mr. Gazebee a little. I think his temper and disposition would have suited me, but I am quite satisfied that I have done right. He tried very hard to make me change my mind. That is, he said a great many things as to whether I would not put off my decision, but I was quite firm. I must say that he behaved very well, and that I really do think he liked me honestly and truly, but of course I could not sacrifice family considerations on that account. Yes, rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. I will remember that. It is necessary to do so, as otherwise one would be without consolation for what one has to suffer. For I find that one has to suffer, Amelia. I know papa would have advised me to marry this man, and so, I dare say, mamma would, and Frank and Beatrice, if they knew that I liked him. It would not be so bad if we all thought alike about it, but it is hard to have the responsibilities all on one's own shoulder, is it not? But I will go over to you, and you will comfort me. I always feel stronger on this subject at Courcy than at Greshamsbury. We will have a long talk about it, and then I shall be happy again. I purpose going on next Friday, if that will suit you and dear aunt. I have told mamma you all wanted me, and she made no objection. Do write at once, dearest Amelia, for to hear from you now will be my only comfort. Yours, ever most affectionately and obliged, Augusta Gresham. P.S. I told mamma what you said about Mary Thorne, and she said, "Yes, I suppose all the world knows it now, and if all the world did know it, it makes no difference to Frank." She seemed very angry, so you see it was true. Though by so doing we shall somewhat anticipate the end of our story, it may be desirable that the full tale of Mr. Gazebee's loves should be told here. When Mary is breaking her heart on her deathbed in the last chapter, or otherwise accomplishing her destiny, we shall hardly find a fit opportunity of saying much about Mr. Gazebee and his aristocratic bride. For he did succeed at last in obtaining a bride in whose veins ran the noble ichor of de Courcy blood, in spite of the high doctrine preached so eloquently by the Lady Amelia. As Augusta had truly said, he had failed to understand her. He was led to think, by her manner of receiving his first proposal, and justly so enough, that she liked him and would accept him, and he was therefore rather perplexed by his second interview. He tried again and again, and begged permission to mention the matter to Mr. Gresham; but Augusta was very firm, and he at last retired in disgust. Augusta went to Courcy Castle, and received from her cousin that consolation and re-strengthening which she so much required. 4 years afterwards, long after the fate of Mary Thorne had fallen like a thunderbolt on the inhabitants of Greshamsbury, when Beatrice was preparing for her second baby, and each of the twins had her accepted lover, Mr. Mortimer Gazebee went down to Courcy Castle, of course on matters of business. No doubt he dined at the table, and all that. We have the word of Lady Amelia that the earl, with his usual good nature, allowed him such privileges. Let us hope that he never encroached on them. But on this occasion Mr. Gazebee stayed a long time at the castle, and singular rumours as to the cause of his prolonged visit became current in the little town. No female scion of the present family of Courcy had, as yet, found a mate. We may imagine that eagles find it difficult to pair when they become scarce in their localities, and we all know how hard it has sometimes been to get comme il faut husbands when there has been any number of Protestant princesses on hand. Some such difficulty had doubtless brought it about that the countess was still surrounded by her full bevy of maidens. Rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges, and these young ladies' responsibilities seem to have consisted in rejecting any suitor who may have hitherto kneeled to them. But now it was told through Courcy that one suitor had kneeled, and not in vain. From Courcy the rumour flew to Barchester, and thence came down to Greshamsbury, startling the inhabitants, and making one poor heart throb with a violence that would have been piteous had it been known. The suitor so named was Mr. Mortimer Gazebee. Yes, Mr. Mortimer Gazebee had now awarded to him many other privileges than those of dining at the table, and all that. He rode with the young ladies in the park, and they all talked to him very familiarly before company, all except the Lady Amelia. The countess even called him Mortimer, and treated him quite as one of the family. At last came a letter from the countess to her dear sister Arabella. It should be given at length, but that I fear to introduce another epistle. It is such an easy mode of writing, and facility is always dangerous. In this letter it was announced, with much preliminary ambiguity, that Mortimer Gazebee, who had been found to be a treasure in every way, quite a paragon of men, was about to be taken into the de Courcy bosom as a child of that house. On that day fortnight he was destined to lead to the altar the Lady Amelia. The countess then went on to say that dear Amelia did not write herself, being so much engaged by her coming duties, the responsibilities of which she doubtless fully realised, as well as the privileges. But she had begged her mother to request that the twins should come and act as bridesmaids on the occasion. Dear Augusta, she knew, was too much occupied in the coming event in Mr Oriel's family to be able to attend. Mr Mortimer Gazeby was taken into the de Courcy family, and did lead the Lady Amelia to the altar, and the Gresham twins did go there and act as bridesmaids; and, which is much more to say for human nature, Augusta did forgive her cousin, and after a certain interval went on a visit to that nice place in Surrey, which she had once hoped would be her own home. It would have been a very nice place, Augusta thought, had not Lady Amelia Gazeby been so very economical. We must presume that there was some explanation between them. If so, Augusta yielded to it, and confessed it to be satisfactory. She had always yielded to her cousin, and loved her with that sort of love which is begotten between fear and respect. Anything was better than quarrelling with her cousin Amelia. And Mr Mortimer Gazeby did not altogether make a bad bargain. He never received a shilling of dowry, but that he had not expected, nor did he want it. His troubles arose from the overstrained economy of his noble wife. She would have it that as she had married a poor man, Mr Gazeby, however, was not a poor man, it behoved her to manage her house with great care. Such a match as that she had made, this she told in confidence to Augusta, had its responsibilities as well as its privileges. But on the whole Mr Gazeby did not repent his bargain. When he asked his friends to dine, he could tell them that Lady Amelia would be very glad to see them. His marriage gave him some éclat at his club, and some additional weight in the firm to which he belonged. He gets his share of the Courcy shooting, and is asked about to Greshamsbury and other Barsetshire houses, not only "to dine at table and all that," but to take his part in whatever delights country society there has to offer. He lives with the great hope that his noble father-in-law may some day be able to bring him into Parliament. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. What the World Says About Blood. "Beatrice," said Frank, rushing suddenly into his sister's room, "I want you to do me one special favour." This was 3 or 4 days after Frank had seen Mary Thorne. Since that time he had spoken to none of his family on the subject, but he was only postponing from day to day the task of telling his father. He had now completed his round of visits to the kennel, master huntsman, and stables of the county hunt, and was at liberty to attend to his own affairs. So he had decided on speaking to the squire that very day, but he first made his request to his sister. "I want you to do me one special favour." The day for Beatrice's marriage had now been fixed, and it was not to be very distant. Mr Oriel had urged that their honeymoon trip would lose half its delights if they did not take advantage of the fine weather, and Beatrice had nothing to allege in answer. The day had just been fixed, and when Frank ran into her room with his special request, she was not in a humour to refuse him anything. "If you wish me to be at your wedding, you must do it," said he. "Wish you to be there! You must be there, of course. Oh, Frank, what do you mean? I'll do anything you ask, if it is not to go to the moon, or anything of that sort." Frank was too much in earnest to joke. "You must have Mary for one of your bridesmaids," he said. "Now mind, there may be some difficulty, but you must insist on it. I know what's been going on, but it is not to be borne that she should be excluded on such a day as that. You that have been like sisters all your lives till a year ago." "But, Frank " "Now, Beatrice, don't have any buts. Say that you will do it, and it will be done. I am sure Oriel will approve, and so will my father." "But, Frank, you won't hear me." "Not if you make objections. I have set my heart on your doing it." "But I had set my heart on the same thing." "Well?" "And I went to Mary on purpose, and told her just as you tell me now, that she must come. I meant to make mamma understand that I could not be happy unless it were so, but Mary positively refused." "Refused! What did she say?" "I could not tell you what she said. Indeed, it would not be right if I could. But she positively declined. She seemed to feel that after all that had happened she could never come to Greshamsbury again." "Fiddlestick!" "But, Frank, those are her feelings, and to tell the truth I could not combat them. I know she is not happy, but time will cure that. And to tell you the truth, Frank " "It was before I came back that you asked her, was it not?" "Yes; just the day before you came, I think." "Well, it's all altered now. I've seen her since that." "Have you, Frank?" "What do you take me for? Of course I have. The very first day I went to her. And now, Beatrice, you may believe me or not as you like, but if I ever marry I shall marry Mary Thorne, and if she ever marries, I think I may say she will marry me. At any rate, I have her promise. And now you cannot be surprised that I should wish her to be at your wedding, or that I should declare that if she is absent I will be absent. I don't want any secrets, and you may tell my mother if you like it, and all the de Courcys too, for anything I care." Frank had ever been used to command his sisters, and they, especially Beatrice, had ever been used to obey. On this occasion she was well inclined to do so, if she only knew how. She again remembered how Mary had once sworn to be at her wedding, to be near her, and to touch her, even though all the blood of the de Courcys should be crowded before the altar railings. "I should be so happy that she should be there; but what am I to do, Frank, if she refuses? I have asked her, and she has refused." "Go to her again. You need not have any scruples with her. Do not I tell you that she will be your sister? Not come here again to Greshamsbury? Why, I tell you that she will be living here while you are living at the parsonage for years and years to come." Beatrice promised that she would go to Mary again, and that she would endeavour to talk her mother over, if Mary would consent to come. But she could not yet make herself believe that Mary Thorne would ever be mistress of Greshamsbury. It was so indispensably necessary that Frank should marry money. Besides, what were those horrid rumours which were now becoming rife as to Mary's birth, rumours more horrid than any which had yet been heard? Augusta had said hardly more than the truth when she spoke of her father being broken hearted by his debts. His troubles were becoming almost too many for him, and Mr Gazeby, though no doubt he was an excellent man of business, did not seem to lessen them. Mr Gazeby, indeed, was continually pointing out how much he owed, and in what a quagmire of difficulties he had entangled himself. Now, to do Mr Yates Umbleby justice, he had never made himself disagreeable in this manner. Mr Gazeby had been doubtless right when he declared that Sir Louis Scatcherd had not himself the power to take any steps hostile to the squire; but Sir Louis had also been right when he boasted that, in spite of his father's will, he could cause others to move in the matter. Others did move, and were moving, and it began to be understood that a moiety, at least, of the remaining Greshamsbury property must be sold. Even this, however, would by no means leave the squire in undisturbed possession of the other moiety; and thus Mr Gresham was nearly broken hearted. Frank had now been home a week, and his father had not as yet spoken to him about the family troubles; nor had a word as yet been said between them as to Mary Thorne. It had been agreed that Frank should go away for 12 months, in order that he might forget her. He had been away the 12 months, and had now returned, not having forgotten her. It generally happens that in every household one subject of importance occupies it at a time. The subject of importance now mostly thought of in the Greshamsbury household was the marriage of Beatrice. Lady Arabella had to supply the trousseau for her daughter; the squire had to supply the money for the trousseau; Mr Gazeby had the task of obtaining the money for the squire. While this was going on, Mr Gresham was not anxious to talk to his son, either about his own debts or his son's love. There would be time for these things when the marriage feast should be over. So thought the father, but the matter was precipitated by Frank. He also had put off the declaration which he had to make, partly from a wish to spare the squire, but partly also with a view to spare himself. We have all some of that cowardice which induces us to postpone an inevitably evil day. At this time the discussions as to Beatrice's wedding were frequent in the house, and at one of them Frank had heard his mother repeat the names of the proposed bridesmaids. Mary's name was not among them, and hence had arisen his attack on his sister. Lady Arabella had had her reason for naming the list before her son, but she overshot her mark. She wished to show him how totally Mary was forgotten at Greshamsbury, but she only inspired him with the resolve that she should not be forgotten. He accordingly went to his sister, and then, the subject being full on his mind, he resolved at once to discuss it with his father. "Sir, are you at leisure for 5 minutes?" he said, entering the room in which the squire was accustomed to sit majestically, to receive his tenants, scold his dependants, and in which, in former happy days, he had always arranged the meets of the Barsetshire hunt. Mr Gresham was quite at leisure. When was he not so? But had he been immersed in the deepest business of which he was capable, he would gladly have put it aside at his son's instance. "I don't like to have any secret from you, sir," said Frank, "nor, for the matter of that, from anybody else." The anybody else was intended to have reference to his mother. "And therefore I would rather tell you at once what I have made up my mind to do." Frank's address was very abrupt, and he felt it was so. He was rather red in the face, and his manner was flustered. He had quite made up his mind to break the whole affair to his father, but he had hardly made up his mind as to the best mode of doing so. "Good heavens, Frank, what do you mean? You're not going to do anything rash? What is it you mean, Frank?" "I don't think it is rash," said Frank. "Sit down, my boy, sit down. What is it that you say you are going to do?" "Nothing immediately, sir," said he, rather abashed. "But as I have made up my mind about Mary Thorne, quite made up my mind, I think it right to tell you." "Oh, about Mary," said the squire, almost relieved. And then Frank, in voluble language, which he hardly, however, had quite under his command, told his father all that had passed between him and Mary. "You see, sir," said he, "that it is fixed now, and cannot be altered; nor must it be altered. You asked me to go away for 12 months, and I have done so. It has made no difference, you see. As to our means of living, I am quite willing to do anything that may be best and most prudent. I was thinking, sir, of taking a farm somewhere near here, and living on that." The squire sat quite silent for some moments after this communication had been made to him. Frank's conduct as a son had been such that he could not find fault with it, and in this special matter of his love, how was it possible for him to find fault? He himself was almost as fond of Mary as of a daughter, and though he too would have been desirous that his son should relieve the estate from its embarrassments by a rich marriage, he did not at all share Lady Arabella's feelings on the subject. No Countess de Courcy had ever engraved it on the tablets of his mind that the world would come to ruin if Frank did not marry money. Ruin there was, and would be, but it had been brought about by no sin of Frank's. "Do you remember about her birth, Frank?" said he at last. "Yes, sir, everything. She told me all she knew, and Dr Thorne finished the story." "And what do you think of it?" "It is a pity and a misfortune. It might, perhaps, have been a reason why you or my mother should not have had Mary in the house many years ago, but it cannot make any difference now." Frank had not meant to lean so heavily on his father, but he did so. The story had never been told to Lady Arabella, was not even known to her now positively, and on good authority. But Mr Gresham had always known it. If Mary's birth was so great a stain upon her, why had he brought her into his house among his children? "It is a misfortune, Frank, a very great misfortune. It will not do for you and me to ignore birth. Too much of the value of one's position depends upon it." "But what was Mr Moffat's birth?" said Frank, almost with scorn; "or what Miss Dunstable's?" he would have added, had it not been that his father had not been concerned in that sin of wedding him to the oil of Lebanon. "True, Frank; but yet, what you would mean to say is not true. We must take the world as we find it. Were you to marry a rich heiress, were her birth even so low as that of poor Mary—" "Don't call her poor Mary, father. She is not poor. My wife will have a right to take rank in the world however she was born." Well, poor in that way; but were she an heiress, the world would forgive her birth on account of her wealth." "The world is very complaisant, sir." "You must take it as you find it, Frank. I only say that such is the fact. If Porlock were to marry the daughter of a shoeblack, without a farthing, he would make a mésalliance; but if the daughter of the shoeblack had £500,000 of money, nobody would dream of saying so. I'm stating no opinion of my own. I'm only giving you the world's opinion." "I don't give a straw for the world." "That is a mistake, my boy. You do care for it, and would be very foolish if you did not. What you mean is that on this particular point you value your love more than the world's opinion." "Well, yes; that is what I mean." But the squire, though he had been very lucid in his definition, had got no nearer to his object, had not even yet ascertained what his own object was. This marriage would be ruinous to Greshamsbury; and yet, what was he to say against it, seeing that the ruin had been his fault and not his son's? "You could let me have a farm, could you not, sir? I was thinking of about 600 or 700 acres. I suppose it could be managed somehow." "A farm?" said his father, abstractedly. "Yes, sir. I must do something for my living. I should make less of a mess of that than of anything else. Besides, it would take such a time to be an attorney, or a doctor, or anything of that sort." Do something for his living! And was the heir of Greshamsbury come to this, the heir and only son; whereas he, the squire, had succeeded at an earlier age than Frank's to an unembarrassed income of £14,000 a year? The reflection was very hard to bear. "Yes, I dare say you could have a farm;" and then he threw himself back in his chair, closing his eyes. Then, after a while, rose again and walked hurriedly about the room. "Frank," he said at last, standing opposite to his son, "I wonder what you think of me." "Think of you, sir?" ejaculated Frank. "Yes; what do you think of me for having thus ruined you? I wonder whether you hate me?" Frank, jumping up from his chair, threw his arms round his father's neck. "Hate you, sir! How can you speak so cruelly? You know well that I love you. And, father, do not trouble yourself about the estate for my sake. I do not care for it. I can be just as happy without it. Let the girls have what is left, and I will make my own way in the world somehow. I will go to Australia. Yes, sir, that will be the best. I and Mary will both go. Nobody will care about her birth there. But, father, never say, never think that I do not love you." The squire was too much moved to speak at once, so he sat down again and covered his face with his hands. Frank went on pacing the room, till gradually his first idea recovered possession of his mind, and the remembrance of his father's grief faded away. "May I tell Mary," he said at last, "that you consent to our marriage? It will make her so happy." But the squire was not prepared to say this. He was pledged to his wife to do all that he could to oppose it; and he himself thought, that if anything could consummate the family ruin, it would be this marriage. "I cannot say that, Frank; I cannot say that. What would you both live on? It would be madness." "We could go to Australia," answered he, bitterly. "I have just said so." "Oh, no, my boy; you cannot do that. You must not throw the old place up altogether. There is no other one but you, Frank; and we have lived here now for so many, many years." "But if we cannot live here any longer, father?" "But for this scheme of yours, we might do so. I will give up everything to you; the management of the estate, the park, all the land we have in hand, if you will give up this fatal scheme. For, Frank, it is fatal. You are only 23. Why should you be in such a hurry to marry?" "You married at 21, sir." Frank was again severe on his father, but unwittingly. "Yes, I did," said Mr Gresham; "and see what has come of it. Had I waited 10 years longer, how different would everything have been. No, Frank, I cannot consent to such a marriage, nor will your mother." "It is your consent I ask, sir; and I am asking for nothing but your consent." "It would be sheer madness madness for you both. My own Frank, my dear, dear boy, do not drive me to distraction. Give it up for 4 years." 4 years! Yes, for 4 years. I ask it as a personal favour, as an obligation to myself, in order that we may be saved from ruin, you, your mother and sisters, your family name, and the old house. I do not talk about myself, but were such a marriage to take place, I should be driven to despair." Frank found it very hard to resist his father, who now had hold of his hand and arm, and was thus half retaining him and half embracing him. "Frank, say that you will forget this for 4 years; say for 3 years." But Frank would not say so. To postpone his marriage for 4 years, or for 3, seemed to him to be tantamount to giving up Mary altogether, and he would not acknowledge that any one had the right to demand of him to do that. "My word is pledged, sir," he said. "Pledged! Pledged to whom?" "To Miss Thorne." "But I will see her, Frank, and her uncle. She was always reasonable. I am sure she will not wish to bring ruin on her old friends at Greshamsbury." "Her old friends at Greshamsbury have done but little lately to deserve her consideration. She has been treated shamefully. I know it has not been by you, sir, but I must say so. She has already been treated shamefully, but I will not treat her falsely." "Well, Frank, I can say no more to you. I have destroyed the estate which should have been yours, and I have no right to expect that you should regard what I say." Frank was greatly distressed. He had not any feeling of animosity against his father with reference to the property, and would have done anything to make the squire understand this, short of giving up his engagement to Mary. His feeling rather was, that as each had a case against the other, they should cry quits; that he should forgive his father for his bad management, on condition that he himself was to be forgiven with regard to his determined marriage. Not that he put it exactly in that shape, even to himself; but could he have unravelled his own thoughts, he would have found that such was the web on which they were based. "Father, I do regard what you say, but you would not have me be false. Had you doubled the property instead of lessening it, I could not regard what you say any more." "I should be able to speak in a very different tone. I feel that, Frank." "Do not feel it any more, sir. Say what you wish, as you would have said it under any other circumstances; and pray believe this, the idea never occurs to me that I have ground of complaint as regards the property; never. Whatever troubles we may have, do not let that trouble you." Soon after this Frank left him. What more was there that could be said between them? They could not be of one accord, but even yet it might not be necessary that they should quarrel. He went out and roamed by himself through the grounds, rather more in meditation than was his wont. If he did marry, how was he to live? He talked of a profession; but had he meant to do as others do, who make their way in professions, he should have thought of that a year or 2 ago; or rather, have done more than think of it. He spoke also of a farm; but even that could not be had in a moment; nor, if it could, would it produce a living. Where was his capital? Where was his skill? And he might have asked also, where the industry so necessary for such a trade? He might set his father at defiance, and if Mary were equally headstrong with himself, he might marry her; but what then? As he walked slowly about, cutting off the daisies with his stick, he met Mr Oriel going up to the house, as was now his custom, to dine there and spend the evening close to Beatrice. "How I envy you, Oriel," he said. "What would I not give to have such a position in the world as yours?" "Thou shalt not covet a man's house nor his wife," said Mr Oriel. Perhaps it ought to have been added, nor his position. "It wouldn't have made much difference. When a man is tempted, the commandments, I believe, do not go for much." "Do they not, Frank? That's a dangerous doctrine, and one which, if you had my position, you would hardly admit. But what makes you so much out of sorts? Your own position is generally considered about the best which the world has to give." "Is it? Then let me tell you that the world has very little to give. What can I do? Where can I turn? Oriel, if there be an empty, lying humbug in the world, it is the theory of high birth and pure blood which some of us endeavour to maintain. Blood, indeed! If my father had been a baker I should have known by this time where to look for my livelihood. As it is, I am told of nothing but my blood. Will my blood ever get me half a crown?" And then the young democrat walked on again in solitude, leaving Mr Oriel in doubt as to the exact line of argument which he had meant to inculcate. CHAPter XXX. Chapter 40 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. The Two Doctors Change Patients. Dr. Philgrave still continued his visits to Greshamsbury, for Lady Arabella had not yet mustered the courage necessary for swallowing her pride and sending once more for Dr. Thorne. Nothing pleased Dr. Philgrave more than those visits. He habitually attended grander families and richer people, but then he had attended them habitually. Greshamsbury was a prize taken from the enemy. It was his rock of Gibraltar, of which he thought much more than of any ordinary Hampshire or Wiltshire, which had always been within his own kingdom. He was just starting one morning with his post horses for Greshamsbury, when an impudent-looking groom, with a crooked nose, trotted up to his door. For Joe still had a crooked nose, all the doctor's care having been inefficacious to remedy the evil effects of Bridget's little tap with the rolling pin. Joe had no written credentials, for his master was hardly equal to writing, and Lady Scatcherd had declined to put herself into further personal communication with Dr. Philgrave. But he had the effrontery enough to deliver any message. "Be you Dr. Philgrave?" said Joe, with one finger just raised to his cocked hat. "Yes," said Dr. Philgrave, with one foot on the step of the carriage, but pausing at the sight of so well turned out a servant. "Yes, I am Dr. Philgrave." "Then you be to go to Boxall Hill immediately, before anywhere else." "Boxall Hill?" said the doctor, with a very angry frown. "Yes, Boxall Hill, my master's place. My master is Sir Louis Scatcherd, baronet. You've heard of him, I suppose?" Dr. Philgrave had not his mind quite ready for such an occasion, so he withdrew his foot from the carriage step, and rubbing his hands one over another, looked at his own hall door for inspiration. A single glance at his face was sufficient to show that no ordinary thoughts were being turned over within his breast. "Well," said Joe, thinking that his master's name had not altogether produced the magic effect which he had expected, remembering also how submissive Grayson had always been, who, being a London doctor, must be supposed to be a bigger man than this provincial fellow. "Did you know as how my master is dying very like while you stand there?" "What is your master's disease?" said the doctor, facing Joe slowly, and still rubbing his hands. "What ails him? What is the matter with him?" "Oh, the matter with him? Well, to say it out at once then, he do take a drop too much at times, and then he has the horrors, what it is they call delicious bee-mens, or something of the sort." "Oh, ah, yes, I know. And tell me, my man, who is attending him?" "Attending him? Why, I do, and his mother, that is, her ladyship." "Yes, but what medical attendant? What doctor?" "Why, there was Grayson in London, and—" "Grayson?" and the doctor looked as though a name so medicinally humble had never before struck the tympanum of his ear. "Yes, Grayson. And then, down at what's the name of the place, there was Thorne." "Greshamsbury?" "Yes, Greshamsbury. But he and Thorne didn't hit it off, and so since that he has had no one but myself." "I will be at Boxall Hill in the course of the morning," said Dr. Philgrave; "or rather you may say that I will be there at once. I will take it in my way." And having thus resolved, he gave his orders that the post horses should make such a detour as would enable him to visit Boxall Hill on his road. "It is impossible," said he to himself, "that I should be twice treated in such a manner in the same house." He was not, however, altogether in a comfortable frame of mind as he was driven up to the hall door. He could not but remember the smile of triumph with which his enemy had regarded him in that hall. He could not but think how he had returned feeless to Barchester, and how little he had gained in the medical world by rejecting Lady Scatcherd's bank note. However, he also had had his triumphs since that. He had smiled scornfully at Dr. Thorne when he had seen him in the Greshamsbury street, and had been able to tell, at 20 houses through the county, how Lady Arabella had at last been obliged to place herself in his hands. And he triumphed again when he found himself really standing by Sir Louis Scatcherd's bedside. As for Lady Scatcherd, she did not even show herself. She kept in her own little room, sending out Hannah to ask him up the stairs, and she only just got a peep at him through the door as she heard the medical creak of his shoes as he again descended. We need say but little of his visit to Sir Louis. It mattered nothing now whether it was Thorne or Grayson or Philgrave. And Dr. Philgrave knew that it mattered nothing. He had skill at least for that, and heart enough also to feel that he would fain have been relieved from this task, would fain have left his patient in the hands even of Dr. Thorne. The name which Joe had given to his master's illness was certainly not a false one. He did find Sir Louis in the horrors. If any father have a son whose besetting sin is a passion for alcohol, let him take his child to the room of a drunkard when possessed by the horrors. Nothing will cure him if not that. I will not disgust my reader by attempting to describe the poor wretch in his misery. The sunken but yet glaring eyes, the emaciated cheeks, the fallen mouth, the parched sore lips, the face now dry and hot, and then suddenly clammy with drops of perspiration, the shaking hand, and all but palsied limbs, and worse than this, the fearful mental efforts, and the struggles for drink, struggles to which it is often necessary to give way. Dr. Philgrave soon knew what was to be the man's fate, but he did what he might to relieve it. There, in one big best bedroom, looking out to the north, lay Sir Louis Scatcherd dying wretchedly. There, in the other big best bedroom, looking out to the south, had died the other baronet about a 12-month since, and each a victim to the same sin. To this had come the prosperity of the house of Scatcherd. And then Dr. Philgrave went on to Greshamsbury. It was a long day's work, both for himself and the horses; but then the triumph of being dragged up that avenue compensated both for the expense and the labour. He always put on his sweetest smile as he came near the hall door, and rubbed his hands in the most complaisant manner of which he knew. It was seldom that he saw any of the family but Lady Arabella, but then he desired to see none other, and when he left her in a good humour, was quite content to take his glass of sherry and eat his lunch by himself. On this occasion, however, the servant at once asked him to go into the dining room, and there he found himself in the presence of Frank Gresham. The fact was that Lady Arabella, having at last decided, had sent for Dr. Thorne, and it had become necessary that some one should be entrusted with the duty of informing Dr. Philgrave. That some one must be the squire or Frank. Lady Arabella would doubtless have preferred a messenger more absolutely friendly to her own side of the house; but such messenger there was none. She could not send Mr. Gazeby to see her doctor, and so of the two evils she chose the least. "Dr. Philgrave," said Frank, shaking hands with him very cordially as he came up, "my mother is so much obliged to you for all your care and anxiety on her behalf, and so indeed are we all." The doctor shook hands with him very warmly. This little expression of a family feeling on his behalf was the more gratifying, as he had always thought that the males of the Greshamsbury family were still wedded to that pseudo doctor, that half apothecary who lived in the village. "It has been awfully troublesome to you coming over all this way, I am sure. Indeed, money could not pay for it. My mother feels that. It must cut up your time so much." "Not at all, Mr. Gresham, not at all," said the Barchester doctor, rising up on his toes proudly as he spoke. "A person of your mother's importance, you know. I should be happy to go any distance to see her." "Ah, but Dr. Philgrave, we cannot allow that." "Mr. Gresham, don't mention it." "Oh yes, but I must," said Frank, who thought he had done enough for civility, and was now anxious to come to the point. "The fact is, doctor, that we are very much obliged for what you have done, but for the future my mother thinks that she can trust to such assistance as she can get here in the village." Frank had been particularly instructed to be very careful how he mentioned Dr. Thorne's name, and therefore he cleverly avoided it. Get what assistance she wanted in the village? What words were those that he heard? Mr. Gresham, perhaps I do not completely. Yes, alas, he had completely understood what Frank had meant that he should understand. Frank desired to be civil, but he had no idea of beating unnecessarily about the bush on such an occasion as this. "It's by Sir Omicron's advice, Dr. Philgrave. You see, this man here," and he nodded his head towards the doctor's house, being still anxious not to pronounce the hideous name, "has known my mother's constitution for so many years." "Oh, Mr. Gresham, of course, if it is wished." "Yes, Dr. Philgrave, it is wished. Lunch is coming directly," and Frank rang the bell. "Nothing, I thank you, Mr. Gresham." "Do take a glass of sherry." "Nothing at all. I am very much obliged to you." "Won't you let the horses get some oats?" "I will return at once, if you please, Mr. Gresham." And the doctor did return, taking with him on this occasion the fee that was offered to him. His experience had at any rate taught him so much. But though Frank could do this for Lady Arabella, he could not receive Dr. Thorne on her behalf. The bitterness of that interview had to be borne by herself. A messenger had been sent for him, and he was upstairs with her ladyship while his rival was receiving his congé downstairs. She had two objects to accomplish, if it might be possible. She had found that high words with the doctor were of no avail, but it might be possible that Frank could be saved by humiliation on her part. If she humbled herself before this man, would he consent to acknowledge that his niece was not the fit bride for the heir of Greshamsbury? The doctor entered the room where she was lying on her sofa, and walking up to her with a gentle but yet not constrained step, took the seat beside her little table, just as he had always been accustomed to do, and as though there had been no break in their intercourse. "Well, doctor, you see that I have come back to you," she said, with a faint smile. "Or rather I have come back to you; and believe me, Lady Arabella, I am very happy to do so. There need be no excuses. You were doubtless right to try what other skill could do, and I hope it has not been tried in vain." She had meant to have been so condescending, but now all that was put quite beyond her power. It was not easy to be condescending to the doctor. She had been trying all her life, and had never succeeded. "I have had Sir Omicron pie," she said. "So I was glad to hear. Sir Omicron is a clever man, and has a good name. I always recommend Sir Omicron myself." "And Sir Omicron returns the compliment," said she, smiling gracefully, "for he recommends you. He told Mr. Gresham that I was very foolish to quarrel with my best friend. So now we are friends again, are we not? You see how selfish I am." And she put out her hand to him. The doctor took her hand cordially, and assured her that he bore her no ill will, that he fully understood her conduct, and that he had never accused her of selfishness. This was all very well, and very gracious, but nevertheless Lady Arabella felt that the doctor kept the upper hand in those sweet forgivenesses; whereas she had intended to keep the upper hand, at least for a while, so that her humiliation might be more effective when it did come. And then the doctor used his surgical lore, as he well knew how to use it. There was an assured confidence about him, an air which seemed to declare that he really knew what he was doing. These were very comfortable to his patients, but they were wanting in Dr. Philgrave. When he had completed his examinations and questions, and she had completed her little details and made her answer, she certainly was more at ease than she had been since the doctor had last left her. "Don't go yet for a moment," she said. "I have one word to say to you." He declared that he was not the least in a hurry. He desired nothing better, he said, than to sit there and talk to her. "And I owe you a most sincere apology, Lady Arabella." "A sincere apology!" said she, becoming a little red. Was he going to say anything about Mary? Was he going to own that he and Mary and Frank had all been wrong? "Yes, indeed. I ought not to have brought Sir Louis Scatcherd here. I ought to have known that he would have disgraced himself." "Oh, it does not signify," said her ladyship, in a tone almost of disappointment. "I had forgotten it. Mr. Gresham and you had more inconvenience than we had." "He is an unfortunate, wretched man, most unfortunate, with an immense fortune which he can never live to possess." "And who will the money go to, doctor?" This was a question for which Dr. Thorne was hardly prepared. "Go to?" he repeated. "Oh, some member of the family, I believe. There are plenty of nephews and nieces." "Yes, but will it be divided, or all go to one?" "Probably to one, I think. Sir Roger had a strong idea of leaving it all in one hand." If it should happen to be a girl, thought Lady Arabella, what an excellent opportunity would that be for Frank to marry money! "And now, doctor, I want to say one word to you. Considering the very long time that we have known each other, it is better that I should be open with you. This estrangement between us and dear Mary has given us all so much pain. Can we not do anything to put an end to it?" "Well, what can I say, Lady Arabella? That depends so wholly on yourself." "If it depends on me, it shall be done at once." The doctor bowed, and though he could hardly be said to do so stiffly, he did it coldly. His bow seemed to say, "Certainly, if you choose to make a proper amende, it can be done; but I think it is very unlikely that you will do so." "Beatrice is just going to be married; you know that, doctor." The doctor said that he did know it. "And it will be so pleasant that Mary should make one of us. Poor Beatrice! You don't know what she has suffered." "Yes," said the doctor, "there has been suffering, I am sure; suffering on both sides." "You cannot wonder that we should be so anxious about Frank, Dr. Thorne; an only son, and the heir to an estate that has been so very long in the family." And Lady Arabella put her handkerchief to her eyes, as though these facts were in themselves melancholy, and not to be thought of by a mother without some soft tears. "Now I wish you could tell me what your views are, in a friendly manner, between ourselves. You won't find me unreasonable." "My views, Lady Arabella?" "Yes, doctor; about your niece, you know. You must have views of some sort; that's of course. It occurs to me that perhaps we are all in the dark together. If so, a little candid speaking between you and me may set it all right." Lady Arabella's career had not hitherto been conspicuous for candour, as far as Dr. Thorne had been able to judge of it; but there was no reason why he should not respond to so very becoming an invitation on her part. He had no objection to a little candid speaking; at least, so he declared. As to his views with regard to Mary, they were merely these: that he would make her as happy and comfortable as he could while she remained with him, and that he would give her his blessing, for he had nothing else to give her, when she left him, if she ever should do so. Now, it will be said that the doctor was not very candid in this; not more so, perhaps, than was Lady Arabella herself. But when one is specially invited to be candid, one is naturally set upon one's guard. Those who by disposition are most open are apt to become crafty when so admonished. When a man says to you, "Let us be candid with each other," you feel instinctively that he desires to squeeze you without giving a drop of water himself. "Yes, but about Frank," said Lady Arabella. "About Frank?" said the doctor, with an innocent look which her ladyship could hardly interpret. "What I mean is this: can you give me your word that these young people do not intend to do anything rash? One word like that from you will set my mind quite at rest, and then we could be so happy again." "Ah, who is to answer for what rash things a young man will do?" said the doctor, smiling. Lady Arabella got up from the sofa and pushed away the little table. The man was false, hypocritical, and cunning. Nothing could be made of him. They were all in a conspiracy together to rob her of her son, to make him marry without money. What should she do? Where should she turn for advice or counsel? She had nothing more to say to the doctor, and he, perceiving that this was the case, took his leave. This little attempt to achieve candour had not succeeded. Dr. Thorne had answered Lady Arabella as it seemed best to him on the spur of the moment, but he was by no means satisfied with himself. As he walked away through the gardens, he bethought himself whether it would be better for all parties if he could bring himself to be really candid. Would it not be better for him at once to tell the squire what were the future prospects of his niece, and let the father agree to the marriage, or not agree to it, as he might think fit? But then, if so, if he did do this, would he not in fact say, There is my niece, there is this girl of whom you have been talking for the last 12 months, indifferent to what agony of mind you may have occasioned to her. There she is, a probable heiress. It may be worth your son's while to wait a little time, and not cast her off till he shall know whether she be an heiress or no. If it shall turn out that she is rich, let him take her. If not, why, he can desert her then as well as now." He could not bring himself to put his niece into such a position as this. He was anxious enough that she should be Frank Gresham's wife, for he loved Frank Gresham. He was anxious enough also that she should give to her husband the means of saving the property of his family. But Frank, though he might find her rich, was bound to take her while she was poor. Then also he doubted whether he would be justified in speaking of this will at all. He almost hated the will for the trouble and vexation it had given him, and the constant stress it had laid on his conscience. He had spoken of it as yet to no one, and he thought that he was resolved not to do so while Sir Louis should yet be in the land of the living. On reaching home he found a note from Lady Scatcherd, informing him that Dr. Philgrave had been once more at Boxall Hill, and that on this occasion he had left the house without anger. "I don't know what he has said about Louis," she added, "for to tell the truth, doctor, I was afraid to see him. But he comes again to morrow, and then I shall be braver. But I fear my poor boy is in a bad way." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Dr. Thorne Won't Interfere. At this period there was, as it were, a truce to the ordinary little skirmishes which had been so customary between Lady Arabella and the squire. Things had so fallen out that they neither of them had much spirit for a contest, and moreover, on that point which at the present moment was most thought of by both of them, they were strangely in unison, for each of them was anxious to prevent the threatened marriage of their only son. It must moreover be remembered that Lady Arabella had carried a great point in ousting Mr. Yates Umbleby, and putting the management of the estate into the hands of her own partisan. But then the squire had not done less in getting rid of Philgrave, and reinstating Dr. Thorne in possession of the family invalids. The losses therefore had been equal, the victories equal, and there was a mutual object. And it must be confessed also that Lady Arabella's taste for grandeur was on the decline. Misfortune was coming too near her to leave her much anxiety for the gaieties of a London season. Things were not faring well with her. When her eldest daughter was going to marry a man of fortune and a man of Parliament, she had thought nothing of demanding £1,000 or so for the extraordinary expenses incident to such an occasion. But now Beatrice was to become the wife of a parish parson, and even that was thought to be a fortunate event. She had, therefore, no heart for splendour. "The quieter we can do it, the better," she wrote to her countess sister. Her father wanted to give him at least £1,000, but Mr. Gazby has told me confidentially that it literally cannot be done at the present moment. Ah, my dear Rosina, how things have been managed! If one or two of the girls will come over, we shall all take it as a favour. Beatrice would think it very kind of them. But I don't think of asking you or Amelia. Amelia was always the grandest of the de Courcy family, being almost on an equality with, nay, in some respects superior to, the countess herself. But this, of course, was before the days of the nice place in Surrey. Such and so humble being the present temper of the lady of Greshamsbury, it will not be thought surprising that she and Mr. Gresham should at last come together in their efforts to reclaim their son. At first Lady Arabella urged upon the squire the duty of being very peremptory and very angry. "Do as other fathers do in such cases. Make him understand that he will have no allowance to live on." "He understands that well enough," said Mr. Gresham. "Threaten to cut him off with a shilling," said her ladyship with spirit. "I haven't a shilling to cut him off with," answered the squire bitterly. But Lady Arabella herself soon perceived that this line would not do, As Mr. Gresham himself confessed, his own sins against his son had been too great to allow of his taking a high hand with him. Besides, Mr. Gresham was not a man who could ever be severe with a son whose individual conduct had been so good as Frank's. This marriage was, in his view, a misfortune to be averted if possible, to be averted by any possible means; but as far as Frank was concerned, it was to be regarded rather as a monomania than a crime. "I did feel so certain that he would have succeeded with Miss Dunstable," said the mother, almost crying. "I thought it impossible but that at his age a 12-month's knocking about the world would cure him," said the father. "I never heard of a boy being so obstinate about a girl," said the mother. "I'm sure he didn't get it from the de Courcys." And then again they talked it over in all its bearings. "But what are they to live on?" said Lady Arabella, appealing as it were to some impersonation of reason. "That's what I want him to tell me. What are they to live upon?" "I wonder whether de Courcy could get him into some embassy," said the father. "He does talk of a profession." "What, with the girl and all?" asked Lady Arabella with horror, alarmed at the idea of such an appeal being made to her noble brother. "No, but before he marries. He might be broken of it that way." "Nothing will break him," said the wretched mother. "Nothing, nothing. For my part, I think he is possessed. Why was she brought here? Oh dear, oh dear! Why was she ever brought into this house?" This last question Mr. Gresham did not think it necessary to answer. The evil had been done, and it would be useless to dispute it. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said he. "I'll speak to the doctor himself." "It's not the slightest use," said Lady Arabella. "He will not assist us. Indeed, I firmly believe it's all his own doing." "Oh, nonsense! That really is nonsense, my love." "Very well, Mr. Gresham. What I say is always nonsense, I know. You have always told me so. But yet, see how things have turned out. I knew how it would be when she was first brought into the house." This assertion was rather a stretch on the part of Lady Arabella. "Well, it is nonsense to say that Frank is in love with the girl at the doctor's bidding." "I think you know, Mr. Gresham, that I don't mean that. What I say is this, that Dr. Thorne, finding what an easy fool Frank is—" "I don't think he's at all easy, my love, and certainly not a fool." "Very well, have it your own way. I'll not say a word more. I'm struggling to do my best, and I'm browbeaten on every side. God knows I am not in a state of health to bear it." And Lady Arabella bowed her head into her pocket handkerchief. "I think, my dear, that if you were to see Mary herself it might do some good," said the squire, when the violence of his wife's grief had somewhat subsided. "What, go and call upon this girl?" "Yes, you can send Beatrice to give her notice, you know. She never was unreasonable, and I do not think that you would find her so. You should tell her, you know—" "Oh, I should know very well what to tell her, Mr. Gresham." "Yes, my love, I'm sure you would; nobody better. But what I mean is, that if you are to do any good, you should be kind in your manner. Mary Thorne has a spirit that you cannot break. You may perhaps lead, but nobody can drive her." As this scheme originated with her husband, Lady Arabella could not, of course, confess that there was much in it. But nevertheless she determined to attempt it, thinking that if anything could be efficacious for good in their present misfortunes, it would be her own diplomatic powers. It was, therefore, at last settled between them that he should endeavour to talk over the doctor, and that she would do the same with Mary. "And then I will speak to Frank," said Lady Arabella. "As yet he has never had the audacity to open his mouth to me about Mary Thorne, though I believe he declares his love openly to every one else in the house." "And I will get Oriel to speak to him," said the squire. "I think Patience might do more good. I did once think he was getting fond of Patience, and I was quite unhappy about it then. Ah dear, I should be almost pleased at that now." And thus it was arranged that all the artillery of Greshamsbury was to be brought to bear at once on Frank's love, so as to crush it, as it were, by the very weight of metal. It may be imagined that the squire would have less scruple in addressing the doctor on this matter than his wife would feel, and that his part of their present joint undertaking was less difficult than hers. for he and the doctor had ever been friends at heart; but nevertheless he did feel much scruple, as with his stick in hand he walked down to the little gate which opened out near the doctor's house. This feeling was so strong that he walked on beyond this door to the entrance, thinking of what he was going to do, and then back again. It seemed to be his fate to be depending always on the clemency or consideration of Dr. Thorne. At this moment the doctor was imposing the only obstacle which was offered to the sale of a great part of the estate. Sir Louis, through his lawyer, was pressing the doctor to sell, and the lawyer was loudly accusing the doctor of delaying to do so. "He has the management of your property," said Mr. Finney, "but he manages it in the interest of his own friend. It is quite clear, and we will expose it." "By all means," said Sir Louis. "It is a shame, and it shall be exposed." Of all this the squire was aware. When he reached the doctor's house he was shown into the drawing room, and found Mary there alone. It had always been his habit to kiss her forehead when he chanced to meet her about the house at Greshamsbury. She had been younger and more childish then, but even now she was but a child to him, so he kissed her as he had been wont to do. She blushed slightly as she looked up into his face and said, "Oh, Mr. Gresham, I am so glad to see you here again." As he looked at her he could not but acknowledge that it was natural that Frank should love her. He had never before seen that she was attractive, had never had an opinion about it. She had grown up as a child under his eye, and as she had not the name of being especially a pretty child, he had never thought on the subject. Now he saw before him a woman whose every feature was full of spirit and animation, whose eyes sparkled with more than mere brilliancy, whose face was full of intelligence, whose very smile was eloquent. Was it to be wondered at that Frank should have learned to love her? Miss Thorne wanted but one attribute which many consider essential to feminine beauty. She had no brilliancy of complexion, no pearly whiteness, no vivid carnation, nor indeed did she possess the dark brilliance of a brunette. But there was a speaking earnestness in her face, an expression of mental faculty which the squire now for the first time perceived to be charming. And then he knew how good she was. He knew well what was her nature, how generous, how open, how affectionate, and yet how proud. Her pride was her fault, but even that was not a fault in his eyes. Out of his own family there was no one whom he had loved and could love as he loved her. He felt and acknowledged that no man could have a better wife. And yet he was there with the express object of rescuing his son from such a marriage. "You are looking very well, Mary," he said, almost involuntarily. "Am I?" she answered, smiling. "It's very nice at any rate to be complimented. Uncle never pays me any compliments of that sort." In truth she was looking well. She would say to herself over and over again, from morning to night, that Frank's love for her would be, must be, unfortunate, could not lead to happiness; but nevertheless it did make her happy. She had before his return made up her mind to be forgotten, and it was so sweet to find that he had been so far from forgetting her. A girl may scold a man in words for the rashness in his love, but her heart never scolds him for such an offence as that. She had not been slighted, and her heart, therefore, still rose buoyant within her breast. The doctor entered the room. As the squire's visit had been expected by him, he had of course not been out of the house. "And now I suppose I must go," said Mary, "for I know you are going to talk about business. But, uncle, Mr. Gresham says I'm looking very well. Why have you not been able to find that out?" "She's a dear, good girl," said the squire, as the door shut behind her. "A dear, good girl;" and the doctor could not fail to see that his eyes were filled with tears. "I think she is," said he quietly. And then they both sat silent, as though each was waiting to hear whether the other had anything more to say on that subject. The doctor, at any rate, had nothing more to say. "I have come here especially to speak to you about her," said the squire. "About Mary?" "Yes, doctor, about her and Frank. Something must be done, some arrangement made, if not for our sakes, at least for theirs." "What arrangement, squire?" "Ah, that is the question. I take it for granted that either Frank or Mary has told you that they have engaged themselves to each other." Frank told me so 12 months since." "And has not Mary told you?" "Not exactly that. But never mind. She has, I believe, no secret from me. Though I have said but little to her, I think I know it all." "Well, what then?" The doctor shook his head and put up his hands. He had nothing to say, no proposition to make, no arrangement to suggest. The thing was so, and he seemed to say that, as far as he was concerned, there was an end of it. The squire sat looking at him, hardly knowing how to proceed. It seemed to him that the fact of a young man and a young lady being in love with each other was not a thing to be left to arrange itself, particularly seeing the rank of life in which they were placed. But the doctor seemed to be of a different opinion. "But, Dr. Thorne, there is no man on God's earth who knows my affairs as well as you do. And in knowing mine, you know Frank's. Do you think it possible that they should marry each other?" "Possible; yes, it is possible. You mean, will it be prudent?" "Well, take it that way. Would it not be most imprudent?" "At present it certainly would be. I have never spoken to either of them on the subject, but I presume they do not think of such a thing for the present." "But, doctor!" The squire was certainly taken aback by the coolness of the doctor's manner. After all, he, the squire, was Mr. Gresham of Greshamsbury, generally acknowledged to be the first commoner in Barsetshire. After all, Frank was his heir, and in process of time he would be Mr. Gresham of Greshamsbury. Crippled as the estate was, there would be something left, and the rank at any rate remained. But as to Mary, she was not even the doctor's daughter. She was not only penniless, but nameless, fatherless, worse than motherless. It was incredible that Dr. Thorne, with his generally exalted ideas as to family, should speak in this cold way as to a projected marriage between the heir of Greshamsbury and his brother's bastard child. "But, doctor," repeated the squire. The doctor put one leg over the other and began to rub his calf. "Squire," said he, "I think I know all that you would say, all that you mean, and you don't like to say it because you would not wish to pain me by alluding to Mary's birth." "But independently of that, what would they live on?" said the squire energetically. "Birth is a great thing, a very great thing. You and I think exactly alike about that, so we need have no dispute. You are quite as proud of Ullathorne as I am of Greshamsbury." "I might be, if it belonged to me." "But you are. It is no use arguing. But putting that aside altogether, what would they live on? If they were to marry, what would they do? Where would they go? You know what Lady Arabella thinks of such things. Would it be possible that they should live up at the house with her? Besides, what a life would that be for both of them? Could they live here? Would that be well for them?" The squire looked at the doctor for an answer, but he still went on rubbing his calf. Mr. Gresham, therefore, was constrained to continue his expostulation. "When I am dead there will still, I hope, be something left for the poor fellow. Lady Arabella and the girls would be better off perhaps than now, and I sometimes wish for Frank's sake that the time had come." The doctor could not now go on rubbing his leg. He was moved to speak, and declared that, of all events, that was the one which would be furthest from Frank's heart. "I know no son," said he, "who loves his father more dearly than he does." "I do believe it," said the squire. "I do believe it. But yet I cannot but feel that I am in his way." "No, squire, no; you are in no one's way. You will find yourself happy with your son yet, and proud of him. And proud of his wife too. I hope so, and I think so. I do indeed, or I should not say so, squire. We will have many a happy day yet together, when we shall talk of all these things over the dining room fire at Greshamsbury." The squire felt it kind in the doctor that he should thus endeavour to comfort him, but he could not understand, and did not inquire, on what basis these golden hopes were founded. It was necessary, however, to return to the subject which he had come to discuss. Would the doctor assist him in preventing this marriage? That was now the one thing necessary to be kept in view. "But, doctor, about the young people, of course they cannot marry. You are aware of that." "I don't know that exactly." "Well, doctor, I must say I thought you would feel it." "Feel what, squire?" "That situated as they are, they ought not to marry." "That is quite another question. I have said nothing about that either to you or to anybody else. The truth is, squire, I have never interfered in this matter one way or the other, and I have no wish to do so now." "But should you not interfere? Is not Mary the same to you as your own child?" Dr. Thorne hardly knew how to answer this. He was aware that his argument about not interfering was in fact absurd. Mary could not marry without his interference, and had it been the case that she was in danger of making an improper marriage, of course he would interfere. His meaning was that he would not at the present moment express any opinion. He would not declare against a match which might turn out to be in every way desirable, nor, if he spoke in favour of it, could he give his reasons for doing so. Under these circumstances he would have wished to say nothing, could that only have been possible. But as it was not possible, and as he must say something, he answered the squire's last question by asking another. "What is your objection, squire?" "Objection? Why, what on earth would they live on?" "Then I understand that if that difficulty were over, you would not refuse your consent merely because of Mary's birth?" This was a manner in which the squire had by no means expected to have the affair presented to him. It seemed so impossible that any sound-minded man should take any but his view of the case, that he had not prepared himself for argument. There was every objection to his son marrying Miss Thorne, but the fact of their having no income between them did certainly justify him in alleging that first. "But that difficulty can't be got over, doctor. You know, however, that it would be cause of grief to us all to see Frank marry much beneath his station, that is, I mean, in family. You should not press me to say this, for you know that I love Mary dearly." "But, my dear friend, it is necessary. Wounds sometimes must be opened in order that they may be healed. What I mean is this, and, squire, I'm sure I need not say to you that I hope for an honest answer. Were Mary Thorne an heiress? Had she, for instance, such wealth as that Miss Dunstable that we hear of? In that case, would you object to the match?" When the doctor declared that he expected an honest answer, the squire listened with all his ears; but the question, when finished, seemed to have no bearing on the present case. "Come, squire, speak your mind faithfully. There was some talk once of Frank's marrying Miss Dunstable. Did you mean to object to that match?" "Miss Dunstable was legitimate; at least I presume so." "Oh, Mr. Gresham, has it come to that? Miss Dunstable, then, would have satisfied your ideas of high birth?" Mr. Gresham was rather posed, and regretted at the moment his allusion to Miss Dunstable's presumed legitimacy; but he soon recovered himself. "No," said he, "it would not; and I am willing to admit, as I have admitted before, that the undoubted advantages arising from wealth are taken by the world as atoning for what otherwise would be a mésalliance. But you admit that, do you? You acknowledge that as your conviction on the subject?" "Yes. But " the squire was going on to explain the propriety of this opinion, but the doctor uncivilly would not hear him. "Then, squire, I will not interfere in this matter one way or the other." "How on earth can such an opinion Pray excuse me, Mr. Gresham, but my mind is now quite made up. It was very nearly so before. I will do nothing to encourage Frank, nor will I say anything to discourage Mary." "That is the most singular resolution that a man of sense like you ever came to." "I can't help it, squire. It is my resolution." "But what has Miss Dunstable's fortune to do with it?" "I cannot say that it has anything. But in this matter I will not interfere." The squire went on for some time, but it was all to no purpose, and at last he left the house, considerably in dudgeon. The only conclusion to which he could come was, that Dr. Thorne had thought the chance on his niece's behalf too good to be thrown away, and had therefore resolved to act in this very singular way. "I would not have believed it of him, though all Barsetshire had told me. he said to himself as he entered the great gates, and he went on repeating the same words till he found himself in his own room. No, not if all Barsetshire had told me. He did not, however, communicate the ill result of his visit to the Lady Arabella. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. What can you give in return? In spite of the family troubles, these were happy days for Beatrice. It so seldom happens that young ladies on the eve of their marriage have their future husbands living near them. This happiness was hers, and Mr. Oriel made the most of it. She was constantly being coaxed down to the parsonage by Patience, in order that she might give her opinion, in private, as to some domestic arrangement, some piece of furniture, or some new carpet; but this privacy was always invaded. What Mr. Oriel's parishioners did in these halcyon days, I will not ask. His morning services, however, had been altogether given up, and he had provided himself with a very excellent curate. But one grief did weigh heavily on Beatrice. She continually heard her mother say things which made her feel that it would be more than ever impossible that Mary should be at her wedding, and yet she had promised her brother to ask her. Frank had also repeated his threat that if Mary were not present, he would absent himself. Beatrice did what most girls do in such a case, what all would do who are worth anything. She asked her lover's advice. "Oh, but Frank can't be in earnest," said the lover. "Of course he'll be at our wedding." "You don't know him, Caleb. He is so changed that no one hardly would know him. You can't conceive how much in earnest he is, how determined and resolute. And then I should like to have Mary so much, if mamma would let her come." "Ask Lady Arabella," said Caleb. "Well, I suppose I must do that, but I know what she'll say, and Frank will never believe that I have done my best." Mr. Oriel comforted her with such little whispered consolations as he was able to afford, and then she went away on her errand to her mother. She was indeed surprised at the manner in which her prayer was received. She could hardly falter forth her petition, but when she had done so, Lady Arabella answered in this wise: "Well, my dear, I have no objection, none the least. That is, of course, if Mary is disposed to behave herself properly." "Oh, mamma, of course she will," said Beatrice. "She always did and always does." "I hope she will, my love. But, Beatrice, when I say that I shall be glad to see her, of course I mean under certain conditions. I have never disliked Mary Thorne, and if she would only let Frank understand that she will not listen to his mad proposals, I should be delighted to see her at Greshamsbury just as she used to be." Beatrice could say nothing in answer to this, but she felt very sure that Mary, let her intention be what it might, would not undertake to make Frank understand anything at anybody's bidding. "I will tell you what I will do, my dear," continued Lady Arabella. "I will call on Mary myself." "What, at Dr. Thorne's house?" "Yes, why not? I have been at Dr. Thorne's house before now." And Lady Arabella could not but think of her last visit thither, and the strong feeling she had as she came out that she would never again enter those doors. She was, however, prepared to do anything on behalf of her rebellious son. "Oh, yes, I know that, mamma." "I will call upon her, and if I can possibly manage it, I will ask her myself to make one of your party. If so, you can go to her afterwards and make your own arrangements. Just write her a note, my dear, and say that I will call to morrow at 12. It might fluster her if I were to go in without notice." Beatrice did as she was bid, but with a presentiment that no good would come of it. The note was certainly unnecessary for the purpose assigned by Lady Arabella, as Mary was not given to be flustered by such occurrences; but perhaps it was as well that it was written, as it enabled her to make up her mind steadily as to what information should be given and what should not be given to her coming visitor. On the next morning, at the appointed hour, Lady Arabella walked down to the doctor's house. She never walked about the village without making some little disturbance among the inhabitants. With the squire himself they were quite familiar, and he could appear and reappear without creating any sensation; but her ladyship had not made herself equally common in men's sight. Therefore, when she went in at the doctor's little gate, the fact was known through all Greshamsbury in 10 minutes; and before she had left the house, Mrs. Umbleby and Miss Gushing had quite settled between them what was the exact cause of the very singular event. The doctor, when he heard what was going to happen, carefully kept out of the way. Mary, therefore, had the pleasure of receiving Lady Arabella alone. Nothing could exceed her ladyship's affability. Mary thought that it perhaps might have savoured less of condescension; but then on this subject Mary was probably prejudiced. Lady Arabella smiled and simpered, and asked after the doctor, and the cat, and Janet, and said everything that could have been desired by any one less unreasonable than Mary Thorne. "And now, Mary, I'll tell you why I have called." Mary bowed her head slightly, as much to say that she would be glad to receive any information that Lady Arabella could give her on that subject. "Of course you know that Beatrice is going to be married very shortly." Mary acknowledged that she had heard so much. "Yes, we think it will be in September, early in September, and that is coming very soon now. The poor girl is anxious that you should be at her wedding." Mary turned slightly red, but she merely said, and that somewhat too coldly, that she was much indebted to Beatrice for her kindness. "I can assure you, Mary, that she is very fond of you, as much so as ever; and so indeed am I, and all of us are so. You know that Mr Gresham was always your friend." "Yes, he always was, and I am grateful to Mr Gresham," answered Mary. It was well for Lady Arabella that she had her temper under command, for had she spoken her mind out, there would have been very little chance left for reconciliation between her and Mary. "Yes, indeed he was; and I think we all did what little we could to make you welcome at Greshamsbury, Mary, till those unpleasant occurrences took place." "What occurrences, Lady Arabella?" "And Beatrice is so very anxious on this point," said her ladyship, ignoring for the moment Mary's question. "You two have been so much together, that she feels she cannot be quite happy if you are not near her when she is being married." "Dear Beatrice!" said Mary, warmed for the moment to an expression of genuine feeling. "She came to me yesterday, begging that I would waive any objection I might have to your being there. I have made her no answer yet. What answer do you think I ought to make her?" Mary was astounded at this question, and hesitated in her reply. "What answer ought you to make her?" she said. "Yes, Mary. What answer do you think I ought to give? I wish to ask you the question, as you are the person most concerned." Mary considered for a while, and then did give her opinion on the matter in a firm voice. "I think you should tell Beatrice that as you cannot at present receive me cordially in your house, it will be better that you should not be called on to receive me at all." This was certainly not the sort of answer that Lady Arabella expected, and she was now somewhat astounded in her turn. "But, Mary," she said, "I should be delighted to receive you cordially, if I could do so." "But it seems you cannot, Lady Arabella, and so there must be an end of it." "Oh, but I do not know that," and she smiled her sweetest smile. "I do not know that. I want to put an end to all this ill feeling if I can. It all depends on one thing, you know." "Does it, Lady Arabella?" "Yes, upon one thing. You won't be angry if I ask you another question, eh, Mary?" "No; at least I don't think I will." "Is there any truth in what we hear about your being engaged to Frank?" Mary made no immediate answer to this, but sat quite silent, looking Lady Arabella in the face; not but that she had made up her mind as to what answer she would give, but the exact words failed her at the moment. "Of course you must have heard of such a rumour," continued Lady Arabella. "Oh, yes; I have heard of it." "Yes, and you have noticed it, and I must say very properly. When you went to Boxall Hill, and before that with Miss Oriels to her aunt's, I thought you behaved extremely well." Mary felt herself glow with indignation, and began to prepare the words that should be sharp and decisive. "But nevertheless people talk, and Frank, who is still quite a boy," Mary's indignation was not softened by this allusion to Frank's folly, "seems to have got some nonsense in his head. I grieve to say it, but I feel myself in justice bound to do so, that in this matter he has not acted as well as you have done. Now, therefore, I merely ask you whether there is any truth in the report. If you tell me that there is none, I shall be quite contented." "But it is altogether true, Lady Arabella. I am engaged to Frank Gresham." "Engaged to be married to him?" "Yes; engaged to be married to him." What was to say or do now? Nothing could be more plain, more decided, or less embarrassed with doubt than Mary's declaration; and as she made it she looked her visitor full in the face, blushing indeed, for her cheeks were now suffused as well as her forehead, but boldly, and as it were with defiance. "And you tell me so to my face, Miss Thorne?" "And why not? Did you not ask me the question? And would you have me answer you with a falsehood? I am engaged to him. As you would put the question to me, what other answer could I make? The truth is, that I am engaged to him." The decisive abruptness with which Mary declared her own iniquity almost took away her ladyship's breath. She had certainly believed that they were engaged, and had hardly hoped that Mary would deny it; but she had not expected that the crime would be acknowledged, or at any rate, if acknowledged, that the confession would be made without some show of shame. On this Lady Arabella could have worked; but there was no such expression, nor was there the slightest hesitation. "I am engaged to Frank Gresham," and having so said, Mary looked her visitor full in the face. "Then it is indeed impossible that you should be received at Greshamsbury." "At present, quite so, no doubt. In saying so, Lady Arabella, you only repeat the answer I made to your first question. I can now go to Greshamsbury only in one light, that of Mr Gresham's accepted daughter-in-law." "And that is perfectly out of the question; altogether out of the question, now and for ever." "I will not dispute with you about that; but as I said before, my being at Beatrice's wedding is not to be thought of." Lady Arabella sat for a while silent, that she might meditate, if possible, calmly, as to what line of argument she had now better take. It would be foolish in her, she thought, to return home, having merely expressed her anger. She had now an opportunity of talking to Mary which might not again occur. The difficulty was in deciding in what special way she should use the opportunity. Should she threaten, or should she entreat? To do her justice, it should be stated that she did actually believe that the marriage was all but impossible. She did not think that it could take place. But the engagement might be the ruin of her son's prospects, seeing how he had before him one imperative, one immediate duty, that of marrying money. Having considered all this as well as her hurry would allow her, she determined first to reason, then to entreat, and lastly, if necessary, to threaten. "I am astonished. You cannot be surprised at that, Miss Thorne. I am astonished at hearing so singular a confession made." "Do you think my confession singular, or is it the fact of my being engaged to your son?" "We will pass over that for the present. But do let me ask you, do you think it possible, I say possible, that you and Frank should be married?" "Oh, certainly; quite possible." "Of course you know that he has not a shilling in the world." "Nor have I, Lady Arabella." "Nor will he have, were he to do anything so utterly hostile to his father's wishes. The property, you are aware, is altogether at Mr Gresham's disposal." "I am aware of nothing about the property, and can say nothing about it except this, that it has not been and will not be inquired after by me in this matter. If I marry Frank Gresham, it will not be for the property. I am sorry to make such an apparent boast, but you force me to do it." "On what then are you to live? You are too old for love in a cottage, I suppose." "Not at all too old. Frank, you know, is still quite a boy." "Impudent hussy! Forward, ill conditioned, saucy minx! Such were the epithets which rose to Lady Arabella's mind, but she politely suppressed them. "Miss Thorne, this subject is of course to me very serious, very ill adapted for jesting. I look upon such a marriage as absolutely impossible." "I do not know what you mean by impossible, Lady Arabella." "I mean in the first place that you two could not get yourselves married." "Oh yes, Mr Oriel would manage that for us. We are his parishioners, and he would be bound to do it." "I beg your pardon. I believe that under all the circumstances it would be illegal." Mary smiled, but she said nothing. "You may laugh, Miss Thorne, but I think you will find that I am right. There are still laws to prevent such fearful distress as would be brought about by such a marriage." "I hope that nothing I shall do will bring distress on the family." "Ah, but it would. Don't you know that it would? Think of it, Miss Thorne. Think of Frank's state and of his father's state. You know enough of that, I am sure, to be well aware that Frank is not in a condition to marry without money. Think of the position which Mr Gresham's only son should hold in the county. Think of the old name, and the pride we have in it. You have lived among us enough to understand all this. Think of these things, and then say whether it is possible such a marriage should take place without family distress of the deepest kind. Think of Mr Gresham. If you truly love my son, you could not wish to bring on him all this misery and ruin." Mary now was touched, for there was truth in what Lady Arabella said. But she had no power of going back. Her troth was plighted, and nothing that any human being could say should shake her from it. If he indeed chose to repent, that would be another thing. "Lady Arabella," she said, "I have nothing to say in favour of this engagement, except that he wishes it." "And is that a reason, Mary?" "To me it is; not only a reason, but a law. I have given him my promise." "And you will keep your promise even to his own ruin?" "I hope not. Our engagement, unless he shall choose to break it off, must necessarily be a long one. But the time will come " "What? When Mr Gresham is dead?" "Before that, I hope." "There is no probability of it. And because he is headstrong, you, who have always had credit for so much sense, will hold him to this mad engagement?" "No, Lady Arabella, I will not hold him to anything to which he does not wish to be held. Nothing that you can say shall move me; nothing that anybody can say shall induce me to break my promise to him. But a word from himself will do it." "One look will be sufficient? Let him give me to understand in any way that his love for me is injurious to him, that he has learnt to think so, and then I will renounce my part in this engagement as quickly as you could wish it." There was much in this promise, but still not so much as Lady Arabella wished to get. Mary, she knew, was obstinate but reasonable. Frank, she thought, was both obstinate and unreasonable. It might be possible to work on Mary's reason, but quite impossible to touch Frank's irrationality. So she persevered, foolishly. "Miss Thorne, that is Mary, for I still wish to be thought your friend." "I will tell you the truth, Lady Arabella. For some considerable time past I have not thought you so." "Then you have wronged me. But I will go on with what I was saying. You quite acknowledge that this is a foolish affair?" "I acknowledge no such thing." "Something very much like it. You have not a word in its defence." "Not to you. I do not choose to be put on my defence by you." "I don't know who has more right. However, you promise that if Frank wishes it, you will release him from his engagement?" "Release him! It is for him to release me; that is, if he wishes it." "Very well; at any rate you give him permission to do so. But will it not be more honourable for you to begin?" "No, I think not." "Ah, but it would. If he in his position should be the first to speak, the first to suggest that this affair between you is a foolish one, what would people say?" "They would say the truth." "And what would you yourself say?" "Nothing." "What would he think of himself?" "Ah, that I do not know. It is according as that may be, that he will or will not act at your bidding." "Exactly; and because you know him to be high minded, Because you think that he, having so much to give, will not break his word to you who have nothing to give in return. It is, therefore, that you say that the first step must be taken by him. Is that noble?" Then Mary rose from her seat, for it was no longer possible for her to speak what was in her to say, sitting there leisurely on the sofa. Lady Arabella's worship of money had not hitherto been so brought forward in the conversation as to give her unpardonable offence; but now she felt that she could no longer restrain her indignation. To you who have nothing to give in return! Had she not given all that she possessed? Had she not emptied her store into his lap, that heart of hers beating with such genuine life, capable of such perfect love, throbbing with so grand a pride? Had she not given that? And was not that, between him and her, more than 20 Greshamsburys, nobler than any pedigree? To you who have nothing to give, indeed! This to her who was so ready to give everything! "Lady Arabella," she said, "I think that you do not understand me, and that it is not likely that you should. If so, our further talking will be worse than useless. I have taken no account of what will be given between your son and me in your sense of the word giving. But he has professed to love me." As she spoke she still looked on the lady's face, but her eyelashes for a moment screened her eyes, and her colour was a little heightened. "And I have acknowledged that I also love him, and so we are engaged. To me my promise is sacred. I will not be threatened into breaking it. If, however, he shall wish to change his mind, he can do so. I will not upbraid him, will not, if I can help it, think harshly of him. So much you may tell him if it suits you. But I will not listen to your calculations as to how much or how little each of us may have to give to the other." She was still standing when she finished speaking, and so she continued to stand. Her eyes were fixed on Lady Arabella, and her position seemed to say that sufficient words had been spoken, and that it was time that her ladyship should go; and so Lady Arabella felt it. Gradually she also rose; slowly, but tacitly, she acknowledged that she was in the presence of a spirit superior to her own, and so she took her leave. "Very well," she said, in a tone that was intended to be grandiloquent, but which failed grievously. "I will tell him that he has your permission to think a second time on this matter. I do not doubt but that he will do so." Mary would not condescend to answer, but curtsied low as her visitor left the room, and so the interview was over. The interview was over, and Mary was alone. She remained standing as long as she heard the footsteps of Frank's mother on the stairs, not immediately thinking of what had passed, but still buoying herself up with her hot indignation, as though her work with Lady Arabella was not yet finished. But when the footfall was no longer heard, and the sound of the closing door told her that she was in truth alone, she sank back in her seat, and covering her face with her hands, burst into bitter tears. All that doctrine about money was horrible to her. That insolent pretence that she had caught at Frank because of his worldly position made her all but ferocious. But Lady Arabella had not the less spoken much that was true. She did think of the position which the heir of Greshamsbury should hold in the county, and of the fact that a marriage would mar that position so vitally. She did think of the old name, and the old Gresham pride. She did think of the squire and his deep distress. It was true that she had lived among them long enough to understand these things, and to know that it was not possible that this marriage should take place without deep family sorrow. And then she asked herself whether, in consenting to accept Frank's hand, she had adequately considered this; and she was forced to acknowledge that she had not considered it. She had ridiculed Lady Arabella for saying that Frank was still a boy; but was it not true that his offer had been made with a boy's energy rather than a man's forethought? If so, if she had been wrong to accede to that offer when made, would she not be doubly wrong to hold him to it now that she saw their error? It was doubtless true that Frank himself could not be the first to draw back. What would people say of him? She could now calmly ask herself the question that had so angered her when asked by Lady Arabella. If he could not do it, and if, nevertheless, it behoved them to break off this match, by whom was it to be done if not by her? Was not Lady Arabella right throughout, right in her conclusions, though so foully wrong in her manner of drawing them? And then she did think for one moment of herself. You who have nothing to give in return. Such had been Lady Arabella's main accusation against her. Was it in fact true that she had nothing to give? Her maiden love, her feminine pride, her very life and spirit and being, were these things nothing? Were they to be weighed against pounds sterling per annum? And when so weighed, were they ever to kick the beam like feathers? All these things had been nothing to her when, without reflection, governed wholly by the impulse of the moment, she had first allowed his daring hand to lie for an instant in her own. She had thought nothing of these things when that other suitor came, richer far than Frank, to love whom it was as impossible to her as it was not to love him. Her love had been pure from all such thoughts. She was conscious that it ever would be pure from them. Lady Arabella was unable to comprehend this, and therefore was Lady Arabella so utterly distasteful to her. Frank had once held her close to his warm breast, and her very soul had thrilled with joy to feel that he so loved her, with a joy which she had hardly dared to acknowledge. At that moment her maidenly efforts had been made to push him off, but her heart had grown to his. She had acknowledged him to be master of her spirit, her bosom's lord, the man whom she had been born to worship, the human being to whom it was for her to link her destiny. Frank's acres had been of no account, nor had his want of acres. God had brought them two together that they should love each other. That conviction had satisfied her, and she had made it a duty to herself that she would love him with her very soul. And now she was called upon to wrench herself asunder from him because she had nothing to give in return. Well, she would wrench herself asunder, as far as such wrenching might be done compatibly with her solemn promise. It might be right that Frank should have an opportunity offered him so that he might escape from his position without disgrace. She would endeavour to give him this opportunity. So, with one deep sigh, she arose, took herself pen, ink, and paper, and sat herself down again so that the wrenching might begin. And then for a moment she thought of her uncle. Why had he not spoken to her of all this? Why had he not warned her? He who had ever been so good to her, why had he now failed her so grievously? She had told him everything, had had no secret from him, but he had never answered her a word. He must have known, she said to herself piteously. He also must have known that I could give nothing in return. Such accusation, however, availed her not at all, so she sat down and slowly wrote her letter. "Dearest Frank," she began. She had at first written "Dear Mr Gresham," but her heart revolted against such useless coldness. She was not going to pretend that she did not love him. "Dearest Frank, your mother has been here talking to me about our engagement. I do not generally agree with her about such matters, but she has said some things to day which I cannot but acknowledge to be true. She says that our marriage would be distressing to your father, injurious to all your family, and ruinous to yourself. If this be so, how can I, who love you, wish for such a marriage? I remember my promise, and have kept it. I would not yield to your mother when she desired me to disclaim our engagement. But I do think it will be more prudent if you will consent to forget all that has passed between us, not perhaps to forget it, that may not be possible for us, but to let it pass by as though it had never been. If so, if you think so, dear Frank, do not have any scruples on my account. What will be best for you must be best for me. Think what a reflection it would ever be to me to have been the ruin of one that I love so well. Let me have but one word to say that I am released from my promise, and I will tell my uncle that the matter between us is over. It will be painful for us at first. Those occasional meetings which must take place will distress us, but that will wear off. We shall always think well of each other, and why should we not be friends? This, doubtless, cannot be done without inward wounds, but such wounds are in God's hands, and He can cure them. I know what your first feelings will be on reading this letter, but do not answer it in obedience to first feelings. Think over it, think of your father, and all you owe him, of your old name, your old family, and of what the world expects from you." Mary was forced to put her hand to her eyes to save her paper from her falling tears, as she found herself thus repeating, nearly word for word, the arguments that had been used by Lady Arabella. "Think of these things coolly if you can, but at any rate without passion, and then let me have one word in answer. One word will suffice. I have but to add this: do not allow yourself to think that my heart will ever reproach you. It cannot reproach you for doing that which I myself suggest." Mary's logic in this was very false, but she was not herself aware of it. "I will never reproach you either in word or thought, and as for all others, it seems to me that the world agrees that we have hitherto been wrong. The world, I hope, will be satisfied when we have obeyed it. God bless you, dearest Frank. I shall never call you so again, but it would be a pretence were I to write otherwise in this letter. Think of this, and then let me have one line. Your affectionate friend, Mary Thorne. P.S. Of course I cannot be at dear Beatrice's marriage, but when they come back to the parsonage I shall see her. I am sure they will both be happy, because they are so good. I need hardly say that I shall think of them on their wedding day." When she had finished her letter she addressed it plainly, in her own somewhat bold handwriting, to Francis N. Gresham, Junior, Esquire, and then took it herself to the little village post office. There should be nothing underhand about her correspondence. All the Greshamsbury world should know of it, that world of which she had spoken in her letter, if that world so pleased. Having put her penny label on it, she handed it, with an open brow and an unembarrassed face, to the baker's wife, who was her Majesty's postmistress at Greshamsbury; and having so finished her work, she returned to see the table prepared for her uncle's dinner. "I will say nothing to him," said she to herself, "till I get the answer. He will not talk to me about it, so why should I trouble him?" End of Chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. The Race of Scatcherd becomes extinct. It will not be imagined, at any rate by feminine readers, that Mary's letter was written off at once, without alterations and changes, or the necessity for a fair copy. Letters from one young lady to another are doubtless written in this manner, and even with them it might sometimes be better if more patience had been taken. But with Mary's first letter to her lover, her first love letter, if love letter it can be called, much more care was used. It was copied and recopied, and when she returned from posting it, it was read and re-read. "It is very cold," she said to herself. "He will think I have no heart, that I have never loved him." And then she all but resolved to run down to the baker's wife and get back her letter, that she might alter it. "But it will be better so," she said again. "If I touched his feelings now, he would never bring himself to leave me. It is right that I should be cold to him. I should be false to myself if I tried to move his love, I who have nothing to give him in return for it." And so she made no further visit to the post office, and the letter went on its way. We will now follow its fortunes for a short while, and explain how it was that Mary received no answer for a week, it may well be imagined, of terrible suspense to her. When she took it to the post office, she doubtless thought that the baker's wife had nothing to do but to send it up to the house at Greshamsbury, and that Frank would receive it that evening, or at latest, early on the following morning. But this was by no means so. The epistle was posted on a Friday afternoon, and it behoved the baker's wife to send it into Silverbridge, Silverbridge being the post town, so that all due formalities, as ordered by the Queen's government, might there be perfected. Now, unfortunately, the post boy had taken his departure before Mary reached the shop, and it was not, therefore, dispatched till Saturday. Sunday was always a dies non with the Greshamsbury Mercury, and consequently Frank's letter was not delivered at the house till Monday morning, at which time Mary had for 2 long days been waiting with weary heart for the expected answer. Now Frank had on that morning gone up to London by the early train with his future brother-in-law, Mr Oriel. In order to accomplish this they had left Greshamsbury for Barchester exactly as the postboy was leaving Silverbridge for Greshamsbury. "I should like to wait for my letters," Mr Oriel had said, when the journey was being discussed. "Nonsense," Frank had answered. "Who ever got a letter that was worth waiting for?" And so Mary was doomed to a week of misery. When the post bag arrived at the house on Monday morning, it was opened as usual by the squire himself at the breakfast table. "Here is a letter for Frank," said he, "posted in the village. You had better send it to him," and he threw the letter across the table to Beatrice. "It's from Mary," said Beatrice out loud, taking the letter up and examining the address. And having said so, she repented what she had done, as she looked first at her father and then at her mother. A cloud came over the squire's brow as for a minute he went on turning over the letters and newspapers. "Oh, from Mary Thorne, is it?" he said. "Well, you had better send it to him." "Frank said that if any letters came they were to be kept," said his sister Sophy. "He told me so particularly. I don't think he likes having letters sent after him." "You had better send that one," said the squire. "Mr Oriel is to have all his letters addressed to Long's Hotel, Bond Street, and this one can very well be sent with them," said Beatrice, who knew all about it, and intended herself to make a free use of the address. "Yes, you had better send it," said the squire, and then nothing further was said at the table. But Lady Arabella, though she said nothing, had not failed to mark what had passed. Had she asked for the letter before the squire, he would probably have taken possession of it himself; but as soon as she was alone with Beatrice, she did demand it. "I shall be writing to Frank myself," she said, "and will send it to him." And so Beatrice, with a heavy heart, gave it up. The letter lay before Lady Arabella's eyes all that day, and many a wistful glance was cast at it. She turned it over and over, and much she desired to know its contents; but she did not dare to break the seal of her son's letter. All that day it lay upon her desk, and all the next, for she could hardly bring herself to part with it; but on the Wednesday it was sent with these lines from herself: "Dearest, dearest Frank, I send you a letter which has come by the post from Mary Thorne. I do not know what it may contain, but before you correspond with her, pray, pray think of what I said to you. For my sake, for your father's, for your own, pray think of it." That was all, but it was enough to make her word to Beatrice true. She did send it to Frank enclosed in a letter from herself. We must reserve to the next chapter what had taken place between Frank and his mother, but for the present we will return to the doctor's house. Mary said not a word to him about the letter, but keeping silent on the subject, she felt wretchedly estranged from him. "Is anything the matter, Mary?" he said to her on the Sunday afternoon. "No, uncle," she answered, turning away her head to hide her tears. "Ah, but there is something. What is it, dearest?" "Nothing; that is, nothing that one can talk about." "What, Mary? Be unhappy and not talk about it to me? That's something new, is it not?" "One has presentiments sometimes, and is unhappy without knowing why. Besides, you know " "I know! What do I know? Do I know anything that will make my pet happier?" And he took her in his arms as they sat together on the sofa. Her tears were now falling fast, and she no longer made an effort to hide them. "Speak to me, Mary. This is more than a presentiment. What is it?" "Oh, uncle!" "Come, love, speak to me. Tell me why you are grieving." "Oh, uncle, why have you not spoken to me? Why have you not told me what to do? Why have you not advised me? Why are you always so silent?" "Silent about what?" "You know, uncle, you know. Silent about him. Silent about Frank." Why, indeed? What was he to say to this? It was true that he had never counselled her, never shown her what course she should take, had never even spoken to her about her lover; and it was equally true that he was not now prepared to do so, even in answer to such an appeal as this. He had a hope, a strong hope, more than a hope, that Mary's love would yet be happy; but he could not express or explain his hope, nor could he even acknowledge to himself a wish that would seem to be based on the death of him whose life he was bound, if possible, to preserve. "My love," he said, "it is a matter in which you must judge for yourself. Did I doubt your conduct, I should interfere, but I do not." "Conduct! Is conduct everything? One may conduct oneself excellently, and yet break one's heart." This was too much for the doctor. His sternness and firmness instantly deserted him. "Mary," he said, "I will do anything that you would have me. If you wish it, I will make arrangements for leaving this place at once." "Oh, no," she said, plaintively. "When you tell me of a broken heart, you almost break my own. Come to me, darling. Do not leave me so. I will say all that I can say. I have thought, do still think, that circumstances will admit of your marriage with Frank if you both love each other, and can both be patient." "You think so," said she, unconsciously sliding her hand into his, as though to thank him by its pressure for the comfort he was giving her. "I do think so now more than ever; but I can only think so. I have been unable to assure you. There, darling, I must not say more, only that I cannot bear to see you grieving. I would not have said this," and then he left her, and nothing more was spoken on the subject. If you can be patient! Why, a patience of 10 years would be as nothing to her. Could she but live with the knowledge that she was first in his estimation, dearest in his heart, could it be also granted to her to feel that she was regarded as his equal, she could be patient for ever. What more did she want than to know and feel this? Patient, indeed! But what could these circumstances be to which her uncle had alluded? "I do think that circumstances will admit of your marriage." Such was his opinion, and she had never known him to be wrong. Circumstances! What circumstances? Did he perhaps mean that Mr Gresham's affairs were not so bad as they had been thought to be? If so, that alone would hardly alter the matter, for what could she give in return? "I would give him the world for one word of love," she said to herself, "and never think that he was my debtor. Ah, how beggarly the heart must be that speculates on such gifts as those!" But there was her uncle's opinion. He still thought that they might be married. Oh, why had she sent her letter? And why had she made it so cold? With such a letter as that before him, Frank could not do other than consent to her proposal. And then why did he not at least answer it? On the Sunday afternoon there arrived at Greshamsbury a man and a horse from Boxall Hill, bearing a letter from Lady Scatcherd to Dr Thorne, earnestly requesting the doctor's immediate attendance. "I fear everything is over with poor Louis," wrote the unhappy mother. "It has been very dreadful. Do come to me. I have no other friend, and I am nearly worn through with it. The man from the city," she meant Dr Philgrave, "comes every day, and I dare say he is all very well, but he has never done much good. He has not had spirit enough to keep the bottle from him, and it was that, and that only, that most behoved to be done. I doubt you won't find him in this world when you arrive here." Dr Thorne started immediately. Even though he might have to meet Dr Philgrave, he could not hesitate; for he went not as a doctor to the dying man, but as the trustee under Sir Roger's will. Moreover, as Lady Scatcherd had said, he was her only friend, and he could not desert her at such a moment for an army of Philgraves. He told Mary he should not return that night, and taking with him a small saddle bag, he started at once for Boxall Hill. As he rode up to the hall door, Dr Philgrave was getting into his carriage. They had never met so as to speak to each other since that memorable day when they had had their famous passage of arms in the hall of that very house before which they now both stood. But at the present moment neither of them was disposed to renew the fight. "What news of your patient, Dr Philgrave?" said our doctor, still seated on his sweating horse, and putting his hand lightly to his hat. Dr. Philgrave could not refrain from one moment of supercilious disdain. He gave one little chuck to his head, one little twist to his neck, one little squeeze to his lips, and then the man within him overcame the doctor. "Sir Louis is no more," he said. "God's will be done," said Dr. Thorne. "His death is a release, for his last days have been very frightful. Your coming, Dr. Thorne, will be a comfort to Lady Scatcherd." And then Dr. Philgrave, thinking that even the present circumstances required no further condescension, ensconced himself in the carriage. "His last days have been very dreadful? Ah me, poor fellow! Dr. Philgrave, before you go, allow me to say this. I am quite aware that when he fell into your hands no medical skill in the world could save him." Dr. Philgrave bowed low from the carriage, and after this unwonted exchange of courtesies, the two doctors parted, not to meet again, at any rate in the pages of this novel. Of Dr. Philgrave let it now be said that he grows in dignity as he grows in years, and that he is universally regarded as one of the celebrities of the city of Barchester. Lady Scatcherd was found sitting alone in her little room on the ground floor. Even Hannah was not with her, for Hannah was now occupied upstairs. When the doctor entered the room, which he did unannounced, he found her seated on a chair, with her back against one of the presses, her hands clasped together over her knees, gazing into vacancy. She did not ever hear him or see him as he approached, and his hand had slightly touched her shoulder before she knew that she was not alone. Then she looked up at him with a face so full of sorrow, so worn with suffering, that his own heart was racked to see her. "It is all over, my friend," said he. "It is better so, much better so." She seemed at first hardly to understand him, but still regarding him with that wan face, shook her head slowly and sadly. One might have thought that she was 20 years older than when Dr. Thorne last saw her. He drew a chair to her side, and sitting by her, took her hand in his. "It is better so, Lady Scatcherd, better so," he repeated. "The poor lad's doom had been spoken, and it is well for him, and for you, that it should be over." "They are both gone now," said she, speaking very low. "Both gone now. Oh, doctor, to be left alone here, all alone!" He said some few words trying to comfort her. But who can comfort a widow bereaved of her child? Who can console a heart that has lost all it possessed? Sir Roger had not been to her a tender husband, but still he had been the husband of her love. Sir Louis had not been to her an affectionate son, but still he had been her child, her only child. Now they were both gone. Who can wonder that the world should be a blank to her? Still the doctor spoke soothing words, and still he held her hand. He knew that his words could not console her, but the sounds of his kindness at such desolate moments are to such minds as hers some alleviation of grief. She hardly answered him, but sat there staring out before her, leaving her hand passively to him, and swaying her head backwards and forwards, as though her grief were too heavy to be borne. At last her eye rested on an article which stood upon the table, and she started up impetuously from her chair. She did this so suddenly that the doctor's hand fell beside him before he knew that she had risen. The table was covered with all those implements which become so frequent about a house when severe illness is an inhabitant there. There were little boxes and apothecaries' bottles, cups and saucers standing separate, and bowls in which messes have been prepared with the hope of suiting a sick man's failing appetite. There was a small saucepan standing on a plate, a curiously shaped glass utensil left by the doctor, and sundry pieces of flannel which had been used in rubbing the sufferer's limbs. But in the middle of the débris stood one black bottle, with head erect, unsuited to the companionship in which it was found. "There," she said, rising up and seizing this in a manner that would have been ridiculous had it not been so truly tragic. "There, that has robbed me of everything, of all I ever possessed, of husband and child, of the father and son, that has swallowed them both, murdered them both. "Oh, doctor, that such a thing as that should cause such bitter sorrow! I have hated it always, but now, oh, woe is me! Weary me!" And then she let the bottle drop from her hand as though it were too heavy for her. "This comes of their baroniting," she continued. "If they had let him alone, he would have been here now, and so would the other one. Why did they do it? Why did they do it? Ah, doctor, people such as us should never meddle with them above us. See what has come of it. See what has come of it." The doctor could not remain with her long, as it was necessary that he should take upon himself the direction of the household, and give orders for the funeral. First of all, he had to undergo the sad duty of seeing the corpse of the deceased baronet. This, at any rate, may be spared to my readers. It was found to be necessary that the interment should be made very quickly, as the body was already nearly destroyed by alcohol. Having done all this, and sent back his horse to Greshamsbury, with directions that clothes for a journey might be sent to him, and a notice that he should not be home for some days, he again returned to Lady Scatcherd. Of course he could not but think much of the immense property which was now, for a short time, altogether in his own hands. His resolution was soon made to go at once to London and consult the best lawyer he could, or the best dozen lawyers, should such be necessary, as to the validity of Mary's claims. This must be done before he said a word to her or to any of the Gresham family; but it must be done instantly, so that all suspense might be at an end as soon as possible. He must of course remain with Lady Scatcherd till the funeral should be over, but when that office should be complete he would start instantly for London. In resolving to tell no one as to Mary's fortune till after he had fortified himself with legal warranty, he made one exception. He thought it rational that he should explain to Lady Scatcherd who was now the heir under her husband's will; and he was the more inclined to do so from feeling that the news would probably be gratifying to her. With this view he had once or twice endeavoured to induce her to talk about the property, but she had been unwilling to do so. She seemed to dislike all allusions to it, and it was not till she had incidentally mentioned the fact that she would have to look for a home, that he was able to fix her to the subject. This was on the evening before the funeral, on the afternoon of which day he intended to proceed to London. "It may probably be arranged that you may continue to live here," said the doctor. "I don't wish it at all," said she, rather sharply. "I don't wish to have any arrangements made. I would not be indebted to any of them for anything. Oh dear, if money could make it all right, I should have enough of that." "Indebted to whom, Lady Scatcherd? Who do you think will be the owner of Boxall Hill?" "Indeed, then, Dr Thorne, I don't much care. Unless it be yourself, it won't be any friend of mine, or any one I shall care to make a friend of. It isn't so easy for an old woman like me to make new friends." "Well, it certainly won't belong to me." "I wish it did, with all my heart. But even then I would not live here. I have had too many troubles here to wish to see more." "That shall be just as you like, Lady Scatcherd; but you will be surprised to hear that the place will, at least I think it will, belong to a friend of yours, to one to whom you have been very kind." "And who is he, doctor? Won't it go to some of those Americans? I am sure I never did anything kind to them, though indeed I did love poor Mary Scatcherd. But that's years upon years ago, and she is dead and gone now. Well, I begrudge nothing to Mary's children. As I have none of my own, it is right that they should have the money. It has not made me happy. I hope it may do so to them." "The property will, I think, go to Mary Scatcherd's eldest child. It is she whom you have known as Mary Thorne." "Doctor!" And then Lady Scatcherd, as she made the exclamation, put both her hands down to hold her chair, as though she feared the weight of her surprise would topple her off her seat. "Yes, Mary Thorne, my Mary, to whom you have been so good, who loves you so well. She, I believe, will be Sir Roger's heiress. And it was so that Sir Roger intended on his deathbed, in the event of poor Louis's life being cut short. If this be so, will you be ashamed to stay here as the guest of Mary Thorne? She has not been ashamed to be your guest." but Lady Scatcherd was now too much interested in the general tenor of the news which she had heard to care much about the house which she was to inhabit in future. Mary Thorne, the heiress of Boxall Hill! Mary Thorne, the still living child of that poor creature who had so nearly died when they were all afflicted with their early grief! Well, there was consolation, there was comfort in this. There were but three people left in the world that she could love: her foster child, Frank Gresham, Mary Thorne, and the doctor. If the money went to Mary, it would of course go to Frank, for she now knew that they loved each other; and if it went to them, would not the doctor have his share also, such share as he might want? Could she have governed the matter, she would have given it all to Frank, and now it would be as well bestowed. Yes, there was consolation in this. They both sat up more than half the night talking over it, and giving and receiving explanations. If only the counsel of lawyers would not be adverse! That was now the point of suspense. The doctor, before he left her, bade her hold her peace, and say nothing of Mary's fortune to any one till her rights had been absolutely acknowledged. It will be nothing not to have it, said the doctor, but it would be very bad to hear it was hers, and then to lose it. On the next morning Dr. Thorne deposited the remains of Sir Louis in the vault prepared for the family in the parish church. He laid the son where a few months ago he had laid the father. And so the title of Scatcherd became extinct. Their race of honour had not been long. After the funeral the doctor hurried up to London, and there we will leave him. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44. Saturday evening and Sunday morning. We must now go back a little and describe how Frank had been sent off on special business to London. The household of Greshamsbury was at this time in but a doleful state. It seemed to be pervaded, from the squire down to the scullery maid, with the feeling that things were not going well, and men and women, in spite of Beatrice's coming marriage, were grim-visaged and dolorous. Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, rejected though he had been, still went and came, talking much to the squire, much also to her ladyship, as to the ill doings which were in the course of projection by Sir Louis, and Frank went about the house with clouded brow, as though finally resolved to neglect his one great duty. Poor Beatrice was robbed of half her joy. Over and over again her brother asked her whether she had yet seen Mary, and she was obliged as often to answer that she had not. Indeed, she did not dare to visit her friend, for it was hardly possible that they should sympathize with each other. Mary was, to say the least, stubborn in her pride, and Beatrice, though she could forgive her friend for loving her brother, could not forgive the obstinacy with which Mary persisted in a course which, as Beatrice thought, she herself knew to be wrong. And then Mr. Gazeby came down from town, with an intimation that it behoved the squire himself to go up that he might see certain learned pundits, and be badgered in his own person at various dingy, dismal chambers in Lincoln's Inn Fields, the Temple, and Gray's Inn Lane. It was an invitation exactly of that sort which a good many years ago was given to a certain duck. Will you come and be killed? Although Mr. Gazeby urged the matter with such eloquence, the squire remained steady in his objection, and swam obstinately about his Greshamsbury pond in any direction save that which seemed to lead towards London. This occurred on the very evening of that Friday which had witnessed the Lady Arabella's last visit to Dr. Thorne's house. The question of the squire's necessary journey to the great fountains of justice was, of course, discussed between Lady Arabella and Mr. Gazeby, and it occurred to the former, full as she was of Frank's iniquity and of Mary's obstinacy, that if Frank were sent up in lieu of his father, it would separate them at least for a while. If she could only get Frank away without seeing his love, She might yet so work upon him, by means of the message which Mary had sent, as to postpone, if not break off, this hateful match. It was inconceivable that a youth of 23, and such a youth as Frank, should be obstinately constant to a girl possessed of no great beauty, so argued Lady Arabella to herself, and who had neither wealth, birth, nor fashion to recommend her. And thus it was at last settled, the squire being a willing party to the agreement, that Frank should go up and be badgered in lieu of his father. At his age it was possible to make it appear a thing desirable, if not necessary, on account of the importance conveyed, to sit day after day in the chambers of Messrs Slow and Bideawhile, and hear musty law talk, and finger dusty law parchments. The squire had made many visits to Messrs Slow and Bideawhile, and he knew better. Frank had not hitherto been there on his own bottom, and thus he fell easily into the trap. Mr Oriel was also going to London, and this was another reason for sending Frank. Mr Oriel had business of great importance, which it was quite necessary that he should execute before his marriage. How much of this business consisted in going to his tailor, buying a wedding ring, and purchasing some other more costly present for Beatrice, we need not here inquire. But Mr Oriel was quite on Lady Arabella's side with reference to this mad engagement, and as Frank and he were now fast friends, some good might be done in that way. "If we all caution him against it, he can hardly withstand us all," said Lady Arabella to herself. The matter was broached to Frank on the Saturday evening, and settled between them all the same night. Nothing, of course, was at that moment said about Mary; but Lady Arabella was too full of the subject to let him go to London without telling him that Mary was ready to recede if only he would allow her to do so. About 11 o'clock, Frank was sitting in his own room, conning over the difficulties of the situation, thinking of his father's troubles, and his own position, when he was roused from his reverie by a slight tap at the door. "Come in," said he, somewhat loudly. He thought it was one of his sisters, who were apt to visit him at all hours and for all manner of reasons; and he, though usually he was gentle to them, was not at present exactly in a humour to be disturbed. The door gently opened, and he saw his mother standing hesitating in the passage. "Can I come in, Frank?" said she. "Oh, yes, mother, by all means." And then, with some surprise marked in his countenance, he prepared a seat for her. Such a visit as this from Lady Arabella was very unusual, so much so that he had probably not seen her in his own room since the day when he first left for school. He had nothing, however, to be ashamed of, nothing to conceal, unless it were an open letter from Miss Dunstable, which he had in his hand when she entered, and which he somewhat hurriedly thrust into his pocket. "I wanted to say a few words to you, Frank, before you start for London about this business." Frank signified by a gesture that he was quite ready to listen to her. "I am so glad to see your father putting the matter into your hands. You are younger than he is; and then, I don't know why, but somehow your father has never been a good man of business. Everything has gone wrong with him." "Oh, mother, do not say anything against him." "No, Frank, I will not. I do not wish it. Things have been unfortunate, certainly. Ah, me! I little thought when I married; but I don't mean to complain. I have excellent children, and I ought to be thankful for that." Frank began to fear that no good could be coming when his mother spoke in that strain. "I will do the best I can," said he, "up in town. I can't help thinking myself that Mr Gazeby might have done as well, but " "Oh, dear no; by no means. In such cases the principal must show himself. Besides, it is right you should know how matters stand. Who is so much interested in it as you? Poor Frank! I so often feel for you when I think how the property has dwindled." "Pray do not mind me, mother. Why should you talk of it as my matter while my father is not yet 45? His life, so to speak, is as good as mine. I can do very well without it. All I want is to be allowed to settle to something." "You mean a profession?" "Yes, something of that sort." "They are so slow, dear Frank. You, who speak French so well. I should think my brother might get you in as an attaché to some embassy." "That wouldn't suit me at all," said Frank. "Well, we'll talk about that some other time. But I came about something else, and I do hope you will hear me." Frank's brow again grew black, for he knew that his mother was about to say something which it would be disagreeable for him to hear. "I was with Mary yesterday." "Well, mother?" "Don't be angry with me, Frank. You can't but know that the fate of an only son must be a subject of anxiety to a mother." Ah, how singularly altered was Lady Arabella's tone since first she had taken upon herself to discuss the marriage prospects of her son! Then how autocratic had she been, as she sent him away, bidding him with full command to throw himself into the golden embraces of Miss Dunstable! But now how humble as she came suppliantly to his room, craving that she might have leave to whisper into his ears a mother's anxious fears! Frank had laughed at her stern behests, though he had half obeyed them; but he was touched to the heart by her humility. He drew his chair nearer to her, and took her by the hand. But she, disengaging hers, parted the hair from off his forehead, and kissed his brow. "Oh, Frank," she said, "I have been so proud of you, am still so proud of you. It will send me to my grave if I see you sink below your proper position. Not that it will be your fault. I am sure it will not be your fault. Only circumstanced as you are, you should be doubly, trebly careful. If your father had not Do not speak against my father." "No, Frank, I will not. No, I will not. Not another word. And now, Frank " Before we go on, we must say one word further as to Lady Arabella's character. It will probably be said that she was a consummate hypocrite; but at the present moment she was not hypocritical. She did love her son, was anxious, very, very anxious for him, was proud of him, and almost admired the very obstinacy which so vexed her to her inmost soul. No grief would be to her so great as that of seeing him sink below what she conceived to be his position. She was as genuinely motherly in wishing that he should marry money as another woman might be in wishing to see her son a bishop, or as the Spartan matron, who preferred that her offspring should return on his shield, to hearing that he had come back whole in limb, but tainted in honour. When Frank spoke of a profession, she instantly thought of what Lord de Courcy might do for him. If he would not marry money, he might at any rate be an attaché at an embassy. A profession, hard work, as a doctor or as an engineer, would, according to her ideas, degrade him, cause him to sink below his proper position; but to dangle at a foreign court, to make small talk at the evening parties of a lady ambassadress, and occasionally, perhaps, to write demi-official notes containing demi-official tittle-tattle, this would be in proper accordance with the high honour of a Gresham of Greshamsbury. We may not admire the direction taken by Lady Arabella's energy on behalf of her son, but that energy was not hypocritical. And now, Frank," she looked wistfully into his face as she addressed him, as though half afraid to go on, and begging that he would receive with complaisance whatever she found herself forced to say. "Well, mother?" "I was with Mary yesterday." "Yes, yes; what then? I know what your feelings are with regard to her." "No, Frank, you wrong me. I have no feelings against her; none indeed; none but this, that she is not fit to be your wife." "I think her fit." "Ah, yes; but how fit? Think of your position, Frank, and what means you have of keeping her. Think of what you are. Your father's only son, the heir to Greshamsbury. If Greshamsbury be ever again more than a name, it is you that must redeem it. Of all men living, you are the least able to marry a girl like Mary Thorne." "Mother, I will not sell myself for what you call my position." "Who asks you? I do not ask you. Nobody asks you. I do not want you to marry any one. I did think once but let that pass. You are now 23. In 10 years' time you will still be a young man. I only ask you to wait. If you marry now, that is, marry such a girl as Mary Thorne " "Such a girl! Where shall I find such another?" "I mean as regards money, Frank. You know I mean that. How are you to live? Where are you to go? And then her birth! Oh, Frank, Frank!" "Birth! I hate such pretence. What was but I won't talk about it. Mother, I tell you my word is pledged, and on no account will I be induced to break it." "Ah, that's just it; that's just the point. Now, Frank, listen to me. Pray listen to me patiently for 1 minute. I do not ask much of you." Frank promised that he would listen patiently, but he looked anything but patient as he said so. "I have seen Mary, as it was certainly my duty to do. You cannot be angry with me for that." "Who said that I was angry, mother?" "Well, I have seen her, and I must own that though she was not disposed to be courteous to me personally, she said much that marked her excellent good sense. But the gist of it was this, that as she had made you a promise, nothing should turn her from that promise but your permission." "And do you think wait a moment, Frank, and listen to me. She confessed that this marriage was one which would necessarily bring distress on all your family; that it was one which probably would be ruinous to yourself; that it was a match which could not be approved of. She did indeed. She confessed all that. 'I have nothing,' she said, those were her own words, 'I have nothing to say in favour of this engagement, except that he wishes it.' That is what she thinks of it herself. 'His wishes are not a reason, but a law,' she said." "And, mother, would you have me desert such a girl as that?" "It is not deserting, Frank. It would not be deserting. You would be doing that which she herself approves of. She feels the impropriety of going on, but she cannot draw back because of her promise to you. She thinks that she cannot do it, even though she wishes it." "Wishes it! Oh, mother!" "I do believe she does, because she has the sense to feel the truth of all that your friends say. Oh, Frank, I will go on my knees to you if you will listen to me." "Oh, mother, mother, mother!" "You should think twice, Frank, before you refuse the only request your mother ever made you. And why do I ask you? Why do I come to you thus? Is it for my own sake? Oh, my boy, my darling boy! Will you lose everything in life because you love the child with whom you have played as a child? Whose fault is it that we were together as children? She is now more than a child. I look on her already as my wife." "But she is not your wife, Frank, and she knows that she ought not to be. It is only because you hold her to it that she consents to be so." "Do you mean to say that she does not love me?" Lady Arabella would probably have said this also had she dared; but she felt that in doing so she would be going too far. It was useless for her to say anything that would be utterly contradicted by an appeal to Mary herself. "No, Frank, I do not mean to say that you do not love her. What I do mean is this, that it is not becoming in you to give up everything, not only yourself but all your family, for such a love as this, and that she, Mary herself, acknowledges this. Every one is of the same opinion. Ask your father. I need not say that he would agree with you about everything if he could. I will not say the de Courcys." "Oh, the de Courcys." "Yes; they are my relations. I know that." Lady Arabella could not quite drop the tone of bitterness which was natural to her in saying this. "But ask your sisters. Ask Mr Oriel, whom you esteem so much. Ask your friend Harry Baker." Frank sat silent for a moment or two, while his mother, with a look almost of agony, gazed into his face. "I will ask no one," at last he said. "Oh, my boy, my boy!" "No one but myself can know my own heart." "And you will sacrifice all to such a love as that all? Her also whom you say that you love? What happiness can you give her as your wife? Oh, Frank, is that the only answer you will make your mother on her knees?" "Oh, mother, mother!" "No, Frank, I will not let you ruin yourself. I will not let you destroy yourself. Promise this at least, that you will think of what I have said." "Think of it? I do think of it." "Ah, but think of it in earnest. You will be absent now in London. You will have the business of the estate to manage. You will have heavy cares upon your hands. Think of it as a man, and not as a boy." "I will see her to morrow before I go." "No, Frank, no. Grant me that trifle at any rate. Think upon this without seeing her. Do not proclaim yourself so weak that you cannot trust yourself to think over what your mother says to you without asking her leave. Though you be in love, do not be childish with it. What I have told you as coming from her is true, word for word. If it were not, you would soon learn so. Think now of what I have said, and of what she says, and when you come back from London, then you can decide." To so much Frank consented after some further parley, namely, that he would proceed to London on the following Monday without again seeing Mary; and in the meantime she was waiting with sore heart for his answer to that letter that was lying, and was still to lie for so many hours, in the safe protection of the Silverbridge postmistress. It may seem strange, but in truth his mother's eloquence had more effect on Frank than of his father. And yet with his father he had always sympathized. But his mother had been energetic, whereas his father, if not lukewarm, had at any rate been timid. "I will ask no one," Frank had said in the strong determination of his heart; and yet the words were hardly out of his mouth before he bethought himself that he would talk the thing over with Harry Baker. "Not," said he to himself, "that I have any doubt. I have no doubt; but I hate to have all the world against me. My mother wishes me to ask Harry Baker. Harry is a good fellow, and I will ask him." And with this resolve he betook himself to bed. The following day was Sunday. After breakfast Frank with the family to church, as was usual; and there, as usual, he saw Mary in Dr. Thorne's pew. She, as she looked at him, could not but wonder why he had not answered the letter which was still at Silverbridge; and he endeavoured to read in her face whether it was true, as his mother had told him, that she was quite ready to give him up. The prayers of both of them were disturbed, as is so often the case with the prayers of other anxious people. There was a separate door opening from the Greshamsbury pew out into the Greshamsbury grounds, so that the family were not forced into unseemly community with the village multitude in going to and from their prayers; for the front door of the church led out into a road which had no connection with the private path. It was not unusual with Frank and his father to go round after the service to the chief entrance, so that they might speak to their neighbours, and get rid of some of the exclusiveness which was intended for them. On this morning the squire did so, but Frank walked home with his mother and sisters, so that Mary saw no more of him. I have said that he walked home with his mother and sisters, but he rather followed in their path. He was not inclined to talk much, at least not to them; and he continued asking himself the question, whether it could be possible that he was wrong in remaining true to his promise. Could it be that he owed more to his father and his mother, and what they chose to call his position, than he did to Mary? After church Mr. Gazebee tried to get hold of him, for there was much still to be said, and many hints to be given, as to how Frank should speak, and more especially as to how he should hold his tongue among the learned pundits in and about Chancery Lane. "You must be very wide awake with Messrs. Slow and Bideawhile," said Mr. Gazebee. But Frank would not hearken to him just at that moment. He was going to ride over to Harry Baker, so he put Mr. Gazebee off till the half hour before dinner, or else the half hour after tea. On the previous day he had received a letter from Miss Dunstable, which he had hitherto read but once. His mother had interrupted him as he was about to refer to it; and now, as his father's nag was being saddled, he was still prudent in saving the black horse. He again took it out. Miss Dunstable had written in an excellent humour. She was in great distress about the oil of Lebanon, she said. "I have been trying to get a purchaser for the last 2 years, but my lawyer won't let me sell it, because the would-be purchasers offer £1,000 or so less than the value. I would give 10 to be rid of the bore, but I am as little able to act myself as Sancho was in his government. The oil of Lebanon! The oil of Lebanon! Did you hear anything of it when you were in those parts? I thought of changing the name to London Particular, but my lawyer says the brewers would bring an action against me. I was going down to your neighbourhood, to your friend the Duke's at least, but I am prevented by my poor doctor, who is so weak that I must take him to Malvern. It is a great bore, but I have the satisfaction that I do my duty by him. Your cousin George is to be married at last. So I hear at least. He loves wisely, if not well, for his widow has the name of being prudent and fairly well to do in the world. She has got over the caprices of her youth. Dear Aunt de Courcy will be so delighted. I might perhaps have met her in Gatherum Castle. I do so regret it. Mr Moffat has turned up again. We all thought you had finally extinguished him. He left a card the other day, and I have told the servant always to say that I am at home, and that you are with me. He is going to stand for some borough in the west of Ireland. He's used to shillelaghs by this time. By the by, I have a cadeau for a friend of yours. I won't tell you what it is, nor permit you to communicate the fact; but when you tell me that in sending it I may fairly congratulate her on having so devoted a slave as you, it shall be sent. If you have nothing better to do at present, do come and see my invalid at Malvern. Perhaps you might have a mind to treat for the oil of Lebanon. So I'll give you all the assistance I can in cheating my lawyers. There was not much about Mary in this, but still the little that was said made him again declare that neither father nor mother should move him from his resolution. I will write to her and say that she may send her present when she pleases, or I will run down to Malvern for the day. It will do me good to see her. And so resolved, he rode away to Mill Hill, thinking as he went how he would put the matter to Harry Baker. Harry was at home, but we need not describe the whole interview. Had Frank been asked beforehand, he would have declared that on no possible subject could he have had the slightest hesitation in asking Harry any question, or communicating to him any tidings. But when the time came, he found that he did hesitate much. He did not want to ask his friend if he should be wise to marry Mary Thorne. Wise or not, he was determined to do that. But he wished to be quite sure that his mother was wrong in saying that all the world would dissuade him from it. Miss Dunstable, at any rate, did not do so. At last, seated on a stile at the back of the Mill Hill stables, while Harry stood close before him with both his hands in his pockets, he did get his story told. It was by no means the first time that Harry Baker had heard about Mary Thorne, and he was not, therefore, so surprised as he might have been had the affair been new to him. And thus, standing there in the position which we have described, did Mr Baker, junior, give utterance to such wisdom as was in him on this subject. You see, Frank, there are two sides to every question, and as I take it, fellows are so apt to go wrong because they are so fond of one side they won't look at the other. There's no doubt about it, Lady Arabella is a very clever woman, and knows what's what; and there's no doubt about this either, that you have a very ticklish hand of cards to play. I'll play it straightforward; that's my game, said Frank. Well and good, my dear fellow; that's the best game always. But what is straightforward? Between you and me, I fear there's no doubt that your father's property has got into a deuce of a mess. I don't see that that has anything to do with it. Yes, but it has. If the estate was all right, and your father could give you 1,000 a year to live on without feeling it, and if your eldest child would be cocksure of Greshamsbury, it might be very well that you should please yourself as to marrying at once. But that's not the case. And yet Greshamsbury is too good a card to be flung away. I could fling it away to morrow, said Frank. Ah, you think so, said Harry the wise. But if you were to hear to morrow that Sir Louis Scatcherd were master of the whole place, and be to him, you would feel very uncomfortable. Had Harry known how near Sir Louis was to his last struggle, he would not have spoken of him in this manner. That's all very fine talk, but it won't bear wear and tear. You do care for Greshamsbury, if you are the fellow I take you to be; care for it very much; and you care, too, for your father being Gresham of Greshamsbury. This won't affect my father at all. Ah, but it will affect him very much. If you were to marry Miss Thorne to morrow, there would be at once an end to any hope of your saving the property. And do you mean to say that I'm to be a liar to her for such reasons as that? Why, Harry, I should be as bad as Moffat; only it would be 10 times more cowardly, as she has no brother. I must differ from you there altogether; but mind, I don't mean to say anything. Tell me that you have made up your mind to marry her, and I'll stick to you through thick and thin. But if you ask my advice, why, I must give it. It is a quite different affair to that of Moffat's. He had lots of tin, everything he could want, and there could be no reason why he should not marry, except that he was a snob, of whom your sister was well quit. But this is very different. If I, as your friend, were to put it to Miss Thorne, what do you think she would say herself?" "She would say whatever she thought best for me." "Exactly; because she is a trump, and I say the same. There can be no doubt about it, Frank, my boy. Such a marriage would be very foolish for you both, very foolish. Nobody can admire Miss Thorne more than I do; but you oughtn't to be a marrying man for the next 10 years, unless you get a fortune. If you tell the truth, and if she's the girl I take her to be, she'll not accuse you of being false. She'll pique for a while, and so will you, old chap. But others have had to do that before you. They have got over it, and so will you." Such was the spoken wisdom of Harry Baker, and who can say that he was wrong? Frank sat a while on his rustle seat, paring his nails with his penknife, and then looking up, he thus thanked his friend: "I'm sure you mean well, Harry, and I'm much obliged to you. I dare say you're right, too; but somehow it doesn't come home to me. And what is more, after what has passed, I could not tell her that I wish to part from her. I could not do it. And besides, I have that sort of feeling that if I heard she was to marry any one else, I am sure I should blow his brains out, either his or my own." "Well, Frank, you may count on me for anything except the last proposition." And so they shook hands, and Frank rode back to Greshamsbury. Chapter 45 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. Law Business in London. On the Monday morning, at 6 o'clock, Mr. Oriel and Frank started together; but early as it was, Beatrice was up to give them a cup of coffee, Mr. Oriel having slept that night in the house. Whether Frank would have received his coffee from his sister's fair hands had not Mr. Oriel been there, may be doubted. He, however, loudly asserted that he should not have done so when she laid claim to great merit for rising in his behalf. Mr. Oriel had been specially instigated by Lady Arabella to use the opportunity of their joint journey for pointing out to Frank the iniquity as well as madness of the course he was pursuing, and he had promised to obey her ladyship's behests. But Mr. Oriel was perhaps not an enterprising man, and was certainly not a presumptuous one. He did intend to do as he was bid; but when he began, with the object of leading up to the subject of Frank's engagement, he always softened down into some much easier enthusiasm in the matter of his own engagement with Beatrice. He had not that perspicuous but not over sensitive strength of mind which had enabled Harry Baker to express his opinion out at once, and boldly as he did it, yet to do so without offence. 4 times before the train arrived in London he made some little attempt, but 4 times he failed. As the subject was matrimony, it was his easiest course to begin about himself, but he never could get any further. "No man was ever more fortunate in a wife than I shall be," he said, with a soft euphuistic self complacency which would have been silly had it been adopted to any other person than the bride's brother. His intention, however, was very good, for he meant to show that in his case marriage was prudent and wise, because his case differed so widely from that of Frank. "Yes," said Frank, "she is an excellent good girl." He had said it 3 times before, and was not very energetic. "Yes, and so exactly suited to me; indeed, all that I could have dreamed of. How very well she looked this morning! Some girls only look well at night. I should not like that at all." "You mustn't expect her to look like that always at 6 o'clock a.m.," said Frank, laughing. "Young ladies only take that trouble on very particular occasions. She wouldn't have come down like that if my father or I had been going alone. No, and she won't do it so for you in a couple of years' time." "Oh, but she's always nice. I have seen her at home as much almost as you could do; and then she's so sincerely religious." "Oh, yes, of course; that is, I'm sure she is," said Frank, looking solemn as became him. "She's made to be a clergyman's wife." "Well, so it seems," said Frank. A married life is, I'm sure, the happiest in the world, if people are only in a position to marry," said Mr Oriel, gradually drawing near to the accomplishment of his design. "Yes, quite so. Do you know, Oriel, I was never so sleepy in my life. What with all that fuss of Gazebees, and one thing and another, I could not get to bed till 1 o'clock, and then I couldn't sleep. I'll take a snooze now, if you won't think it uncivil." And then, putting his feet upon the opposite seat, he settled himself comfortably to his rest. And so Mr Oriel's last attempt for lecturing Frank in the railway carriage faded away and was annihilated. By 12 o'clock Frank was with Messrs Slow and Bideawhile. Mr Bideawhile was engaged at the moment, but he found the managing Chancery clerk to be a very chatty gentleman. Judging from what he saw, he would have said that the work to be done at Messrs Slow and Bideawhile's was not very heavy. "A singular man, that Sir Louis," said the Chancery clerk. "Yes, very singular," said Frank. "Excellent security, excellent, no better. And yet he will foreclose; but you see he has no power himself. But the question is, can the trustee refuse? Then again, trustees are so circumscribed nowadays that they are afraid to do anything. There has been so much said lately, Mr Gresham, that a man doesn't know where he is or what he is doing. Nobody trusts anybody. There have been such terrible things that we can't wonder at it. Only think of the case of those Hills. How can any one expect that any one else will ever trust a lawyer again after that? But that's Mr Bideawhile's bell. How can any one expect it? He will see you now, I dare say, Mr Gresham." So it turned out, and Frank was ushered into the presence of Mr Bideawhile. He had got his lesson by heart, and was going to rush into the middle of his subject. Such a course, however, was not in accordance with Mr Bideawhile's usual practice. Mr Bideawhile got up from his large, wooden-seated Windsor chair, and with a soft smile, in which, however, was mingled some slight dash of the attorney's acuteness, put out his hand to his young client; not indeed as though he were going to shake hands with him, but as though the hand were some ripe fruit all but falling, which his visitor might take and pluck if he thought proper. Frank took hold of the hand, which returned him no pressure, and then let it go again, not making any attempt to gather the fruit. "I have come up to town, Mr Bideawhile, about this mortgage," commenced Frank. "Mortgage! Ah! Sit down, Mr Gresham, sit down. I hope your father is quite well?" "Quite well, thank you." "I have a great regard for your father. So I had for your grandfather; a very good man indeed. You perhaps don't remember him, Mr Gresham?" "He died when I was only a year old." "Oh, yes; no, you of course can't remember him. But I do, well. He used to be very fond of some port wine I had. I think it was '11, and if I don't mistake, I have a bottle or two of it yet, but it is not worth drinking now. Port wine, you know, won't keep beyond a certain time. That was very good wine. I don't exactly remember what it stood me a dozen then, but such wine can't be had now. As for the Madeira, you know there's an end of that. Do you drink Madeira, Mr Gresham?" "No," said Frank, "not very often." "I'm sorry for that, for it's a fine wine; but there's none of it left, you know. I have a few dozen. I'm told they're growing pumpkins where the vineyards were. I wonder what they do with all the pumpkins they grow in Switzerland. You've been in Switzerland, Mr Gresham?" Frank said he had been in Switzerland. "It's a beautiful country. My girls made me go there last year. They said it would do me good; but then, you know, they wanted to see it themselves. Ha, ha, ha! However, I believe I shall go again this autumn. That is to Aix, or some of those places, just for 3 weeks. I can't spare any more time, Mr Gresham. Do you like that dining at the table d'hôte?" "Pretty well, sometimes." "One would get tired of it, eh? But they gave us capital dinners at Zurich. I don't think much of their soup; but they had fish, and about 7 kinds of meats and poultry, and 3 or 4 puddings, and things of that sort. Upon my word, I thought we did very well, and so did my girls too. You see a great many ladies travelling now." "Yes," said Frank, "a great many." "Upon my word, I think they are right; that is, if they can afford time. I can't afford time. I'm here every day till 5, Mr Gresham. Then I go out and dine in Fleet Street, and then back to work till 9. Dear me, that's very hard. Well, yes, it is hard work. My boys don't like it, but I manage it somehow. I get down to my little place in the country on Saturday. I should be most happy to see you there next Saturday. Frank, thinking it would be outrageous on his part to take up much of the time of the gentleman who was constrained to work so unreasonably hard, began again to talk about his mortgages, and in so doing had to mention the name of Mr Yates Umbleby. "Ah, poor Umbleby!" said Mr Bideawhile. "What is he doing now? I am quite sure your father was right, or he wouldn't have done it. But I used to think that Umbleby was a decent sort of man enough. Not so grand, you know, as your Gazebys and Gumptions, eh, Mr Gresham? They do say young Gazeby is thinking of getting into Parliament. Let me see. Umbleby married. Who was it he married? That was the way your father got hold of him. Not your father, but your grandfather. I used to know all about it. Well, I was sorry for Umbleby. He has got something, I suppose, eh?" Frank said that he believed Mr Yates Umbleby had something wherewith to keep the wolf from the door. "So you have got Gazeby down there now? Gumption, Gazeby, and Gazeby. Very good people, I'm sure. Only perhaps they have a little too much on hand to do your father justice." "But about Sir Louis, Mr Bideawhile?" "Well, about Sir Louis. A very bad sort of fellow, isn't he? Drinks, eh? I knew his father a little. He was a rough diamond too. I was once down in Northamptonshire, about some railway business. Let me see, I almost forget whether I was with him or against him. But I know he made £60,000 by 1 hour's work. £60,000! And then he got so mad with drinking that we all thought. And so Mr Bideawhile went on for 2 hours, and Frank found no opportunity of saying one word about the business which had brought him up to town. What wonder that such a man as this should be obliged to stay at his office every night till 9 o'clock? During these 2 hours a clerk had come in 3 or 4 times, whispering something to the lawyer, who on the last of such occasions turned to Frank, saying, "Well, perhaps that will do for to day. If you'll manage to call to morrow, say about 2, I will have the whole thing looked up. Or perhaps Wednesday or Thursday would suit you better." Frank, declaring that the morrow would suit him very well, took his departure, wondering much at the manner in which business was done at the house of Messrs Slow and Bideawhile. When he called the next day, the office seemed to be rather disturbed, and he was shown quickly into Mr Bideawhile's room. "Have you heard this?" said the gentleman, putting a telegram into his hands. It contained tidings of the death of Sir Louis Scatcherd. Frank immediately knew that these tidings must be of importance to his father, but he had no idea how vitally they concerned his own more immediate interests. "Dr Thorne will be up in town on Thursday evening after the funeral," said the talkative clerk. "And of course nothing can be done till he comes," said Mr Bideawhile. And so Frank, pondering on the mutability of human affairs, again took his departure. He could do nothing now but wait for Dr Thorne's arrival, and so he amused himself in the interval by running down to Malvern, and treating with Miss Dunstable in person for the oil of Lebanon. He went down on the Wednesday, and thus failed to receive on the Thursday morning Mary's letter, which reached London on that day. He returned, however, on the Friday, and then got it; and perhaps it was well for Mary's happiness that he had seen Miss Dunstable in the interval. "I don't care what your mother says," said she, with emphasis. "I don't care for any Harry, whether it be Harry Baker or old Harry himself. You made her a promise, and you are bound to keep it, if not on one day, then on another. What, because you cannot draw back yourself, get out of it by inducing her to do so? Aunt de Courcy herself could not improve upon that." Fortified in this manner, he returned to town on the Friday morning, and then got Mary's letter. Frank also got a note from Dr Thorne, stating that he had taken up his temporary domicile at the Gray's Inn Coffee House, so as to be near the lawyers. It has been suggested that the modern English writers of fiction should among them keep a barrister, in order that they may be set right on such legal points as will arise in their little narratives, and thus avoid that exposure of their ignorance of the laws, which now, alas, they too often make. The idea is worthy of consideration, and I can only say that if such an arrangement can be made, and if a counsellor adequately skilful can be found to accept the office, I shall be happy to subscribe my quota. It would be but a modest tribute towards the cost. But as the suggestion has not yet been carried out, and as there is at present no learned gentleman whose duty would induce him to set me right, I can only plead for mercy if I be wrong allotting all Sir Roger's vast possessions in perpetuity to Miss Thorne, alleging also in excuse that the course of my narrative absolutely demands that she shall be ultimately recognised as Sir Roger's undoubted heiress. Such, after a not immoderate delay, was the opinion expressed to Dr. Thorne by his law advisers, and such in fact turned out to be the case. I will leave the matter so, hoping that my very absence of defence may serve to protect me from severe attack. If under such a will as that described as having been made by Sir Roger, Mary would not have been the heiress, that will must have been described wrongly. But it was not quite at once that those tidings made themselves absolutely certain to Dr. Thorne's mind, nor was he able to express any such opinion when he first met Frank in London. At that time Mary's letter was in Frank's pocket, and Frank, though his real business appertained much more to the fact of Sir Louis's death, and the effect that would immediately have on his father's affairs, was much more full of what so much more nearly concerned himself. "I will show it to Dr. Thorne himself," said he, "and ask him what he thinks." Dr. Thorne was stretched fast asleep on the comfortless horsehair sofa in the dingy sitting room at the Gray's Inn coffee house when Frank found him. The funeral, and his journey to London, and the lawyers had together conquered his energies, and he lay and snored, with nose upright, while heavy London summer flies settled on his head and face, and robbed his slumbers of half their charms. "I beg your pardon," said he, jumping up, as though he had been detected in some disgraceful act. "Upon my word, Frank, I beg your pardon. But well, my dear fellow, all well at Greshamsbury, eh?" And as he shook himself, he made a lunge at one uncommonly disagreeable fly that had been at him for the last 10 minutes. It is hardly necessary to say that he missed his enemy. "I should have been with you before, doctor, but I was down at Malvern." "At Malvern, eh? Ah, so Oriel told me. The death of poor Sir Louis was very sudden, was it not?" "Very." "Poor fellow, poor fellow! His fate has for some time been past hope. It is a madness, Frank, the worst of madness. Only think of it, father and son, and such a career as the father had, such a career as the son might have had." "It has been very quickly run," said Frank. "May it be all forgiven him. I sometimes cannot but believe in a special providence. That poor fellow was not able, never would have been able, to make proper use of the means which fortune had given him. I hope they may fall into better hands. There is no use in denying it. His death will be an immense relief to me, and a relief also to your father. All this law business will now of course be stopped. As for me, I hope I may never be a trustee again." Frank had put his hand 4 or 5 times into his breast pocket, and had as often taken out and put back again Mary's letter, before he could find himself able to bring Dr. Thorne to the subject. At last there was a lull in the purely legal discussion, caused by the doctor intimating that he supposed Frank would now soon return to Greshamsbury. "Yes, I shall go to morrow morning." "What, so soon as that? I counted on having you one day in London with me." "No, I shall go to morrow. I'm not fit for company for any one. Nor am I fit for anything. Read that, doctor. It's no use putting it off any longer. I must get you to talk this over with me. Just read that and tell me what you think about it. It was written a week ago, and I was there, but somehow I have only got it to day." and putting the letter into the doctor's hands, he turned away to the window, and looked out among the Holborn omnibuses. Dr. Thorne took the letter and read it. Mary, after she had written it, had bewailed to herself that the letter was cold; but it had not seemed cold to her lover, nor did it appear so to her uncle. When Frank turned round from the window, the doctor's handkerchief was up to his eyes, who, in order to hide the tears that were there, was obliged to go through a rather violent process of blowing his nose. "Well," he said, as he gave back the letter to Frank. Well! What did well mean? Was it well, or would it be well, were he, Frank, to comply with the suggestion made to him by Mary? "It is impossible," he said, "that matters should go on like that. Think what her sufferings must have been before she wrote that. I am sure she loves me." "I think she does," said the doctor. "And it is out of the question that she should be sacrificed, nor will I consent to sacrifice my own happiness. I am quite willing to work for my bread, and I am sure that I am able. I will not submit to Doctor, what answer do you think I ought to give to that letter? There can be no person so anxious for her happiness as you are, except myself." And as he asked the question, he again put into the doctor's hand, almost unconsciously, the letter which he had still been holding in his own. The doctor turned it over and over, and then opened it again. "What answer ought I to make to it?" demanded Frank, with energy. "You see, Frank, I have never interfered in this matter, otherwise than to tell you the whole truth about Mary's birth." "Oh, but you must interfere. You should say what you think." "Circumstanced as you are now, that is, just at the present moment, you could hardly marry immediately." "Why not let me take a farm? My father could, at any rate, manage a couple of £1,000 or so for me to stock it. That would not be asking much. If he could not give it me, I would not scruple to borrow so much elsewhere." And Frank bethought him of all Miss Dunstable's offers. "Oh, yes, that could be managed." "Then why not marry immediately, say in 6 months or so? I am not unreasonable, though Heaven knows I have been kept in suspense long enough. As for her, I am sure she must be suffering frightfully. You know her best, and therefore I ask you what answer I ought to make. As for myself, I have made up my own mind. I am not a child, nor will I let them treat me as such." Frank, as he spoke, was walking rapidly about the room, and he brought out his different positions, one after the other, with a little pause, while waiting for the doctor's answer. The doctor was sitting, with the letter still in his hands, on the head of the sofa, turning over in his mind the apparent absurdity of Frank's desire to borrow £2,000 for a farm, when in all human probability he might in a few months be in possession of almost any sum he should choose to name. And yet he would not tell him of Sir Roger's will. "If it should turn out to be all wrong?" said he to himself. "Do you wish me to give her up?" said Frank at last. "No. How can I wish it? How can I expect a better match for her? Besides, Frank, I love no man in the world so well as I do you." "Then will you help me?" "What, against your father?" "Against! No, not against anybody. But will you tell Mary that she has your consent?" "I think she knows that." "But you have never said anything to her." "Look here, Frank, you ask me for my advice, and I will give it to you. Go home, though indeed I would rather you went anywhere else." "No, I must go home, and I must see her." "Very well, go home. As for seeing Mary, I think you would better put it off for a fortnight." "Quite impossible." "Well, that's my advice. But at any rate, make up your mind to nothing for a fortnight. Wait for 1 fortnight, and I will then tell you plainly, you and her too, what I think you ought to do. At the end of a fortnight come to me, and tell the squire that I will take it as a great kindness if he will come with you. She has suffered terribly, terribly, and it is necessary that something should be settled. But a fortnight more can make no great difference." "And the letter?" "Oh, There's the letter." "But what shall I say? Of course I shall write to night." "Tell her to wait a fortnight. And, Frank, mind you bring your father with you." Frank could draw nothing further from his friend save constant repetitions of this charge to him to wait a fortnight. Just one other fortnight. "Well, I will come to you at any rate," said Frank, "and if possible I will bring my father. But I shall write to Mary to night." On the Saturday morning Mary, who was then nearly broken hearted at her lover's silence, received a short note. "My own Mary, I shall be home to morrow. I will by no means release you from your promise. Of course you will perceive that I only got your letter to day. Your own dearest Frank. P.S. You will have to call me so hundreds and hundreds of times yet." Short as it was, this sufficed Mary. It is one thing for a young lady to make prudent, heart-breaking suggestions, but quite another to have them accepted. She did call him dearest Frank, even on that one day, almost as often as he had desired her. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. Our Pet Fox Finds a Tail. Frank returned home, and his immediate business was of course with his father, and with Mr. Gazeby, who was still at Greshamsbury. "But who is the heir?" asked Mr. Gazeby, when Frank had explained that the death of Sir Louis rendered unnecessary any immediate legal steps. "Upon my word, I don't know," said Frank. "You saw Dr. Thorne," said the squire. "He must have known." "I never thought of asking him," said Frank naively. Mr. Gazeby looked rather solemn. "I wonder at that," said he, "for everything now depends on the hands the property will go into. Let me see. I think Sir Roger had a married sister. Was not that so, Mr. Gresham?" And then it occurred for the first time, both to the squire and to his son, that Mary Thorne was the eldest child of this sister. But it never occurred to either of them that Mary could be the baronet's heir. Dr. Thorne came down for a couple of days before the fortnight was over, to see his patients, and then returned again to London. But during this short visit he was utterly dumb on the subject of the heir. He called at Greshamsbury to see Lady Arabella, and was even questioned by the squire on the subject. But he obstinately refused to say more than that nothing certain could be known for yet a few days. Immediately after his return, Frank saw Mary, and told her all that had happened. "I cannot understand my uncle," said she, almost trembling as she stood close to him in her own drawing room. "He usually hates mysteries, and yet now he is so mysterious. He told me, Frank, that was after I had written that unfortunate letter." "Unfortunate, indeed! I wonder what you really thought of me when you were writing it." "If you had heard what your mother said, you would not be surprised. But after that, uncle said—" "Said what?" "He seemed to think, I don't remember what it was he said, but he said he hoped that things might yet turn out well; and then I was almost sorry that I had written the letter." "Of course you were sorry, and so you ought to have been. To say that you would never call me Frank again!" "I didn't exactly say that." "I have told him I will wait a fortnight, and so I will. After that I shall take the matter into my own hands." It may be well supposed that Lady Arabella was not well pleased to learn that Frank and Mary had been again together; and in the agony of her spirit she did say some ill natured things before Augusta, who had now returned from Courcy Castle, as to the gross impropriety of Mary's conduct. But to Frank she said nothing. Nor was there much said between Frank and Beatrice. If everything could really be settled at the end of that fortnight which was to witness the disclosure of the doctor's mystery, There would still be time to arrange that Mary should be at the wedding. "It shall be settled then," he said to himself; "and if it be settled, my mother will hardly venture to exclude my affianced bride from the house." It was now the beginning of August, and it wanted yet a month to the Oriel wedding. But though he said nothing to his mother, or to Beatrice, he did say much to his father. In the first place, he showed him Mary's letter. "If your heart be not made of stone, it will be softened by that," he said. Mr Gresham's heart was not of stone, and he did acknowledge that the letter was a very sweet letter. But we know how the drop of water hollows stone. It was not by the violence of his appeal that Frank succeeded in obtaining from his father a sort of half consent that he would no longer oppose the match, but by the assiduity with which the appeal was repeated. Frank, as we have said, had more stubbornness of will than his father; and so, before the fortnight was over, the squire had been talked over, and promised to attend at the doctor's bidding. "I suppose you had better take the Hazlehurst farm," said he to his son, with a sigh. "It joins the park and the home fields, and I will give you up them also. God knows, I don't care about farming any more, or about anything else either." "Don't say that, father." "Well, well. But, Frank, where will you live? The old house is big enough for us all; but how would Mary get on with your mother?" At the end of his fortnight, true to his time, the doctor returned to the village. He was a bad correspondent, and though he had written some short notes to Mary, he had said no word to her about his business. It was late in the evening when he got home, and it was understood by Frank and the squire that they were to be with him on the following morning. Not a word had been said to Lady Arabella on the subject. It was late in the evening when he got home, and Mary waited for him with a heart almost sick with expectation. As soon as the fly had stopped at the little gate she heard his voice, and heard at once that it was quick, joyful, and telling much of inward satisfaction. He had a good natured word for Janet, called Thomas an old blunderhead in a manner that made Bridget laugh outright. "He'll have his nose put out of joint some day, won't he?" said the doctor. Bridget blushed and laughed again, and made a sign to Thomas that he had better look to his face. Mary was in his arms before he was yet within the door. "My darling," said he, tenderly kissing her, "you are my own darling yet awhile." "Of course I am. Am I not always to be so?" "Well, well; let me have some tea, at any rate, for I'm in a fever of thirst. They may call that tea at the Junction if they will, but if China were sunk under the sea it would make no difference to them." Dr Thorne was always in a fever of thirst when he got home from the railway, and always made complaint as to the tea at the Junction. Mary went about her usual work with almost more than her usual alacrity, and so they were soon seated in the drawing room together. She soon found that his manner was more than ordinarily kind to her; and there was, moreover, something about him which seemed to make him sparkle with contentment; but he said no word about Frank, nor did he make any allusion to the business which had taken him up to town. "Have you got through all your work?" she said to him once. "Yes, yes; I think all." "And thoroughly?" "Yes, thoroughly, I think. But I am very tired; and so are you too, darling, with waiting for me." "Oh, no, I am not," said she, as she went on continually filling his cup. "But I am so happy to have you home again. You have been away so much lately." "Ah, yes. Well, I suppose I shall not go away any more now. It will be somebody else's turn now." "Uncle, I think you're going to take up writing mystery romances, like Mrs. Radcliffe's." "Yes, and I'll begin to morrow, certainly, with But, Mary, I will not say another word to night. Give me a kiss, dearest, and I'll go." Mary did kiss him, and he did go. But as she was still lingering in the room, putting away a book or a reel of thread, and then sitting down to think what the morrow would bring forth, the doctor again came into the room in his dressing gown, and with his slippers on. "What, not gone yet?" said he. "No, not yet. I'm going now." "You and I, Mary, have always affected a good deal of indifference as to money, and all that sort of thing." "I won't acknowledge that it has been an affectation at all," she answered. "Perhaps not; but we have often expressed it, have we not?" "I suppose, uncle, you think that we are like the fox that lost his tail, or rather some unfortunate fox that might be born without one?" "I wonder how we should either of us bear it if we found ourselves suddenly rich. I fear, Mary, that when poor people talk disdainfully of money, they are often like your fox, born without a tail. If nature suddenly should give that beast a tail, would he not be prouder of it than all the other foxes in the wood?" "Well, I suppose he would. That's the very meaning of the story. But how moral you've become all of a sudden at 12 o'clock at night. Instead of being Mrs. Radcliffe, I shall think you're Mr. Æsop." He took up the article which he had come to seek, and kissing her again on the forehead, went away to his bedroom without further speech. "What can he mean by all this about money?" said Mary to herself. "It cannot be that by Sir Louis's death he will get any of all this property." And then she began to bethink herself whether, after all, she would wish him to be a rich man. If he were very rich, he might do something to assist Frank, and then There never was a fox yet without a tail who would not be delighted to find himself suddenly possessed of that appendage. Never, let the untailed fox have been ever so sincere in his advice to his friends. We are all of us, the good and the bad, looking for tails; for one tail, or for more than one. We do so too often by means that are mean enough; but perhaps there is no tail seeker more mean, more sneakingly mean, than he who looks out to adorn his bare back with a tail by marriage. The doctor was up very early the next morning, long before Mary was ready with her teacups. He was up, and in his own study before the shop, arranging dingy papers, pulling about tin boxes which he had brought down with him from London, and piling on his writing table one set of documents in one place and one in another. "I think I understand it all," said he, "but yet I know I shall be bothered. Well, I never will be anybody's trustee again. Let me see." And then he sat down, and with bewildered look recapitulated to himself sundry heavy items. What those shares are really worth I cannot understand, and nobody seems able to tell one. They must make it out among them as best they can. Let me see. That's Boxall Hill, and this is Greshamsbury. I'll put a newspaper over Greshamsbury, or the squire will know it. And then, having made his arrangements, he went to his breakfast. I know I am wrong, my much and truly honoured critic, about these title deeds and documents; but when we've got that barrister in hand, then if I go wrong after that, let the blame be on my own shoulders, or on his. The doctor ate his breakfast quickly, and did not talk much to his niece. But what he did say was of a nature to make her feel strangely happy. She could not analyse her own feelings, or give a reason for her own confidence; but she certainly did feel, and even trust, that something was going to happen after breakfast, which would make her more happy than she had been for many months. "Janet," said he, looking at his watch, "if Mr Gresham and Mr Frank call, show them into my study. What are you going to do with yourself, my dear?" "I don't know, uncle. You are so mysterious, and I am in such a twitter that I don't know what to do. Why is Mr Gresham coming here, that is, the squire?" "Because I have business with him about the Scatcherd property. You know that he owed Sir Louis money. But don't go out, Mary. I want you to be in the way if I should have to call for you. You can stay in the drawing room, can't you?" "Oh, yes, uncle; or here." "No, dearest; go into the drawing room." Mary obediently did as she was bid, and there she sat for the next 3 hours, wondering, wondering, wondering. During the greater part of that time, however, she well knew that Mr Gresham senior and Mr Gresham junior were both with her uncle below. At 11 o'clock the doctor's visitors came. He had expected them somewhat earlier, and was beginning to become fidgety. He had so much on his hands that he could not sit still for a moment till he had at any rate commenced it. The expected footsteps were at last heard on the gravel path, and a moment or two afterwards Janet ushered the father and the son into the room. The squire did not look very well. He was worn and sorrowful and rather pale. The death of his young creditor might be supposed to have given him some relief from his more pressing cares, but the necessity of yielding to Frank's wishes had almost more than balanced this. When a man has daily to reflect that he is poorer than he was the day before, he soon becomes worn and sorrowful. But Frank was well, both in health and spirits. He also felt, as Mary did, that the day was to bring forth something which should end his present troubles, and he could not but be happy to think that he could now tell Dr. Thorne that his father's consent to his marriage had been given. The doctor shook hands with them both, and then they sat down. They were all rather constrained in their manner, and at first it seemed that nothing but little speeches of compliment were to be made. At last the doctor remarked that Frank had been talking to him about Miss Thorne. "About Mary?" said the doctor. "Yes, about Mary," said the squire, correcting himself. It was quite unnecessary that he should use so cold a name as the other, now that he had agreed to the match. "Well!" said Dr. Thorne. "I suppose it must be so, doctor. He has set his heart upon it, and God knows I have nothing to say against her personally. No one could say a word against her. She is a sweet, good girl, excellently brought up, and as for myself, I have always loved her." Frank drew near to his father, and pressed his hand against the squire's arm, by way of giving him, in some sort, a filial embrace for his kindness. "Thank you, squire, thank you," said the doctor. "It is very good of you to say that. She is a good girl, and if Frank chooses to take her, he will, in my estimation, have made a good choice." "Chooses!" said Frank, with all the enthusiasm of a lover. The squire felt himself perhaps a little ruffled at the way in which the doctor received his gracious intimation, but he did not now show it as he went on. "They cannot, you know, doctor, look to be rich people." "Ah, well, well," interrupted the doctor. "I have told Frank so, and I think that you should tell Mary. Frank means to take some land into his hand, and he must farm it as a farmer. I will endeavour to give him 300 or perhaps 400 a year. But you know better " "Stop, squire, stop a minute. We will talk about that presently. This death of poor Sir Louis will make a difference." "Not permanently," said the squire, mournfully. "And now, Frank," said the doctor, not attending to the squire's last words, "what do you say?" "What do I say? I say what I said to you in London the other day. I believe Mary loves me. Indeed, I won't be affected. I know she does. I have loved her. I was going to say always, and indeed I might almost say so. My father knows that this is no light fancy of mine. As to what he says about our being poor, why " The doctor was very arbitrary, and would hear neither of them on this subject. "Mr Gresham," said he, interrupting Frank, "of course I am well aware how very little suited Mary is by birth to marry your only son." "It is too late to think about it now," said the squire. "It is not too late for me to justify myself," replied the doctor. "We have long known each other, Mr Gresham, and you said here the other day that this is a subject as to which we have been both of one mind. Birth and blood are very valuable gifts." "I certainly think so," said the squire; "but one can't have everything." "No; one can't have everything." "If I am satisfied in that matter " began Frank. "Stop a moment, my dear boy," said the doctor. "As your father says, one can't have everything. My dear friend," and he gave his hand to the squire, "do not be angry if I alluded for a moment to the estate. It has grieved me to see it melting away. the old family acres that have so long been the heritage of the Greshams. "We need not talk about that now, Dr. Thorne," said Frank, in an almost angry tone. "But I must, Frank, for one moment, to justify myself. I could not have excused myself in letting Mary think that she could become your wife, if I had not hoped that good might come of it." "Well, good will come of it," said Frank, who did not quite understand at what the doctor was driving. "I hope so. I have had much doubt about this, and have been sorely perplexed. But now I do hope so. Frank, Mr Gresham," and then Dr Thorne rose from his chair, but was for a moment unable to go on with his tale. "We will hope that it is all for the best," said the squire. "I am sure it is," said Frank. "Yes, I hope it is. I do think it is. I am sure it is, Frank. Mary will not come to you empty handed. I wish for your sake, yes, and for hers too, that her birth were equal to her fortune, as her worth is superior to both. Mr Gresham, this marriage will, at any rate, put an end to your pecuniary embarrassments; unless, indeed, Frank should prove a hard creditor. My niece is Sir Roger Scatcherd's heir." The doctor, as soon as he had made the announcement, began to employ himself sedulously about the papers on the table, which, in the confusion caused by his own emotion, he transferred hither and thither in such a manner as to upset all his previous arrangements. "And now," he said, "I might as well explain, as well as I can, of what that fortune consists. Here, this is no " "But, Dr Thorne," said the squire, now perfectly pale, and almost gasping for breath, "what is it you mean?" "There's not a shadow of a doubt," said the doctor. "I've had Sir Abraham Haphazard, and Sir Rickety Giggs, and old Neversay and Mr Snilem, and they are all of the same opinion. There is not the smallest doubt about it. Of course, she must administer and all that; and I'm afraid there'll be a very heavy sum to pay for the tax, for she cannot inherit as a niece, you know. Mr Snilem pointed that out particularly. But after all that, there'll be I've got it down on a piece of paper somewhere. 3 grains of blue pill. I'm really so bothered, squire, with all these papers and all those lawyers, that I don't know whether I'm sitting or standing. There's ready money enough to pay all the tax and all the debts. I know that, at any rate." "You don't mean to say that Mary Thorne is now possessed of all Sir Roger Scatcherd's wealth?" at last ejaculated the squire. "But that's exactly what I do mean to say," said the doctor, looking up from his papers with a tear in his eye and a smile on his mouth. "And what is more, squire, you owe her at the present moment exactly I've got that down somewhere too, only I am so bothered with all these papers. Come, squire, when do you mean to pay her? She's in a great hurry, as young ladies are when they want to get married." The doctor, who was inclined to joke if possible, so as to carry off, as it were, some of the great weight of obligation which it might seem that he was throwing on the father and the son; but the squire was by no means in a state to understand a joke, hardly as yet in a state to comprehend what was so very serious in this matter. "Do you mean that Mary is the owner of Boxall Hill?" said he. "Indeed I do," said the doctor; and he was just going to add, "and of Greshamsbury also," but he stopped himself. "What! the whole property there?" "That's only a small portion," said the doctor. "I almost wish it were all, for then I should not be so bothered. Look here, these are the Boxall Hill title deeds. That's the simplest part of the whole affair; and Frank may go and settle himself there to morrow, if he pleases." "Stop a moment, Dr Thorne," said Frank. These were the only words which he had yet uttered since the tidings had been conveyed to him. "And these, squire, are the Greshamsbury papers;" and the doctor, with considerable ceremony, withdrew the covering newspapers. "Look at them. There they all are once again. When I suggested to Mr Snilem that I supposed they might now all go back to the Greshamsbury muniment room, I thought he would have fainted. As I cannot return them to you, you will have to wait till Frank shall give them up." "But, Dr Thorne," said Frank. Well, my boy?" "Does Mary know all about this?" "Not a word of it. I mean that you shall tell her." "Perhaps under such very altered circumstances " "Eh?" "The change is so great and so sudden, so immense in its effects, that Mary may perhaps wish " "Wish? Wish what? Wish not to be told of it at all?" "I shall not think of holding her to her engagement; that is, if I mean to say, she should have time at any rate for consideration." "Oh, I understand," said the doctor. "She shall have time for consideration. How much shall we give her, squire? 3 minutes? Go up to her, Frank. She is in the drawing room." Frank went to the door, and then hesitated and returned. "I could not do it," said he. "I don't think that I understand it all yet. I am so bewildered that I could not tell her." And he sat down at the table, and began to sob with emotion. "And she knows nothing of it?" said the squire. "Not a word. I thought that I would keep the pleasure of telling her for Frank." "She should not be left in suspense," said the squire. "Come, Frank, go up to her," again urged the doctor. "You've been ready enough with your visits when you knew that you ought to stay away." "I cannot do it," said Frank, after a pause of some moments. "Nor is it right that I should. It would be taking advantage of her." "Go to her yourself, doctor. It's you that should do it," said the squire. After some further slight delay, the doctor got up and did go upstairs. He even was half afraid of the task. It must be done, he said to himself, as his heavy steps mounted the stairs. But how to tell it? When he entered, Mary was standing half way up the room, as though she had risen to meet him. Her face was troubled, her eyes were almost wild. The emotion, the hopes, the fears of that morning had almost been too much for her. She had heard the murmuring of the voices in the room below, and had known that one of them was that of her lover. Whether that discussion was to be for her good or ill, she did not know; but she felt that further suspense would almost kill her. "I could wait for years," she said to herself, "if I did but know. If I lost him, I suppose I should bear it. If I did but know." Well, she was going to know. Her uncle met her in the middle of the room. His face was serious, though not sad; too serious to confirm her hopes at that moment of doubt. "What is it, uncle?" she said, taking one of his hands between both her own. "What is it? Tell me." And as she looked up into his face with her wild eyes, she almost frightened him. "Mary," he said gravely, "you have heard much, I know, of Sir Roger Scatcherd's great fortune." "Yes, yes, yes." "Now that poor Sir Louis is dead " "Well, uncle, well?" "It has been left " "To Frank, to Mr Gresham, to the squire!" exclaimed Mary, who felt with an agony of doubt that this sudden accession of immense wealth might separate her still further from her lover. "No, Mary, not to the Greshams, but to yourself." "To me!" she cried, and putting both her hands to her forehead, she seemed to be holding her temples together. "To me!" "Yes, Mary, it is all your own now, to do as you like best with it all. All. May God in his mercy enable you to bear the burden, and lighten for you the temptation." She had so far moved as to find the nearest chair, and there she was now seated, staring at her uncle with fixed eyes. "Uncle," she said, "what does it mean?" Then he came, and sitting beside her, he explained as best he could the story of her birth and her kinship with the Scatcherds. "And where is he, uncle?" she said. "Why does he not come to me?" "I wanted him to come, but he refused. They are both there now, the father and the son. Shall I fetch them?" "Fetch them! Whom? The squire? No, uncle; but may we go to them?" "Surely, Mary." "But, uncle " "Yes, dearest." "Is it true? Are you sure? For his sake, you know, not for my own. The squire, you know Oh, uncle, I cannot go." "They shall come to you." "No, no. I have gone to him such hundreds of times. I will never allow that he shall be sent to me. But, uncle, is it true?" The doctor, as he went downstairs, muttered something about Sir Abraham Haphazard and Sir Rickety Giggs, but these great names were much thrown away upon poor Mary. The doctor entered the room first, and the heiress followed him with downcast eyes and timid steps. She was at first afraid to advance, but when she did look up, and saw Frank standing alone by the window, her lover restored her courage, and rushing up to him, she threw herself into his arms. "Oh, Frank, my own Frank! My own Frank! We shall never be separated now." Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Dr. Thorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Thorne, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. How the Bride was Received, and Who were Asked to the Wedding. And thus, after all, did Frank perform his great duty. He did marry money, or rather, as the wedding has not yet taken place, and is indeed as yet hardly talked of, we should more properly say that he had engaged himself to marry money. And then such a quantity of money! The Scatcherd wealth greatly exceeded the Dunstable wealth, so that our hero may be looked on as having performed his duties in a manner deserving the very highest commendation from all classes of the de Courcy connection. And he received it. But that was nothing. That he should be fêted by the de Courcys and Greshams, now that he was about to do his duty by his family in so exemplary a manner; that he should be patted on the back, now that he no longer meditated that vile crime which had been so abhorrent to his mother's soul, this was only natural; this is hardly worthy of remark. But there was another to be fêted, another person to be made a personage, another blessed human mortal about to do her duty by the family of Gresham in a manner that deserved, and should receive, Lady Arabella's warmest caresses. Dear Mary! It was, indeed, not singular that she should be prepared to act so well, seeing that in early youth she had had the advantage of an education in the Greshamsbury nursery; but not on that account was it the less fitting that her virtue should be acknowledged, eulogized, nay, all but worshipped. How the party at the doctor's got itself broken up, I am not prepared to say. Frank, I know, stayed and dined there, and his poor mother, who would not retire to rest till she had kissed him, and blessed him, and thanked him for all that he was doing for the family, was kept waiting in her dressing room till a very unreasonable hour of the night. It was the squire who brought the news up to the house. "Arabella," he said, in a low but somewhat solemn voice, "you will be surprised at the news I bring you. Mary Thorne is the heiress to all the Scatcherd property." "Oh, heavens! Mr Gresham!" "Yes, indeed," continued the squire. "So it is. It is very, very " But Lady Arabella had fainted. She was a woman who generally had her feelings and her emotions much under her control; but what she now heard was too much for her. When she came to her senses, the first words that escaped her lips were, "Dear Mary!" But the household had to sleep on the news before it could be fully realized. The squire was not by nature a mercenary man. If I have at all succeeded in putting his character before the reader, he will be recognized as one not over attached to money for money's sake; but things had gone so hard with him, the world had become so rough, so ungracious, so full of thorns, the want of means had become an evil so keenly felt in every hour, that it cannot be wondered at that his dreams at night should be of a golden Elysium. The wealth was not coming to him, true, but his chief sorrow had been for his son; now that son would be his only creditor. It was as though mountains of marble had been taken from off his bosom. But Lady Arabella's dreams flew away at once into the seventh heaven. Sordid as they certainly were, they were not absolutely selfish. Frank would now certainly be the first commoner in Barsetshire. Of course he would represent the county. Of course there would be the house in town. It wouldn't be her house, but she was contented that the grandeur should be that of her child. He would have heaven knows what to spend per annum. And then it should come through Mary Thorne! What a blessing she had allowed Mary to be brought into the Greshamsbury nursery. Dear Mary! "She will of course be one now," said Beatrice to her sister. With her, at the present moment, one, of course, meant one of the bevy that was to attend her at the altar. "Oh dear, how nice! I shan't know what to say to her to morrow morning, but I know one thing." "What is that?" asked Augusta. "She will be as mild and as meek as a little dove. If she and the doctor had lost every shilling in the world, she would have been as proud as an eagle." It must be acknowledged that Beatrice had had the wit to read Mary's character right. But Augusta was not quite pleased with the whole affair. Not that she begrudged her brother his luck, or Mary her happiness; but her ideas of right and wrong, perhaps we should rather say Lady Amelia's ideas, would not be fairly carried out. "After all, Beatrice, this does not alter her birth. I know it is useless saying anything to Frank." "Why, you wouldn't break both their hearts now?" "I don't want to break their hearts, certainly. But there are those who put their dearest and warmest feelings under restraint rather than deviate from what they know to be proper." Poor Augusta! She was the stern professor of the order of this philosophy, the last in the family who practised with unflinching courage its cruel behests, the last, always excepting the Lady Amelia. And how slept Frank that night? With him, at least, let us hope, nay, let us say boldly, that his happiest thoughts were not of the wealth which he was to acquire. But yet it would be something to restore Boxall Hill to Greshamsbury, something to give back to his father those rumpled vellum documents, since the departure of which the squire had never had a happy day; nay, something to come forth again to his friends as a gay young country squire, instead of as a farmer, clod compelling for his bread. We would not have thought him to be better than he was, nor would we wish to make him of other stuff than nature generally uses. His heart did exult at Mary's wealth, but it leaped higher still when he thought of purer joys. And what shall we say of Mary's dreams? With her it was altogether what she should give, not at all what she should get. Frank had loved her so truly when she was so poor, such an utter castaway; Frank, who had ever been the heir of Greshamsbury; Frank, who, with his beauty and spirit and talents, might have won the smiles of the richest, the grandest, the noblest. What lady's heart would not have rejoiced to be allowed to love her Frank? But he had been true to her through everything. Ah! how often she thought of that hour, when, suddenly appearing before her, he had strained her to his breast, just as she had resolved how best to bear the death-like chill of his supposed estrangements. She was always thinking of that time. She fed her love by recurring over and over again to the altered feeling of that moment. And now she could pay him for his goodness. Pay him! No, that would be a base word, a base thought. Her payment must be made, if God would so grant it, in many, many years to come; but her store, such as it was, should be emptied into his lap. It was soothing to her pride that she would not hurt him by her love, that she would bring no injury to the old house. "Dear, dear Frank!" she murmured, as her waking dreams, conquered at last by sleep, gave way to those of the fairy world. But she thought not only of Frank, dreamed not only of him. What had he not done for her, that uncle of hers, who had been more loving to her than any father? How was he, too, to be paid? Paid, indeed! Love can only be paid in its own coin; it knows of no other legal tender. Well, if her home was to be Greshamsbury, at any rate she would not be separated from him. What the doctor dreamed of that, neither he nor any one ever knew. "Why, uncle, I think you've been asleep," said Mary to him that evening, as he moved for a moment uneasily on the sofa. He had been asleep for the last 3/4 of an hour, but Frank, his guest, had felt no offence. "No, I've not exactly been asleep," said he, "but I'm very tired. I wouldn't do it all again, Frank, to double the money. You haven't got any more tea, have you, Mary?" On the following morning Beatrice was of course with her friend. There was no awkwardness between them in meeting. Beatrice had loved her when she was poor, and though they had not lately thought alike on one very important subject, Mary was too gracious to impute that to Beatrice as a crime. "You will be won now, Mary; of course you will." "If Lady Arabella will let me come." "Oh, Mary! Let you! Do you remember what you said once about coming, and being near me? I have so often thought of it. And now, Mary, I must tell you about Caleb." And the young lady settled herself on the sofa, so as to have a comfortable long talk. Beatrice had been quite right. Mary was as meek with her, and as mild as a dove. And then Patience Oriel came. "My fine, young, darling, magnificent, overgrown heiress," said Patience, embracing her. "My breath deserted me, and I was nearly stunned when I heard of it. How small we shall all be, my dear! I am quite prepared to toady to you immensely, but pray be a little gracious to me, for the sake of auld lang syne." Mary gave her a long, long kiss. "Yes, for auld lang syne, Patience, when you took me away under your wing to Richmond." Patience also had loved her when she was in her trouble, and that love, too, should never be forgotten. But the great difficulty was Lady Arabella's first meeting with her. "I think I'll go down to her after breakfast," said her ladyship to Beatrice, as the two were talking over the matter while the mother was finishing her toilet. "I am sure she will come up, if you like it, mamma." "She is entitled to every courtesy, as Frank's accepted bride, you know," said Lady Arabella. "I would not for worlds fail in any respect to her for his sake." "He will be glad enough for her to come, I am sure," said Beatrice. "I was talking with Caleb this morning, and he says " The matter was of importance, and Lady Arabella gave it her most mature consideration. The manner of receiving into one's family an heiress whose wealth is to cure all one's difficulties, disperse all one's troubles, give a balm to all the wounds of misfortune, must, under any circumstances, be worthy of much care. But when that heiress has been already treated as Mary had been treated "I must see her at any rate before I go to Courcy," said Lady Arabella. "Are you going to Courcy, mamma?" "Oh, certainly, yes. I must see my sister in law now. You don't seem to realise the importance, my dear, of Frank's marriage. He will be in a great hurry about it, and, indeed, I cannot blame him. I expect that they will all come here." "Who, mamma? The de Courcys?" "Yes, of course. I shall be very much surprised if the earl does not come now. And I must consult my sister in law as to asking the Duke of Omnium." Poor Mary! "And I think it will perhaps be better," continued Lady Arabella, "that we should have a larger party than we intended at your affair. The countess, I'm sure, would come now. We couldn't put it off for 10 days; could we, dear?" "Put it off 10 days?" "Yes; it would be convenient." "I don't think Mr Oriel would like that at all, mamma. You know he has made all his arrangements for his Sundays." "Sho! The idea of the parson's Sundays being allowed to have any bearing on such a matter as Frank's wedding would now become! Why, they would have how much? Between 12 and 14,000 a year." Lady Arabella, who had made her calculations a dozen times during the night, had never found it to be much less than the larger sum. Mr Oriel's Sundays, indeed! After much doubt, Lady Arabella acceded to her daughter's suggestion that Mary should be received at Greshamsbury instead of being called on at the doctor's house. "If you think she won't mind the coming up first," said her ladyship, "I certainly could receive her better here. I should be more able, you know, to express what I feel. We had better go into the big drawing room to day, Beatrice. Will you remember to tell Mrs Richards?" "Oh, certainly," was Mary's answer, when Beatrice, with a voice a little trembling, proposed to her to walk up to the house. "Certainly I will, if Lady Arabella will receive me. Only one thing, Trichy." "What's that, dearest?" "Frank will think that I come after him." "Never mind what he thinks. To tell you the truth, Mary, I often call upon Patience for the sake of finding Caleb. That's all fair now, you know." Mary very quietly put on her straw bonnet, and said she was ready to go up to the house. Beatrice was a little fluttered, and showed it. Mary, perhaps, was a good deal fluttered, but she did not show it. She had thought a good deal of her first interview with Lady Arabella, of her first return to the house; but she had resolved to carry herself as though the matter were easy to her. She would not allow it to be seen that she felt she had brought with her to Greshamsbury comfort, ease, and renewed opulence. So she put on her straw bonnet and walked up with Beatrice. Everybody about the place had already heard the news. The old woman at the lodge curtsied low to her. The gardener who was mowing the lawn, the butler who opened the front door, he must have been watching Mary's approach, had manifestly put on a clean white neckcloth for the occasion. "God bless you once more, Miss Thorne," said the old man in a half whisper. Mary was somewhat troubled, for everything seemed, in a manner, to bow down to her. And why should not everything bow down before her, seeing that she was in truth the owner of Greshamsbury? And then a servant in livery would open the big drawing room door. This rather upset both Mary and Beatrice. It became almost impossible for Mary to enter the room just as she would have done 2 years ago; but she got through the difficulty with much self-control. "Mamma, here's Mary," said Beatrice. Nor was Lady Arabella quite mistress of herself, although she had studied minutely how to bear herself. "Oh, Mary, my dear Mary, what can I say to you?" And then, with a handkerchief to her eyes, she ran forward and hid her face on Miss Thorne's shoulders. "What can I say? Can you forgive me my anxiety for my son?" "How do you do, Lady Arabella?" said Mary. "My daughter! My child! My Frank's own bride! Oh, Mary! Oh, my child! If I have seemed unkind to you, it has been through love to him." "All these things are over now," said Mary. "Mr Gresham told me yesterday that I should be received as Frank's future wife; and so, you see, I have come." And then she slipped through Lady Arabella's arms, and sat down, meekly down, on a chair. In 5 minutes she had escaped with Beatrice into the schoolroom, and was kissing the children and turning over the new trousseau. They were, however, soon interrupted, and there was, perhaps, some other kissing besides that of the children. "You have no business in here at all, Frank," said Beatrice. "Has he, Mary?" "None in the world, I should think." "See what he has done to my poplin. I hope you won't have your things treated so cruelly. He'll be careful enough about them." "Is Oriel a good hand at packing up finery, eh, Beatrice?" asked Frank. "He is, at any rate, too well behaved to spoil it." Thus Mary was again made at home in the household of Greshamsbury. Lady Arabella did not carry out her little plan of delaying the Oriel wedding. Her idea had been to add some grandeur to it, in order to make it a more fitting precursor of that other greater wedding which was to follow so soon in its wake. But this, with the assistance of the countess, she found herself able to do without interfering with poor Mr Oriel's Sunday arrangements. The countess herself, with the ladies Alexandrina and Margaretta, now promised to come, even to this first affair; and for the other, the whole de Courcy family would turn out, count and countess, lords and ladies, Honourable Georges and Honourable Johns. What honour, indeed, could be too great to show to a bride who had 14,000 a year in her own right, or to a cousin who had done his duty by securing such a bride to himself? "If the duke be in the country, I am sure he will be happy to come," said the countess. "Of course he will be talking to Frank about politics. I suppose the squire won't expect Frank to belong to the old school now." "Frank, of course, will judge for himself, Rosina, with his position, you know." And so things were settled at Courcy Castle. And then Beatrice was wedded and carried off to the Lakes. Mary, as she had promised, did stand near her, but not exactly in the gingham frock of which she had once spoken. She wore on that occasion but it will be too much, perhaps, to tell the reader what she wore as Beatrice's bridesmaid, seeing that a couple of pages at least must be devoted to her marriage dress, and seeing also that we have only a few pages to finish everything the list of visitors, the marriage settlements, the dress, and all included. It was in vain that Mary endeavoured to repress Lady Arabella's ardour for grand doings. After all, she was to be married from the doctor's house, and not from Greshamsbury, and it was the doctor who should have invited the guests; but in this matter he did not choose to oppose her ladyship's spirit, and she had it all her own way. "What can I do?" said he to Mary. "I have been contradicting her in everything for the last 2 years. The least we can do is to let her have her own way now in a trifle like this." But there was one point on which Mary would let nobody have his or her own way, on which the way to be taken was very manifestly to be her own. This was touching the marriage settlements. It must not be supposed that if Beatrice were married on a Tuesday, Mary could be married on the Tuesday week following. Ladies with 12,000 a year cannot be disposed of in that way, and bridegrooms who do their duty by marrying money often have to be kept waiting. It was spring, the early spring, before Frank was made altogether a happy man. But a word about the settlements. On this subject the doctor thought he would have been driven mad. Messrs Slow and Bideawhile, as the lawyers of the Greshamsbury family, it will be understood that Mr Gazebee's law business was of quite a different nature, and his work, as regarded Greshamsbury, was now nearly over. Messrs Slow and Bideawhile declared that it would never do for them to undertake a loan to draw out the settlements. An heiress such as Mary must have lawyers of her own, half a dozen at least, according to the apparent opinion of Messrs Slow and Bideawhile. And so the doctor had to go to other lawyers, and they had again to consult Sir Abraham and Mr Snilem on a dozen different heads. If Frank became tenant in tail, in right of his wife, but under his father, would he be able to grant leases for more than 21 years? And if so, to whom would the right of trover belong? As to Flotsam and Jetsam, there was a little property, Mr Critic, on the sea shore. That was a matter that had to be left unsettled at the last. Such points as these do take a long time to consider. All this bewildered the doctor sadly, and Frank himself began to make accusations that he was to be done out of his wife altogether. But, as we have said, there was one point on which Mary would have her own way. The lawyers might tie up, as they would on her behalf, all the money, and shares, and mortgages which had belonged to the late Sir Roger, with this exception: all that had ever appertained to Greshamsbury should belong to Greshamsbury again, not in perspective, not to her children, or to her children's children, but at once. Frank should be lord of Boxall Hill in his own right, and as to those other liens on Greshamsbury, let Frank manage that with his father as he might think fit. She would only trouble herself to see that he was empowered to do as he did think fit. "But," argued the ancient, respectable family attorney to the doctor, "that amounts to 2/3 of the whole estate." "2/3, Dr Thorne! It is preposterous. I should almost say impossible." And the scanty hairs on the poor man's head almost stood on end as he thought of the outrageous manner in which the heiress prepared to sacrifice herself. "It will all be the same in the end," said the doctor, trying to make things smooth. "Of course their joint object will be to put the Greshamsbury property together again." "But, my dear sir!" And then, for 20 minutes, the lawyer went on proving that it would by no means be the same thing. But, nevertheless, Mary Thorne did have her own way. In the course of the winter, Lady de Courcy tried very hard to induce the heiress to visit Courcy Castle, and this request was so backed by Lady Arabella that the doctor said he thought she might as well go there for 3 or 4 days. But here again Mary was obstinate. "I don't see it at all," she said. "If you make a point of it, or Frank, or Mr Gresham, I will go; but I can't see any possible reason." The doctor, when so appealed to, would not absolutely say that he made a point of it, and Mary was tolerably safe as regarded Frank or the squire. If she went, Frank would be expected to go, and Frank disliked Courcy Castle almost more than ever. His aunt was now more than civil to him, and when they were together never ceased to compliment him on the desirable way in which he had done his duty by the family. And soon after Christmas a visitor came to Mary and stayed a fortnight with her, one whom neither she nor the doctor had expected, and of whom they had not much more than heard. This was the famous Miss Dunstable. "Birds of a feather flock together," said Mrs. Rantaway, late Miss Gushing, when she heard of the visit. "The railway man's niece, if you can call her a niece, and the quack's daughter, will do very well together, no doubt." "At any rate they can count their money bags," said Mrs. Umbleby. And in fact Mary and Miss Dunstable did get on very well together, and Miss Dunstable made herself quite happy at Greshamsbury, although some people, including Mrs. Rantaway, contrived to spread a report that Dr. Thorne, jealous of Mary's money, was going to marry her. "I shall certainly come and see you turned off," said Miss Dunstable, taking leave of her new friend. Miss Dunstable, it must be acknowledged, was a little too fond of slang; but then a lady with her fortune and of her age may be fond of almost whatever she pleases. And so by degrees the winter wore away, very slowly to Frank, as he declared often enough, and slowly perhaps to Mary also, though she did not say so. The winter wore away, and the chill, bitter, windy early spring came round. The comic almanacs give us dreadful pictures of January and February; but in truth the months which should be made to look gloomy in England are March and April. Let no man boast himself that he has got through the perils of winter at least till the 7th of May. It was early in April, however, that the great doings were to be done at Greshamsbury. Not exactly on the 1st. It may be presumed that in spite of the practical, common sense spirit of the age, very few people do choose to have themselves united on that day. But some day in the first week of that month was fixed for the ceremony, and from the end of February all through March, Lady Arabella worked and strove in a manner that entitled her to profound admiration. It was at last settled that the breakfast should be held in the large dining room at Greshamsbury. There was a difficulty about it which taxed Lady Arabella to the utmost, for in making the proposition she could not but seem to be throwing some slight on the house in which the heiress had lived. But when the affair was once opened to Mary, it was astonishing how easy it became. "Of course," said Mary, "all the rooms in our house would not hold half the people you are talking about, if they must come." Lady Arabella looked so beseechingly, nay, so piteously, that Mary had not another word to say. It was evident that they must all come. The de Courcys to the 5th generation, the Duke of Omnium himself, and others in concatenation accordingly. "But will your uncle be angry if we have the breakfast up here? He has been so very handsome to Frank, that I wouldn't make him angry for all the world." "If you don't tell him anything about it, Lady Arabella, he'll think that it is all done properly. He will never know, if he's not told, that he ought to give the breakfast and not you." "Won't he, my dear?" And Lady Arabella looked her admiration for this very talented suggestion. And so the matter was arranged. The doctor never knew, till Mary told him some year or so afterwards, that he had been remiss in any part of his duty. And who was asked to the wedding? In the first place, we have said that the Duke of Omnium was there. This was, in fact, the one circumstance that made this wedding so superior to any other that had ever taken place in that neighbourhood. The Duke of Omnium never went anywhere, and yet he went to Mary's wedding. And Mary, when the ceremony was over, absolutely found herself kissed by a duke. "Dearest Mary!" exclaimed Lady Arabella, in her ecstasy of joy, when she saw the honour that was done to her daughter-in-law. "I hope we shall induce you to come to Gatherum Castle soon," said the Duke to Frank. "I shall be having a few friends there in the autumn. Let me see. I declare I have not seen you since you were good enough to come to my collection. Ha, ha! It wasn't bad fun, was it?" Frank was not very cordial with his answer. He had not quite reconciled himself to the difference of his position. When he was treated as one of the collection at Gatherum Castle, he had not married money. It would be vain to enumerate all the de Courcys that were there. There was the earl, looking very gracious, and talking to the squire about the county; and there was Lord Porlock, looking very ungracious, and not talking to anybody about anything; And there was the Countess, who for the last week past had done nothing but pat Frank on the back whenever she could catch him. And there were the Ladies Alexandrina, Margaretta, and Selina, smiling at everybody, and the Honourable George talking in whispers to Frank about his widow. Not such a catch as yours, you know, but something extremely snug, and have it all my own way too, old fellow, or I shan't come to the scratch. And the Honourable John prepared to toady Frank about his string of hunters, and the Lady Amelia by herself, not quite contented with these democratic nuptials. After all, she is so absolutely nobody, absolutely, absolutely, she said confidentially to Augusta, shaking her head. But before Lady Amelia had left Greshamsbury, Augusta was quite at a loss to understand how there could be need for so much conversation between her cousin and Mr Mortimer Gazeby. And there were many more de Courcys, whom to enumerate would be much too long. And the Bishop of the diocese and Mrs Proudie were there. A hint had even been given that his lordship would himself condescend to perform the ceremony, if this should be wished, but that work had already been anticipated by a very old friend of the Greshams. Archdeacon Grantly, the rector of Plumstead Episcopi, had long since undertaken this part of the business, and the knot was eventually tied by the joint efforts of himself and Mr Oriel. Mrs Grantly came with him, and so did Mrs Grantly's sister, the new dean's wife. The dean himself was at the time unfortunately absent at Oxford. And all the Bakers and the Jacksons were there. The last time they had all met together under the squire's roof was on the occasion of Frank's coming of age. The present gala doings were carried on in a very different spirit. That had been a very poor affair, but this was worthy of the best days of Greshamsbury. Occasion also had been taken of this happy moment to make up, or rather to get rid of, the last shreds of the last feud that had so long separated Dr Thorne from his own relatives. The Thornes of Ullathorne had made many overtures in a covert way, but our doctor had contrived to reject them. They would not receive Mary as their cousin, said he, and I will go nowhere that she cannot go. But now this was all altered. Mrs Gresham would certainly be received in any house in the county. And thus Mr Thorne of Ullathorne, an amiable, popular old bachelor, came to the wedding, and so did his maiden sister, Miss Monica Thorne, than whose no kinder heart glowed through all Barsetshire. "My dear," said she to Mary, kissing her, and offering her some little tribute, "I am very glad to make your acquaintance, very." It was not her fault, she added, speaking to herself, and now that she will be a Gresham, that need not be any longer thought of. Nevertheless, could Miss Thorne have spoken her inward thoughts out loud, she would have declared that Frank would have done better to have borne his poverty than marry wealth without blood. But then there are but few so staunch as Miss Thorne, perhaps none in that county, always excepting Lady Amelia. And Miss Dunstable also as a bridesmaid. "Oh, no," said she when asked, "you should have them young and pretty." But she gave way when she found that Mary did not flatter her by telling her that she was either one or the other. "The truth is," said Miss Dunstable, "I have always been a little in love with your Frank, and so I shall do it for his sake." There were but four. The other two were the Gresham twins. Lady Arabella exerted herself greatly in framing hints to induce Mary to ask some of the de Courcy ladies to do her so much honour, but on this head Mary would please herself. "Rank," said she to Beatrice, with a curl on her lip, "has its drawbacks, and must put up with them." And now I find that I have not one page, not half a page, for the wedding dress. But what matters? Will it not all be found written in the columns of the Morning Post? And thus Frank married money and became a great man. Let us hope that he will be a happy man. As the time of the story has been brought down so near to the present era, it is not practicable for the novelist to tell much of his future career. When I last heard from Barsetshire, it seemed to be quite settled that he is to take the place of one of the old members at the next election, and they say also that there is no chance of any opposition. I have heard, too, that there have been many very private consultations between him and various gentlemen of the county with reference to the hunt, and the general feeling is said to be that the hounds should go to Boxall Hill. At Boxall Hill the young people established themselves on their return from the Continent. And that reminds me that one word must be said of Lady Scatcherd. "You will always stay here with us," said Mary to her, caressing her ladyship's rough hand, and looking kindly into that kind face. But Lady Scatcherd would not consent to this. "I will come and see you sometimes, and then I shall enjoy myself. Yes, I will come and see you, and my own dear boy." The affair was ended by her taking Mrs. Opie Green's cottage, in order that she might be near the doctor, Mrs. Opie Green having married somebody. And of whom else must we say a word? Patience also, of course, got a husband, or will do so. Dear Patience! It would be 1,000 pities that so good a wife should be lost to the world. Whether Miss Dunstable will ever be married, or Augusta Gresham, or Mr. Moffat, or any of the tribe of the de Courcys, except Lady Amelia, I cannot say. They have all of them still their future before them. That Bridget was married to Thomas, that I am able to assert, for I know that Janet was very much put out by their joint desertion. Lady Arabella has not yet lost her admiration for Mary, and Mary in return behaves admirably. Another event is expected, and her ladyship is almost as anxious about that as she was about the wedding. "A matter, you know, of such importance in the county," she whispered to Lady de Courcy. Nothing can be more happy than the intercourse between the squire and his son. What their exact arrangements are, we need not specially inquire, but the demon of pecuniary embarrassment has lifted his black wings from the demesne of Greshamsbury. And now we have but one word left for the doctor. "If you don't come and dine with me," said the squire to him, when they found themselves both deserted, "mind, I shall come and dine with you." And on this principle they seem to act. Dr. Thorne continues to extend his practice, to the great disgust of Dr. Philgrave, and when Mary suggested to him that he should retire, he almost boxed her ears. He knows the way, however, to Boxall Hill as well as he ever did, and is willing to acknowledge that the tea there is almost as good as it ever was at Greshamsbury. End of Chapter 47. End of Dr. Thorne. Read by Nicholas Clifford.